My whole life is just a fabrication. I've just been indoctrinated by the system. Oh my goodness, I can wake up to this. Tell me, what is the world actually?
Yeah, if it makes you feel more comfortable to come at it like that. Yeah. But yes, no, pretty much everything in your reality is fake, but your ego doesn't want to accept
I had a suspicion it was all fake, you know.
Yeah, so we discovered when we were young that water, when it's at rest, is level.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You've heard that? Sea level, have you heard the term?
Yeah.
Well, level means flat.
Yeah.
And if I take 4 bodies of water and I suspend them above each other, I'll find that those levels are parallel to each other.
Yeah, it would be so far.
And if I make those jars 1 mile wide, or 100 miles wide, 1,000 miles wide, I'll still be level.
Well, not quite. No, you wouldn't.
No? Where does that break down for you?
Well, the water would follow the curvature of the Earth, so it would be very, very slightly. So that you can see
what
it,
is
but it would slightly be
Okay,
curved.
so what is this? Because by the time I fly from South Africa to England, my slightly is 90 degrees. Yes. So I'm here in England, I'm here in South Africa. So people in South Africa are this way, off the globe, and people here are this way in England. Yes.
Yes.
So that's a 90-degree shift. So over what distance can you measure this curvature?
Well, it depends on how sensitive you are at measuring curvatures. I mean, if you had a sensitive enough instrument, you could measure it in a cup of water.
In a cup of water?
You could, if you were sensitive enough.
Why has that never been done?
Presumably because nobody's really seen the
the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is 100 miles long, and there is no curve. It's engineered level. Yeah, so
no, you don't understand.
Okay. Let me help you, because you're going to try and make excuses for this. But what started me on the flat Earth journey was that there's a formula for curvature on the globe. You've never heard it, but there is a formula, and it's Pythagorean. It says that if for every mile you travel away from the observer, the Earth will curve 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. So that means over 1 mile, there's already 8 inches of curvature, or a 4-inch hump in between me and you on the other beach.
That's why things disappear over the horizon.
No. Well, that could be perspective. That's not the only possible answer, right? No. You know that things, as you go away from them, get smaller. You understand that's perspective, yes?
Yeah, but they don't sink into the ground.
Well, actually, they do. If I took a friend on a football field, or a field that was say 200 or 300 meters long, and I placed my head on the floor and asked him to walk away from me, the first thing I would lose would be his ankles, and the last thing I would lose would be his head. That's a matter of fact. I can take a coin on a dining table that is perfectly level.
He'd have to walk quite a long way in order
to
not. I mean, the horizon I think is about 20 miles away. I don't know.
According to Google, the horizon for an observer standing on the beach is 3 miles away.
Okay.
So you really don't.
Well, nevertheless,
let me tell you,
he's probably not walking 3 miles away from you.
No, he wouldn't need to, because he's not as big as a ship.
Okay.
Yes.
So what you're observing then is the curvature of the Earth.
No, what we're observing is perspective and angle of resolution. You see, guess what? If my friend on the rugby field, on the other rugby field, I can't see his knees now. I've tested this for myself. I can't see his knees, but I stand up, I can see all of him, and the ground is still flat. That is ground. Yes. It needs to be. I would invite you to do the test.
You've just demonstrated the curvature of the Earth, which seems
no, the football field is not curved. The football field is designed.
Well, in which case, everything you're talking about is meaningless or can't possibly happen.
So you've never heard the formula for curvature, and now you're making excuses. Now, so at 10 miles, it's 800 inches of curvature. So if I can see you with a powerful camera, if I can see you on the other beach 10 miles away from me, how am I seeing you if there's 800 inches of curvature? How am I seeing the White Cliffs of Dover from France? Very famous. You can see all of the White Cliffs of Dover on a clear day.
The White Cliffs of Dover are bigger than 800 inches.
Yes, they are. They're 300 feet.
Okay, so now the distance.
Well, how far are we when we're in France from the White Cliffs of Dover? 10 miles, or is it further?
I don't know, but
it's
not my subject,
I've done
so
the research. Well, I'm here to teach you then, my man, because I have done the research. At the age of 47,
you've actually demonstrated the curvature of the Earth.
No, I've demonstrated that we can see things too far. And here,
now, if the
Guinness World Records,
this effect would not take place, would it?
This is hurting. But at the Guinness World Records, the Guinness World Book of Records, you can go and look this up. The longest photograph, according to the Guinness World Records, is 250 miles, 275 miles over sea. Now, if we can see something at 275 miles, and there is 275 times 275 times 8 inches of curvature, which is now into the tens of thousands of inches of curvature, how can I see what I see at 250 miles? How is it the Americans can have a warship that can shoot another ship line of sight using a laser to point at the other ship 100 miles away? And they use a rail gun, which is a magnetic weapon, to shoot a Mark 15 Sabot at 100 miles away. Now, 100 times 100 times 8 inches is bigger than all ships on the Earth. You can stack a lot of ships on top of each other before you'd see a ship at 80,000 inches of curvature, sir.
Well,
So I think that this curvature...
obviously,
Now let me finish.
Let
Let me finish. Pipe down in front. Let me finish. What we've got now is a lack of curvature. What we've got is observations over level water. Now, science should be scalable. If I cannot make you a globe, I should be able to scale it down. However, I can scale down a flat Earth by just choosing a lake that's 5 miles across or something like that, putting some large rocks in it, and creating a magnetic flux towards a northern center, and I could sail east and west around that all day long. However, what I cannot do is prove that the Earth is spinning. Even Einstein said, there is no experiment that will prove the Earth to be spinning. There is no experiment today, and there was no experiment in Einstein's time. You see, what they don't tell you, when they said that a guy called Newton had an apple fall on his head, and he said, oh, how did that apple fall on, what pulled that apple to my head? They tricked you. Do you know how they tricked you? Because you forgot that the tree lifted that water and formed the apple. The tree lifted 150 milliliters of water out of the ground, off the ground, and put it into the apple. And when that apple broke its connection to the tree, it fell to the ground. Why did it fall to the ground? Because the air is thinner than the apple. But if I put a bucket of water halfway, what would happen? The apple would land in the water, it would go a little bit down and then float. Why? Because it is more buoyant than the amount of water it displaces. Everything either floats because it's lighter, like the helium balloon and the hot air balloon, because hot air rises, it will now float. Or it will sink because it is heavier than the air, or it will sink because it is heavier than the water. You know, we can take a bath of mercury and take an iron anvil that weighs 25 kilograms and float the iron anvil upon the mercury. This is buoyancy. This is displacement. We can take a ton of steel. We can hammer it out into the shape of a hull. Now that ton of steel, as a block, will go through the water, but as a hull, it will float on the water because it is displacing more than the 1 ton that it weighs. Very simple. Archimedes understood this long before they invented the globe. The globe, the oldest globe in the world, is 500 years, and it's owned by who? The Vatican. Who invented the Big Bang? The Vatican. Yes? George Lemaitre, a Vatican priest, a Catholic Vatican priest. He came up with Big Bang. How everything comes from nothing is an insult to God, because nothing can create nothing. How can 0 be 10? 0 is nothing. So how can nothing become 10? How can nothing become you or you? How can nothing become that? That's not possible. Whatever this place is, it was created by something, but that creator intended for us to be in charge, not for the dead, the governments, for us to be slaves, for us to be controlled, for us to be limited and in lack, shortage, me fighting against you because I need your money or I need a thing. This is all done to control us. My friend, do you have a question?
Yes, it seems, well, it's not exactly a question, but it seems to me that you spout platitudes, but the fact that there is no practical experiment, the fact that there's no practical...
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
Good. Let's go on, sir.
The fact that there's no practical experiment that could be done to sort of demonstrate that the Earth is spinning doesn't mean that the Earth isn't spinning. It's an illogical way of looking at life.
How do you measure
to
it?
say that if you can't
How do you measure it spinning?
do an experiment, well,
you see, sir,
there's a thing called astronomy,
yeah.
which looks at the sun and the galaxies and
Yes.
the stars
Yes.
and so on.
Yes.
And there is a body of science that goes along with that, which accepts the fact that these bodies rotate.
They do rotate, yes.
Yes,
yes.
and the Earth is a body, and it fits in with that pattern.
What if?
Which accepts that it rotates.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I could.
are you
All right,
trying to
I
say
was
the
age
Earth
47 before I started looking at flat Earth. I
No.
believed everything that you
But-
believe.
but
So what is?
yes.
So what I would say is that yes, there is two possibilities. One is that the stars move in the sky because we're moving, or the stars move in the sky because they're moving. So a guy called George Airy, who was the astronomer royal back in the mid-1800s, he came up with an experiment where he filled a telescope with water, and because he devised that if it was the stars that moving, there would be you would be able to determine that it was the stars versus the Earth moving because of the slowing of light through water, right? Snell's law, or whatever that is. They call it Airy's failure, because it showed that the stars were moving. See, if I took you to a discotheque, sir, and told you that the floor is moving and not the lights in the sky, you would tell me I was a fool. Now, if I was to put a box on the roof of your car, yes? If I put a box on the roof of your car, but I did not attach it to the car, and then I drove off, would I expect to see the box when I got to my destination? No.
Let me tell you something.
Answer my question, sir.
Yes.
Would I accept it? No. And the reason for that is because we understand that the air creates drag. Yes, and the faster I move through that air, the hotter, the more the drag is. I put my hand out the window at 100 miles an hour, the wind, the air is wanting to rip my hand away. Yes, you've experienced it. Put your head above the parapet. Take the roof of the airplane. What happens to everybody inside? And the airplanes are moving at 500 miles an hour. The Earth, 1,000 miles an
I
hour.
want to tell you something.
Yes.
When I was a young boy,
Yes.
here in London,
Yes.
I was taken to Selfridges just across the road,
Yeah.
and they had a special thing for children at Christmas.
Uh-huh.
And you sat in a little car,
Yeah.
little car,
Yeah.
and you were told, don't touch the sides.
Don't touch the sides.
And not the side of the car, but the sides of the situation.
Uh-huh.
Now, on the side, what they actually had
Yeah.
was a rotating picture, and it's a situation that you've just described.
Yeah.
Because young children
Yes.
would think
Yes.
that they were
Yes.
traveling
When you're moving
and-
through that
hang on,
tunnel
hang on,
thing.
hang on,
Yes,
hang on.
yes,
Let
I
me-
know.
Let me
I know
finish
this,
what
I
I'm
know this.
saying.
Yep,
So
yep.
that was a fun thing that Selfridges did at Christmas for children. And that's why they said don't touch it, because obviously that thing was going around, the children were stationary. But if you were young enough,
Yeah.
you thought that you were travelling
Yeah.
around and around and around.
Yeah.
Now look. the
If you
fact-
were young enough, yes. I'm glad you said
listen,
that.
Listen.
Yeah, when you were dumb enough.
Not stupid.
Yeah, when you go to the magician,
Let
right,
me finish.
as a child, you don't
Let-
see the trick.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go
Let me
on.
finish.
Yeah, you go on.
The fact that as a child, and perhaps some adults too in this
Yeah.
situation,
Yeah.
because I'll give you another example about me in a garage. If you as a child think that you are going round, but the thing is stationary, that doesn't make it so. And this is what's wrong with your argument. The fact that you think something like that, or you are tricked into believing something like that,
Or could you be tricked?
doesn't
Could you be
make
tricked?
it doesn't make
You see,
it real.
if we can't demonstrate a thing, but we are making a claim about that thing, like the Loch Ness monster, if I cannot demonstrate to you, there's no reason you
Not
should
true.
believe me.
No. Look, I've never seen an electron. Nobody can show me an atom.
Well, I don't
But-
believe they
but-
exist.
but listen,
They don't exist
No,
either.
no.
So thank you for touching me on that, because atom bombs are not real. They never bombed Hiroshima with atom bombs. They firebombed Hiroshima, and they started rebuilding Hiroshima the day after they stopped firebombing them, which is when they claimed they put nukes down.
No.
Now, when I went to school and learned about atomic bombs, I learned that for 10,000 years there would be this half-life breakdown of the plutonium. That would mean that children would be born retarded, and you wouldn't be able to live there. So if that be true, why did they continue building Hiroshima and Nagasaki immediately after they finished bombing them? And when you look at the photographs of Tokyo, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, by the way, they look identical because they were all paper houses, and all those paper houses got incendiarized and burned away, but the brick buildings did not. We see brick buildings in Hiroshima. And the reason why? Because they don't go down in fire. Unless you believe that 9/11 really a fire brought down a 50-story building.
Just to get the facts right, the Americans.
Electrons don't exist. That's all made up pseudoscience. Okay.
Hang on. The Americans did firebomb Japanese cities
Yeah.
before 1944 when they dropped 45 when they dropped the atomic bombs. So firebombing, and of course we firebombed Berlin,
Yes,
and Dresden.
yes.
The Germans firebombed.
Why? Why?
Coventry.
For me, as a flat earther, the reason why they firebombed these cities and took us all to war was, aside from the genociding of all these European boys, and then their offspring that never got to live, in their hundreds of millions. There are hundreds of millions of Europeans who are never alive because their great-great-great-grandfather went to World War I and went to World War II. So aside from the genociding of Europeans, and I'm not just picking on Europeans, the Africans and the Asians have all been genocided, so I'm not singling out the Europeans, but a big reason what World War II was about hiding Tartarian technology, was about hiding ancient technology. We live in a world that can provide us with free energy. Nikola Tesla said that, eh? Do you remember Nikola Tesla going to JP Morgan and saying, listen, I've got a device here that everybody can put in their home. They'll never need to go plug into the electric system. JP Morgan shut him down. This is facts if you want to go and look into it.
What do you think of the genocide in Palestine, though?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Terrible. It's a blight on mankind. It's a blight on mankind what we're doing. And because people are so brainwashed into believing that the Jews are the chosen people, they seem to be able to make excuses for it. However, they've genocided the Europeans. They have genocided people with the COVID-19 jabs. They have killed people with the COVID-19 jabs, no doubt. So what's happening in Palestine is an atrocity. Make no mistake. It's an atrocity. However, that's going on in so many different theaters that if I chose this one, I would not be also about what are they doing to children over there, or what are they doing to Africans over there, or what have they done to, because when you realize that the banking system is all the same people, the same Zionists, the same kind of controlling thing that has broken African economies, has broken South American economies, or others. I don't.
The 2008 credit crunch.
All of that is, all of the banking system. The Federal Reserve is a private bank. The Bank of England is a private bank. It is not owned by the people. It is corporations or private people who are stealing the wealth from us and from the land. And it might be worse in this country than in Africa than some African country than it is in England, because England is close to the nexus of power. And so the closer you are to the nexus of power, the more you want to hand out crumbs for the greedy little piglets that are going to feed you, that are going to be your servants. So so we all, I want to have the Ferrari, the suit and tie, the 5-star Michelin restaurant experience. Yeah, you can have that, but in the main, you're probably going to work for a corporation that is robbing the heck out of mankind. We should be on the land, living with nature, not in these corporate bubbles, eating corporate food that has been put through some GMO process, grown in a factory or in a lab, or all these sorts of things.
That's a physics. You got any physics questions?
Physics question.
Yeah.
Can we prove that water will form on the outside of a shape?
Outside of the globe.
No, yeah, on the outside of the globe. How can we prove that? Can we prove that? Pardon me? Well, condensation. So condensation is a great example of how our atmosphere is full of water. Yeah, we can show that with a cold beer on a hot day, no problem. So where did that water come from? Well, it came from the ether. It came from the atmosphere. Now Nikola Tesla said we have an ether. Einstein says we don't have an ether because we need relativity, the theory of relativity. However, we know that when we dry our laundry on the washing line, the water is going into the atmosphere. That's what's happening, right? So, but when I coalesce 5 droplets on my beer, it's going to run down the side of the beer and then pool on the table. And if an awful lot of my beer gets spilled, then it's going to run off the table because it's overflowed the pool that it's in.
Half an hour later,
Yeah, you might take a straw, but it will pool on the floor until half a pint has been spilled, and now it's running downhill until it finds another pool. Now, if I scale that up millions of times and say, imagine that's a mountain in the Alps, and I've got water spilling over the top of the Alps, or rain or snow melting or whatever, and that is coming into a lake, Lucerne or whatever, and then it's coming down into another lake, and I'm in Geneva, but I'm lower than Lucerne. Now I'm coming into Italy, and I'm still seeing these lakes that are parallel with each other until I eventually get to the sea, to the Mediterranean, which is parallel with everything else that I've just measured. But my experience of this world was hijacked when I was 8 years old And the teacher said to me, go to the beach and watch the ship go away. You'll notice the bottom goes first, proof positive that we live on a globe. And most people accept that. That's for 9 out of 10 people, their best proof that we live on a globe.
So if I just walked in on a
So what if I?
flat earth
Yes, you have. So what
grow up.
you go away, you little child.
What a half.
This is the one who couldn't get rid of Santa when he was small. He did not want to give
Dude,
up
I
on
don't
Santa.
believe in Santa.
Not anymore.
Santa was Turkish anyway, you fuckwit.
I'm sorry about the
What are you
language.
doing in
I'm
2025?
sorry about the
This is a man
language.
talking
This
about
is what,
flat
when
earth.
people have their religion in tune, this is what we get.
Dude, you need to
So
take
coming
up
back to
Trump.
the water, coming back to the ship. So what we've discovered is that if I'm standing on the beach and I see the ship go away, I ask my friend who's standing in a 5-story building directly behind me on the beach, has the ship gone over the curve? He'd say no, I can still see it for another 10 minutes. And my friend who's on the 20th floor says, oh, I can still see it for another half hour. What a surprise. And then I jump into an aeroplane, an hour or two later, I'm going, there's the ship! And it's on a level mirror of water, which we're calling the Mediterranean Sea in this
Now,
example.
you are a very clever person. With the water, I'll let you go because I do believe what you're saying is correct. But the sun evaporates from the surface of the lake, surface of the sea. Surely it goes up. When it gets a certain temperature there, it comes back again.
Yeah.
So it is like almost perpetual. But what you said, yeah, you're a clever bloke. I do agree what you said. I do agree with you, but I'm not as clever as you, so I can't grasp all of it.
Oh, that's okay. It took me months of research in 2015 to really test the model of the globe and to see how it might be wrong, or how alternatively, once you get into realizing that NASA's all fake, they never went to the moon, International Space Station is done in a swimming pool and with harnesses and circus tricks and CGI, that's how they pull all of these things off, and once you see it, you see it. However, then once I moved through that, I was like, okay, if it's not that, then how is it? How does it work? And it takes many months of research to go, okay, these are the possible scenarios, and it's a mark of an intelligent mind to be able to hold two competing theories in your mind. So even in flat Earth, there's a great debate about whether the Earth looks like an orange that's been cut through, which is what I've described here, with the pips or the seeds at the middle, and then the roof is the water above us, and as we said, it's water, thin water, and then heavy water below our feet at sea level. That's the one model, and another model is that it's an infinite plane, and that there are many, many continents and infinite distance that it could go in one direction. It doesn't matter to me. I don't necessarily need to know the specifics of exactly how it works. In the same way, when I believed in space travel, I was fine with the idea that 99% of the universe is known as dark matter. Science does not know what it is. And if it's all dark matter, and I was willing to buy dark matter, and I was willing to buy that the Voyager left in 1972 or whatever, and has been on its own power out into Saturn and past Jupiter and out to Pluto, billions of miles away.
There's some very clever people into this, what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Very clever people.
Yeah, yeah,
Can I
yeah.
just go back to her? Now, I live by the sea.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks a lot. Now, it's known all through England.
I got a question
that
after
we're
him.
polluting the water by sewage.
Yes.
Are we going to pollute our world that bad that we won't be able to drink the water without having tablets or whatever?
I distill my own drinking water. So just like the hydrology process you described there, I boil my water, and the steam that comes off is
You
cool.
make your own shoes.
And
as
God
well.
made
Obviously,
these.
you're not very good at that.
God made these.
What do you think of Galileo?
Let me get to you. I'll get to you. And
Speaker,
verse
when
you.
your
One
parents
moment.
used
One
to
moment.
drop you
One
off-
moment. Let me help you. The question you asked me was about.
Are we going to pollute our water so much?
So let's put it like this: you are responsible for your body. Only you're responsible for your body. So if you put poison in it, day after day after day.
Something I don't know is poison though.
Well, yeah. Well, then, let's say I'm getting you to poison yourself without you knowing it. Then that's bad on me, yeah. But you don't know it. But so people are poisoning themselves. So our life expectancy isn't so great. We die suddenly, and all these sorts of things. We are here to be stewards of the earth. That's what
Yes,
God
exactly.
said. You're meant to be stewards of the earth.
Yeah.
So our corporations, they have megatons of spill of dirt or whatever. So they need to put it into the rivers and so on. So
they don't need
corporations,
to, but they do.
But the same is true with your food. the corporations want to make their maize
Money,
crop
make
so
money by not treating the sewage properly.
or they don't want the pests eating their stuff, so they'll put Monsanto, they'll put GMO, they'll do all sorts of things and then feed you that, and that same spill is going to then poison you, yes? So we're doing the same thing to Earth as we're doing to ourselves. So we should honor ourselves as the temple of God and honor this as the expression of God or the temple of God. So we are meant to. I think fortunately your body is amazing, so is the Earth. It can clean itself and heal itself for many years before eventually the sewage builds up such that you die or you end up in hospital or wherever, you know? So our bodies have great powers of healing. Let food be thy medicine, eat clean food, drink clean water, get rest, not too much stress. You should live a good and well life. And the same is true with Earth. Do not stress the farmers, they're turning it over every year, 50 years in a row, turning it over, never resting the soil. So the soil's got no worms.
They've learned that,
spoiled.
and they don't actually turn it over. They just rake it around sometimes.
Yeah.
So they do know that they've got to look after Mother Nature.
Yeah,
But
you're meant to.
But this is only over the last few years they've altered their.
Yeah, well, but the big mega farms, right? These guys are farmers from Wales. The big mega farms, they are doing everything that they can to maximize profits without consideration
All
for the
businesses
natural
are.
environment.
Don't worry about the consumer. It's the shareholders got. I come from Southwest Water. Now, they use aluminium sulfate to put in the drinking water to make it fit to drink. Now, 20 years ago, a lorry came down with full of this aluminium sulfate. There was nobody there to say which tank it goes in, and the driver put it in the wrong tank. 2 days later, the people was drinking this water, and a few died.
Wow.
An awful lot had long-standing jobbies.
Wow.
Now I've just gone off my track a little bit.
Cancer's a
so
bit-
they didn't realise they was drinking the polluted water, and it's bad one up. Farmers now, everybody now a little bit more aware of the environment. But end of the day, the people that got the money, they ain't worried about the farmers. They ain't worried about me drinking the water. They want to get maximum. You can carry on if you like, because
You're quite right.
You've explained it.
You're quite. Thank you. No, you're quite right. But if I was being,
They get prosecuted now, are they?
yeah.
They're not held to account anyway.
No, they're not, are they?
So if I was being cynical, and I was saying that this place has always been about controlling us, maybe even sickening us and shortening our lives. I was mentioning genociding all the Europeans in the world wars and so on. Then why not? If I slip a little nasty something in your food and you're still eating the sweets, it takes some sugar to take the medicine down, right? As they used to sing. So if I get you to enjoy that very much, and it's actually going to shorten your life, or put you in my hospital. And people say, well, the NHS pays for that. No, the taxpayer pays for that. So you pay for me to go to hospital. So I've poisoned you. Now you're coming to my hospital for care. Isn't that a great business model?
Right, round and round.
I'm serving myself,
Yeah.
And when you look at the various scandals that have happened over the years, and particularly the most recent one with the COVID, we can see how individuals are saying in them thousands, if not millions, saying, I've been injured or a family member has passed and we attribute it to the needle. We want the government to look at that. A very brave MP, whose name escapes me right now, he was pushed out of his seat in the last election. It may come back to me, but anyway, a brave MP stood up and on 3 occasions stood up and said, look, we need to have a conversation about these excess deaths, because since 2021 and the vaccine rollout, our death rate is up by 10% or 15% in some Western countries. Why? We need to investigate that. The government refuses. It will not look at that. When top cardiologists are saying, listen, we're seeing things since the invention of this mRNA thing, we're seeing things we've never seen before. We need to investigate this, and they will not do it.
They get told, though, isn't it? They get told what they can do by the
Yes.
global elite.
Yes.
The big
Yeah.
people, isn't
Yeah,
it?
global elite.
Which is why 200 countries, 190 countries all followed pretty much exactly the same lockdown playbook in 2020, almost like in lockstep. Now we find out that there was an event called Event 201 that was 6 months before the lockdowns, and the Event 201, which was organized by the World Economic Forum, was a playbook almost verbatim as to how they then implemented this lockdown, because none of our countries had a lockdown policy that involved putting healthy people at home, getting into state, or insisting that all the masking and all this stuff went. Never.
If China didn't let the people that got the virus get on the plane, they could have contained it, and hopefully, well, there's a good chance it wouldn't have spread around the world. But they said the big money people in China fly off to Asia, from Asia fly off to America, from America, and it spread.
I got a friend.
We're going off the subject, I know.
Well, I got a friend who owned a business at Heathrow Airport. He was in the freighting business, and he said throughout the lockdown, for those 2 years, every day without fail, a plane full of Chinese arrived in the country, and they were just moving them into the country. What's going on with that? I can only speculate, and I don't want to go too far into the weeds. But the point is that all the governments of the world are in cahoots and seeking to control us down to the minutiae. Eventually, we even consider that what they want is to create people that are so sick that the only way to live in this system is to always have an implant of some medical device that is doing something for you, either releasing a chemical or keeping something working. I believe that we're moving towards a transhuman future, where the only way, like this phone in my hand right now, in 20 years' time will seem obsolete because people will have had it integrated into their body. And so we see with the digital currency and all of these sorts of things, like with my mobile phone, if the police want to know where I am, they can find me like this, even if I've got location switched off, because my phone has to ping and triangulate to the towers. That's how it, oh, we've seen at this tower, we've seen at that tower. So he's somewhere in between there. Even if he's got his location system off, I can kind of roughly say where he is. And I can say what you did last year, I can say what you looked at, or blah, blah, blah. And all of that, we were talking about digital currency earlier, all of that with the CBDC, which is coming down the line, central bank digital currency, will mean that when they want to bring about World War II style limits on what you can eat and consume or whatever, they will say, well, you've already had a bottle of wine, or in your case, you might have had too much meat or too much travel, and they'll say, no, you can't buy that flight ticket. Sorry, and they don't, and your computer will know that. I've been into a supermarket even recently where it's like, sorry, you can't buy any more eggs than that. How easy would it be once I no longer have cash in my pocket and it's all digital, for the system to be told that these people, they can only have 5 a week or 5 a month or so much of this or so much of that. The electric cars, they can decide if they want to, they can switch it off mid-drive. Yeah. It can be switched off and they'll be like, listen, you've done 200 miles. Sorry?
Where do we sign with the revolution?
Well, now the revolution will never be televised. The revolution will never be televised, and the revolution will never come about. You saw the Million Man March for weapons of mass destruction. Tony Blair, we're going to Gulf War, Saddam Hussein, right? That was a lie. And yet, a million people said, I don't want you to go to war. A million people came into London and said no. And they still went to war. The revolution, no matter how large, and friends of mine, I was out of the country during some of the lockdowns, friends of mine who stood in London saying, we don't agree with this, arrested very, very quickly.
Can I ask you a question about flat Earth again?
Please go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to ask, so when you observe the other planets, do you believe that they're round as well?
Okay, so when I look...
Thoughts on that?
Okay, so when I look, we were all taught a song when we were young. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. When you got to school, they told you that it was a rock.
Did you ever go to school?
And it was reflecting off. It was reflecting off the sun. It was reflecting off the sun. Well, what I see now when I look at the stars is I see stars. That's what they are. They're lights in the sky. And when I zoom in on them with a powerful camera, I see them doing something what we call, when you take a frequency plate, it's called cymatics. Do you know what cymatics is? Did anyone come across cymatics? They take a speaker and they put a plate on it with salt and they shake it at a frequency like this. And then when they shake it at a certain frequency, certain hertz, it takes a different shape. Have you seen that? Well, that's what we're seeing when we look at the stars under powerful camera, is that they're doing some kind of flickering cymatic pattern. Mars has got its own pattern, Saturn its own, you can see the rings and so on, but it's doing its own flickering thing. There's a mainstream science experiment called Star in a Jar. The star in a jar is where they fire a frequency into a liquid inside of a test tube, and it incavitates and forms a star. It's known as star in a jar. It's mainstream. It's not flat Earth. Mainstream. So what we say is that this is an electromagnetic universe, which quantum physics kind of supports. Quantum physics says that gravity is almost non-existent. It's so weak. But it's all electromagnetic forces that are controlling our world. So this is an electromagnetic apple, if you like. We're inside of the apple, standing on the seeds, looking up at the roof of the apple. If you can imagine that. And in the pith of the orange, for example, there are electrical arcings that are happening, and some of these frequencies and vibrations, we call them stars. And they travel around us in a cyclical pattern that has been recorded for thousands of years.
Sorry. Okay. I'm starting to lose track. So
Okay.
let me see if I'm understanding you. So, are you saying that planets are just stars that are like closer? Or...
Okay, see it. All right, so imagine that our universe, the roof of our universe only stretches 200 miles high.
Right. It's a
And,
firmament.
and a firmament. And that everything that we observe, sun, moon, stars, all of them, the Milky Way, all of them, the universes and the galaxies that I used to believe in that are out there, they're all inside of the firmament. They're all inside of the system. And then, just like if I had a disco light sitting on the floor pointing up, or like a planetarium, where they do at a planetarium, they have a domed roof, and then they just put a projector and then they just twist those lights. You know, and obviously the wandering stars, which is what the ancients called what we call planets today, Pluto, Mars, Venus, Mercury, those are known as wandering stars because they do not stay in a fixed pattern. They have their own flower of life retrograding. They do this around the Earth. They kind of go in, they go out, they speed up, they slow down, and they're on their own course. But all the others, except the big seven, all of the others are in a sort of set route. They're in a kind of set pattern. You know, like Pisces and Aquarius and all these zodiacal signs. They've never changed, and they've been recorded for more than 6,000 years. So for us, I mean, I used to believe all the things are traveling all over the place and doing all of those things. But if we were moving in our own direction and they were all moving in their own direction, parallax would be a factor. They would move from their alignments from each other. Whereas Polaris has pretty much stayed in the same position for thousands of years.
Right.
So yeah, they're all local and they're all light, they're all frequency. They're all
Okay.
vibrating.
So they're just not stars in the sense that we would call them.
They're not burning balls of
So
gas.
what about, you mentioned you set the big seven apart. So what are the big seven then?
Well, all the way out to Pluto.
Yeah. But, so
so-
they're planets, not stars?
There are still stars.
Okay, they're still stars.
But they're much more important. Have you ever studied like any of the Asian culture stuff? You know where they talk about chakras?
I've
you heard the term
about it,
chakras.
I haven't looked into it.
So your body has got about 100 chakras, something like that. But there are 7 primary chakras, starting from your groin, the red, moving up to the heart, which is green, and the purple, which is up here in the crown.
Yeah.
And so we have 7: throat, down here, solar plexus here, yellow.
Yeah.
And so I believe that there is a connection between you and the universe. You are a micro within the macro. And so just like the macro shows us it has 7 primary meridians, primary energy centers, other than the sun and the moon,
Yeah.
then these are mimicked in your system, that you have the same kind of things. And so what my wife is quite deep in study of how the astrology affects the individual and the collective. When you look at like the day they pulled the lockdown in this country and around the world, the stars and the moons were in a particular alignment, and it matches the same alignment as like, you know, the Pearl Harbor and the other things. And, you know, there are all sorts of things that when you look at it, you go, wow, maybe they're yanking our chain because they know that this is the time when Mars is present to go to war, for example.
Right.
So the Vatican own the biggest satellite telescope in the world. It's called the Lucifer telescope. That's by the way, but they own the biggest telescope. So why would they own telescopes? What would their interest be? But the Bible says the sun and the stars are for signs and for seasons, and there will be particular keys, if you like, moments.
It says not to follow astrology as well, doesn't it?
In the Bible, yeah. It also says don't do yoga. It also says cut the skin off your penis. It says a whole lot of dark and disturbing things.
Right.
But that's because it is a book of control. It also says to support the government. You know, go along with whatever the government says. It says,
But yeah, staying back on track.
which is where a lot of people are, just going along with what the government told them, right?
Oh
They
no,
told
not
me
at
that.
all.
Government told
I
me that.
I understand you don't believe in gravity.
Right,
Is
that's
that
my
true?
cue.
Well, I've gone into
Have a good
religion.
one. Thanks
Yeah,
for
all
the
the best, man. Do you want to fly?
I've got one already,
All right.
actually, but thank you. You're South African?
Yeah.
My mum's from Zimbabwe,
Really?
so it's nice to hear the
Yeah.
accent.
Oh, cool.
Have a
Well,
good
you know what they did to Zimbabwe, right? They screwed that place over.
Mugabe.
In Mugabe? and then they've done it to South Africa.
Yeah.
And I was just talking to these lovely gentlemen over here. They're Welsh farmers, and they're seeing that in this country, farming is being decimated at a small scale.
My grandparents had their farm seized from them, and they had to flee to Australia.
I've so many stories
They,
like that.
yeah, they provided for the country, and the country just
Turned on
stabbed
them.
into that.
Well,
And now what are they going to do? The black people don't know how to
farm, yeah.
And now they're
Yeah.
just starving.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone.
No, well now, so what they have to do is they have to go to the the United Nations, and with their hands together and say, please, Mr. United Nations, will you help us with some food supplies? Oh yeah, of course we'll help you with some food supplies, but that mine over there, that's mine now. Yeah? That's how they control. Or this government official, you want these 10 million or 100 million, or in the case of Zelensky, you want 300 billion or whatever it is, you want that? You give me this. You give me the rare earth minerals. You give me control over this. You stop saying this. You start teaching that boys can grow up to be girls. You start teaching that in your school, and you can have this $1 million. And that's what's happening, because our people are sold out. Our people are sold out.
South African.
So,
Good luck.
yes,
Thank you.
good luck. Cheers.
Question.
Yes.
It's about gravity, because we're always told in school that like everything has its own force, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
There
mass
is a
attracts mass.
There is a mass.
Mass, yes.
And when it's, and then every mass, if the mass is big, forget about the air in between, the substance in between.
Uh-huh.
If you take the air, every mass will follow on the floor, even if you take the air. The more the mass is big, the more you follow very
Harder it will fall, yes.
Yeah. That's
Yes,
it.
true.
That's proof that there is a gravity
That's,
on the floor.
well, that's not necessarily proof. I mean, obviously, it is proof that if I lift something up, if I take a 1 ton, 1,000 liters of water on the floor here in a box, yes, but I lift it up to 10 meters. Now, when the water comes out of the hose pipe, it's got much pressure, a lot of pressure. Simply because I raised it up and I gave it more potential energy, yes. So on a flat Earth, which all the ancient cultures believed in, then things go up because they're either light or you threw them up. So a helium balloon, it goes up because it is lighter than the air that it is displacing. So it will go up to about 10 miles or 20 miles, and there it's going to sit and float at its right level. The football, if I lift up the football, it will drop to the floor, but if it's in the swimming pool, it will float on the surface because it is buoyant.
Because la poussée d'après is the
It's now got buoyancy. So now the water is holding it up. Yes, the water is holding it up. But the air, it cannot hold the water, the ball. The air cannot hold your body.
No, you can't.
So when you're at sea level, the air is thicker than when you're on Mount Everest.
Okay.
You know that. So if I go to 5,000 meters of altitude, the air is thinner. I might even need breathing machine, gas, oxygen, yes? Because the air is thinner. Now, because the air is thinner, it doesn't support my weight as well.
No.
So my suitcase, if I took my suitcase and put it on an airport scale at the sea, it weighs 10 kilograms. Now when I take it to 5,000 meters, it weighs 10.2 kilograms using the same scale. How come? Because the air that's supporting it is now even thinner, and it cannot support it anymore. That's why the aeroplane must stay at 30 or 40,000 feet, because the air is thick enough to hold the plane. If a commercial aircraft goes to 60,000 feet,
Pressure of the air.
it will fall because there's not enough density in the air to hold it up. So everything is either lifting because it is lighter than the medium. So the football is going to, you push it under the water, it's going to come back up because it is lighter than the water it's displacing.
Is that proof that there is no gravity?
Well, it's
That's
a
the substance
demonstration.
between two bodies,
Well, I mean, like even if I say, okay, let me call that gravity. We can call it 9 meters per second squared, and we call it gravity.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Let's call it that. But then we need to launch from something fell because it was pulled to the earth to water is now sitting on the underside of the ball, and it is not moving. I mean, it is not falling off. It is. The Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour and traveling around the sun 66,000 miles an hour, and the water is still. It's not moving in the lake in Australia, or it's not moving at all, just because something fell on the floor. That's a big jump to go from, well, what if heavy things fall? If they get lifted off the floor, they're going to fall. And if light things are let go, like the helium balloon, if I let go of the string, up it goes. And that's simply because of buoyancy, simply because of displacement, simply because I could take a ton of steel, like a ball of steel, and drop in the water, yes? But I hammer it out and now I make a boat. That boat will float. if
Yeah.
it's displacing more than 1 ton of water.
I got that, but at the same time, if we have in a tube, we take all the air, and we, for example, we put three bodies, like a feather, and another one is a ball of. They fall all on the floor, but within.
Same, at the same
yeah,
speed.
Not
Absolutely.
the same speed.
Well, if it
Not
was
the
in a
same
vacuum, yes.
Yeah.
But this is what Brian Cox and others,
Yeah.
where they went to, because NASA has a vacuum chamber. It has these big, thick walls. It's like 8 feet thick walls, because to create a vacuum, you need a very strong building. Because the vacuum is trying to suck everything in, yes? But when you take the air away, the feather, because when you drop a feather, you know that it's going to kind of do this, yeah, in the air. And the same is true with maybe a coin or a little pebble in the water. Sometimes you can drop a pebble in the water and you will see it going to go down like this. It's not going to go straight down like that. Why? Because there is the air is supporting it, it's holding it up, it's lifting it, yes? So we can see there are things that are, I'm kind of lost my thread there, but it's really about the medium that we exist in. You see, we exist in this air, and this air can't support my weight. But if I was a bird or if I was a helium balloon, then yes, easily it can support my weight, so I can fly and do all of those sorts of things. Same with a whale. You know, a whale is 20 tons or 40 tons of weight, a whale, but it doesn't almost weigh anything because it's buoyant inside of the water. It couldn't be on the land, of course, but it's simply in the shape. But it couldn't be on the land because it couldn't support that weight on the land. And the same is true with the elephant. It can only support it can only grow so big because it can only support so much weight on the land. So things are either buoyant because they are heavier, so lighter than the medium. Did you hear me say earlier on about the mercury? You know, liquid mercury, how you can float heavy things like iron. It'll all float on the mercury, and its gravity is gone. It's just simply that I've now changed the medium that the thing is in. The anvil will drop on my toe and squash my toe. But if I have a bath of mercury, no problem. I drop it, it floats.
Yeah.
You know, so we don't need, on the flat Earth, we don't need gravity. Things are either light and they go up, or they're heavy and they drop down. The apple, the tree, will lift up the water for the season, and then once it's 150 grams, 200 grams apple, push, it will fall back down, but it had to be lifted first. Anything that falls down has to be acted on first. So even the leaf, if the wind blows and the leaf tumbles up, it will come back down, but it had to be blown first.
Yeah.
I had to lift the pencil up for it to
Action
fall
and
back
reaction
down.
of-
Action and equal and opposite reaction. So I push the football under the water. If I can push it down, the young lady here, she can only push it down 50 centimeters. I can push it down 1 meter. You know it's going to rise with more force. The more I push it down, the more force it wants to push up, yes? The further I throw the little stone, the harder it's going to come back down. If I just throw it up like this, it'll fall back down. But if I throw it up, you know, like with 20 meters, it's going to come down.
It's all about forces.
It's all about
surrounding the bodies,
Yeah.
our bodies,
Yeah.
anybody's.
Yeah, and now I think now that's, you know, for me, you know, we can explain God's earth with an enclosure, like it says in the Bible. The Old Testament says that God separated the waters from the waters, and he created a roof, yeah, to enclose everything, and then on day 4 he creates the moon and the sun, two lights, not one dead rock and one light, 2 lights, one for the day, one for the night. That's what he creates. And they're small and they're created inside the earth, inside the system. Not like the science will tell you 90 million miles away and 800,000 miles across and all of that sort of stuff. No, it's a small light and it's local. These are things that we see, and in the Quran it says the sun and the moon, they travel over the earth. They travel. Well, I could never understand it, right? I got a lot of Bible study when I was a child. And I used to say to my preacher, how come the Bible is talking about the earth not moving, set on pillars? You know, like Job says that God pushed the earth out like a seal. You know, like when you make a seal on a letter, you know, stamp.
Yeah.
These are things that are said in the Bible. And it doesn't fit with what my science teacher is telling me. Now, my science teacher says, I'm 10 years old, and she takes a bucket with water and a string, and she swings the bucket. And she says, this is gravity. I said, no, miss, that is not gravity. You're creating centrifugal force By
Some
spinning it,
countries
yes, but you must contain it. If I took the bottom of that bucket away, because this is what the globe has, no container. If I took the bucket away at the bottom, the water's going to fly out that way. The water's going to fly away. If I put you on a fun fair ride, and it's going down this way, you're going to fly out that way. You know, there's that one they have the fun fair where you have to sit with your back on the wall and it spins you around like it's been forcing you up the wall. They take the floor away and you can stay there, but you need the back. Otherwise, you fly away. And the same is true with the globe. Is that if it was spinning, we would need something to contain us. And the same is true with the atmosphere. You see, like if you drive your car home today, the air that's around your car when you get in at Hyde Park will not be the same air that when you get home. The air will stay behind. You know this from being a science teacher. You know, you might create a little bit of movement, a little bit of eddy, a little bit of turning, a little bit of whirlpool and what have you, and a little bit of air will drag with the car, but eventually it's going to get left behind. Like the exhaust, it'll get left behind. And so how can Earth be spinning without something containing it? Like in an aeroplane, you know, the air that's in the aeroplane is contained. Air in your car is contained if the windows are closed and the roof is on. So the air will stay with you. That's inside of the car, but that's because it's a container. That's thermodynamics. You must contain it if you want to keep it in a deodorant can or whatever. It has to keep the windows closed, please. In the plane, you can't open the door. No, please do not do that. But so if I spun a model of the Earth, if I made a little model of a globe, little trees on it and little people and what have you, and then I spun it once a day, even though that's obviously very slow at this small scale, at the big scale it's 1,000 miles an hour, it's faster than sound. But if I spun it like this, the air is not going to follow me. The air will get left behind. In fact, if I spin it, the faster I spin it, these trees, if we have a 50-mile-an-hour wind coming through here, these trees, they're pushing like this. But the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles that way an hour. And as I go up into the atmosphere is apparently staying in a column above my head. If the clouds are not moving, it's because there's no wind up there. So I'm moving 1,000 miles an hour. Go up to 100 miles high, that has to be moving even faster to keep everything in line with me as I roll around. So no, we've never been able to prove that the Earth is spinning. And we believe that the curving of water is because the ship went over. But when we measure it with a laser, with the binoculars, we see the ship is still there until it disappears into the moisture, into the atmosphere.
I got that all the past that you talked about the level of the water in the seas, and I understand it. It's logic. I mean,
You agree?
it makes sense. I agree. I mean, all what you said.
Good. Salam alaikum.
She got a question for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, you know, the Antarctic part and the whole not being allowed to go there
Yes,
kind of thing.
Antarctic Treaty.
What is that about?
So, in the 15 years preceding the signing of the Antarctic Treaty, so that's from 1945 to about 1958 when it was signed, a guy called Admiral Richard Byrd,
Yeah.
you know about him?
I heard about him, yeah.
Okay, so he was like this great explorer, and he was given 5,000 soldiers, ships, aircraft carrier, go down to Antarctica. He'd already been in the Arctic for about 10 years. Go down to Antarctica and tell us what's going on down there. And he comes back and says, I've found land bigger than America and has got resources that will last lifetimes. Coal, oil, blah, blah, blah. He comes back and says that. And the very next year, aside from him dying quite suddenly, the very next year, the big countries of the world signed the Antarctic Treaty, which prohibits the average person from going beyond 70 south parallel. And in fact, even main like Australian Airlines and all these big airlines, they can only go to 70 south. They're not allowed to go 75, 72, whatever. They cannot. Unless it's an emergency, they might be allowed to deviate out by 1 or 2 degrees. But otherwise, they're not allowed to go out. And that fits with this idea of there being like an outer world that we've never been allowed to really explore. And from the 1950s, when people finally started getting the money or the technology that they could fly there or take their own cruiser there or whatever, that's when they signed it down. They locked it down and said, no, you ain't going there. We've seen examples of people in their fishing boats trying to get from Australia down to the Antarctic. Or recently, a guy tried to fly his plane, a young guy tried to fly his plane out of South America down south. Turned around. They have naval boats. They're watching all of that water, and all of those countries that are near, like South Africa, Australia, South America, they have all got the money, New Zealand, they've all got the money for their navy. I knew why South Africa had a navy. We were never at war with anyone. Why do we need a navy down there, you know? And the local countries, Zimbabwe, Angola, they're not coming in the navy. They're not naval people. They're Africans. Africans do not do navy. You know, it's a European thing predominantly. So these areas are gatekeepers, so that if anyone does try to go and have a look down there, then they can be turned around. So the moment I say to you, don't look in that room, and you know, come around to my house, don't look in that room, don't open that door, you're going to be thinking, what's behind the door? Why did he say that? There must be something. And maybe it's nothing, but when you've seen how many deceptions that have been wrought on mankind, you know that there's something to it. And there are writings from ancient mariners and so on that hint at other lands. Even this Richard Byrd, now I can't say for sure this is true, but his son released his diary. He's died now, but his son released his diary, his personal diary, which had never been seen before. And in it, he talks about an encounter with beings from another land. Beings of a higher consciousness or a higher culture or higher civilization, if you like. And he was told by them, listen, mankind is not ready for us yet. So we're not coming out. So maybe UFOs and aliens and so on, there's something to that. But the idea that they're coming from Mars or from some other space outside there, I don't know about that. But I do keep the idea on the table, possible, that this is the reason what they're doing is, because on a globe there's nowhere to go. You can't leave a globe. But if it's a flat plane, because if I convince you from birth that London was a globe, you know, you can't go outside of the M25 and do not go anywhere. If you go within 5 miles of the M25, you will be lasered, right? We'll shut you down, right? So you can't go to the we've got this M25 treaty that we've signed. You cannot go outside the M25. You would believe that the whole world was London, inside the M25. It was a globe and there's nowhere to go. And you would raise your children and say, listen, there's nowhere to go. This is it. We're on a globe. There's nowhere to go. But if you discovered that, hang on a minute, maybe they're hiding something because someone came from the other side and said there's more of England, you know, in Manchester and blah, 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 you know. So it's I think one of the control mechanisms is to create this globe so we do not realize that we are maybe on a much bigger, richer plane. But what I end with people is that I think it's a spiritual thing. I think that the reason they created the globe is to demean God in the way, if you're a Muslim, I think you are, you know that evolution is a lie. We didn't come from monkeys. God created us like in God's image, you see. So we didn't need to be monkeys first. God isn't that, he's so amazing that he could create you without needing billions of years of evolution and dinosaurs to go away and all of this sort of stuff. Dinosaurs didn't exist, by the way. And on a flat earth, oil never runs out. Oil is like the blood in your body. For the earth, oil is like the blood in your body in that your blood will, if you cut yourself, your body will make new blood. If the blood gets stale, the body gets rid of the blood and makes new blood. Yes, the same is true with oil. The same is true with the water that we have here. So I think I've lost my thread. Oh yeah, but so for me, this creation is God's. All credit to God for creating this and creating us. But what this world doesn't want you to know is that you are the essence of the Creator, that you are the spirit, you carry the light or the spark of Allah, of God. You carry that, each of us carries that. And that this game doesn't want that light to shine bright. And I think that one, your light should shine bright. You should be the most beautiful, amazing version of yourself that Allah intended for you to be. But not only that, that I think that we have a spiritual journey here, because what I say to people is that why would they go to all this trouble to lie about everything if it wasn't important at the spiritual level? Because they could get us to pay taxes, they could get us to do all the things, steal from us, get us to go to war, without necessarily lying to us about the nature of the earth and so on. But for me, because they have demeaned God in such a way, and demeaned God's creation, and you, and each of us, by the way, in terms of how we nourish ourselves, how we raise children. I see you're pregnant, and good luck with that. You know, how we raise our children, how we give birth to them even. My wife's very much into natural birthing. You know, she's had 3 children in the normal, through the hospitals, but since the certain problems, we've looked into it and we're like, wow, you know, natural birthing the way that God intended is far easier than we believe, but the hospital wants you in their system. They want you in the system, and they want you to sign a birth certificate. They want you to give your child over to the state so that they become, the ward of the state, which is what a birth certificate essentially does. But so they don't want us to know the reason. So all of these deceptions, for me, is just evidence enough to say that we are something much greater than they would have us believe. They want you to believe you came from monkeys and they're insignificant specks of dust in a universe that is so big, instead of this is the center of creation and you are at the very center of the center. You are, in the case of the mother, you are the bringer of new life. Only Mother Nature, which is our earth around us, gives us new life all the time, and of course the female is the only one that can bring us new life. And this world is all against the female. Send them off to work. Don't let them raise their own children. Subjugate them and control them and blah, 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 rather than letting them flourish, because if the mother flourishes, the baby flourishes. And if you are flourishing, then perhaps at the spiritual level, you and your offspring will flourish. Because I really think it's a spiritual war, man. I think they are trying to retard or hold back our spiritual development. And physical development too, and some of the stuff I've spoken about refers to the shortening of the human life and the sickening of the human experience here. But I also think at the spiritual level, they are trying to do something against God. And it might be the devil. It doesn't matter, but it's something against God. And that's why it matters to me so much to say to people, listen, none of what you believe is true. And the reason why is because, did you get my flyer? Did I give you one? Yeah. So it's because they want us at the spiritual. They want to hold us back at the spiritual level, from our own spiritual growth into whatever's beyond this life, because there is something beyond. But I have to speculate about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You too.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Salam alaikum. All the best.
It was a very pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, okay, some thumbs up if you don't mind, guys.
No, it's because that's why the sun actually goes over the edge of the sun isn't real, it goes over the edge of the thing, and then it comes back under when a new game.
Can I explain it to you? I've looked into this for 10 years. I used to believe in all the globe stuff. I'm about your age. I used to believe in all the globe stuff. And when the Apollo missions happened, I didn't see them live. I was just born. However, I discovered 10 years ago that there's a formula for curvature on the globe, right? Because we live on a globe, it's a sphere, it's a ball. And so it's bending at all times.
Yeah.
That formula is 8 inches per mile squared. When I heard that growing by the sea, I knew that I'd seen things at much further distances than are possible with an 8 inch per mile squared curvature formula. Because at 10 miles, you're already talking about 800 inches. At 100 miles, you're talking about 80,000 inches. And the military, and the American military, can shoot from ship to ship at 100 miles. They can point a laser at a ship that's 100 miles away and shoot a railgun and Mark 15 at that ship from 100 miles. Where's the 80,000 inches of curvature? In terms of how the world works, well, a lot of that is kind of straw manning, saying, oh, well, it can't be flat, it can't be this because you'd fall off the edge. It can't be this because we see a ship go over the horizon. It can't be this because blah, blah, blah. Well, let's stay with the things that we can test. One, there's no evidence that we're spinning. Yeah, the sun moves over our head, but that's because the sun moves over our head, not because we're spinning. If you go to the disco tomorrow night at a nightclub, you don't think that the floor is moving.
Wait, how do seasons happen?
Well, we can explain that to you. You see, on my map here, this is just a conception of how the Earth might look. But remember, this is not a thing with an edge. Whatever you believe about there being, I was 6 years old when I was taught that there was an edge to a flat Earth, so ships would fall off. That doesn't work. So everybody comes to me with, oh, why don't you fall off the edge? Well, what if I took an orange? If I cut an orange right through the center, through the equator of the orange, and I opened it up, I would see this. I would see a pith, I would see a peel, I would see water, which is my sea, and at the center I would see seeds, which are my continents. So I can actually mimic that immediately in nature. The globe cannot be mimicked in nature. Nothing grows outside of a skin. You cannot put water on the outside of a water bottle. It has to be inside the water bottle.
But
water must be contained.
Level,
the water,
flat.
Yeah. Well, the water will remain level once it's at rest. Yeah.
Yes.
Once it's at rest, it
Right.
will find level.
So
Now,
how
in
do
terms
you
of
get water
well, let me.
on a ball?
I want to answer. Yeah. How do you get water on a ball? Impossible. Impossible. A few droplets maybe, and then through resistance it may stay there, but ultimately wants to go to the floor. What I want to show you. Okay, I'll get your question. But your first question was, what about seasons? which is what people do, right? When they don't want to challenge their own belief system. I know you're very young and you've only recently been indoctrinated, but people don't want to challenge their belief system. So they'll say, what about this? What about that? Well, I was 47 before I started going, well, what about this and what about that? And it took me about a year to really bed out that I can explain how all of these things work. So let me explain to you how seasons can work on this model.
Your mind will be widely open to a lot of other possibilities.
So let me explain to you the seasons, right? Do you know what Capricorn and Cancer are? Yeah. So the sun in the European summer is up in Cancer, and then in the equinox it's at the equator, and then at the southern. Are you Australian or something?
No, English.
Okay, in the Australian summer, now it's out at Capricorn, yes, and now the sun is low in the sky for us in England during the winter time, yeah. And as it approaches over the equator and then comes up to Capricorn again, doing some children's show. Come and join us. So imagine if you will that all right, cheers guys, yeah. Imagine if you will that I had a huge lamp, a hot lamp, yeah, and I swung that lamp just around, say, around your house, then the area around your house would be very hot. But if I widen the extent of that, so now I'm going into Capricorn, and it's now further from your house, that light, even though it's at 50 meters above your house, right, will steam like it's lower when I take it over there. You know, if you've ever watched a hot air balloon from a distance, right, it seems lower, but as you get closer, it gets up higher and higher, yeah? It hasn't gone any higher, it's just your perspective on that. So with the sun, if I take your lamp now 50% further away from your property, now I'm going to reduce the amount of heat that your property will receive. That's your winter time. So seasons are easy to explain in a model which is electromagnetic, by the way. It's a torus, so don't think about it like a frisbee or a plate. It's like a torus, it's like an apple or an orange. And we have a roof over us, and we're somewhere in the middle of that torus. We can sail around like...
the other planets around?
The other planets are lights in the sky. They're all stars. They're all stars. The idea that they're rocks was...
And is this natural?
Yes. So what? Yeah, it's all nature. Well, there is a creator to it, but for me, the essence is you. The creator is within each of us. So if there's a God, then the God has a part in you, or is a part of you, or you are a part of it. And we are expression. In the same way as inside of your body, there are little creatures running around doing things. You're not even aware of them, really, right? But they're part of you. And the same way this is your father, then you are part of him. Yeah. So he and your mother created you, and we are. And this earth is designed for creating things, new life, all sorts of things. But everything, we're at the center of that, rather than we're insignificant. We are the reason for it, rather than just some lucky random happenstance because the dinosaurs got wiped out. On a flat Earth, this would be more interesting perhaps your dad, on a flat Earth, we do not have climate change to worry about. Yes, the climate changes over seasons and over thousands of years, yes. But we're not doing it. Humans can't spoil it. We can't spoil that. And also, you'll be old enough to remember the oil crisis of the 1970s. We can't run out of oil. They told us in the 90s, you're way too young to remember this, but in the 1970s, there were lines at petrol stations around the world because they said we've run out of oil. Now, 50 years later, we're pumping much more oil from the same wells. How's that possible? 50 years, and we're punching up millions more barrels per day than we were in the 1970s.
So how is that then?
They were sure.
How is that then?
Because you know the way that your blood is created by your body? Yes? Yeah. I can draw a pint of blood from you today, in a week's time it's back, yes?
Oh, okay. So
the same is true. So it's abiotic.
What's military no-go zone there?
So it's abiotic, the oil is self-creating, or the earth creates oil. So the no-go zone is the Antarctic Treaty. Have you studied that?
Just for one, I know. Just for one thing then. So there is an elite then that is aware of this no-go zone.
Yes. Well, I mean, most people are aware of the Antarctic Treaty. It's, I mean, if you were in the flying business,
but people don't describe it as a military no-go zone treaty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so if you look at the wording of it, you'll find that it says, no private this, no private that can be allowed, other than government
Well, that's because
approved.
they're divvying it up.
blah,
They
blah,
don't
blah.
want to divvy it up. That's not.
That's one reason. That's one possibility.
But you can go to Antarctica.
Yeah,
You can.
My friend.
Yes. No, you can. I know people, and actually I went on the ship that took Sir Ranulph Fiennes to Antarctica for his mission to cross one peninsula in the wintertime. We called it the longest night or something, because they have like 3 months of darkness down there in the wintertime, right? So his crew, I'm talking to his crew on this ship that's about to take him down there. He said it's taken us 5 years to get Sir Ranulph Fiennes' permission to walk across a peninsula. So one of the most famous modern explorers in this country needs 5 years to get permission to walk across. He's not going to drop any Snickers wrappers down there. He's going to do the right thing, right? He's not going to kill any penguins.
So they're stopping him for what reason?
Well, it's about controlling access. That's what I said to people. If you come into my house and I say, if you come into my house and I say, do not look in that door, it's going to pique your interest. You'll immediately say, why not? Well, you know, there's something behind that.
They're trying to stop
Well,
us
we're
from
speculating here, but I'm going to use the words of the most famous American explorer of the 1950s, Richard E. Byrd. He was American admiral, given 3 ticker tape parades through New York in his lifetime. He explored the Arctic in the 1930s, and then in the 1940s, he was given 5,000 men, a whole fleet of ships, and said, go off down to Antarctica. 15 years later, I'm cutting the story short, but 15 years later, he comes back and says, I've stood on land that no man has ever seen. I've seen land larger than the Americas, and it has resources on it that would last mankind for lifetimes. That video or that interview on American TV back in the 1957 is still available on YouTube to watch if you don't want to take my word for it. This is Richard E. Byrd, right? The next year, the countries, these big countries, say, we're blocking it down. There's no more going there. No more, and yes, you can go on a tour, but let me assure you that tour will be a cruise ship or perhaps a plane. They will land you on a place, and you will get to explore. If you've got a little ice buggy or whatever, you might get to explore 50 square miles, if you're lucky, at a stretch. Captain Cook says he's sailed for 60,000 miles around Antarctica, and yet they say it's only 12,000 miles. It took him 3 years to achieve that in the 1800s. So you've got to wonder whether, this idea that we can go there. Well, yeah, I mean, if I didn't want you to see what was in my basement, and I said, you can come to my house, but don't go into the basement, you would be thinking there's something fishy about that. And if you're not thinking that, it's because you're still in the mindset that you were programmed to have, which is make excuses.
I think I'm
for
probably
the
going to be
authority.
stuck in that mindset. Thank you. I'm going to be stuck in that mindset.
All the best. All right. Well, if you find water curving ever, please let me know. Hi. How are you guys? Cool. Are you expecting things to warm up in a little while?
Temperature?
I like that.
No, I don't know.
Just another Sunday, nothing special. Because it's just a few, like slightly different movements than normal with the car sort of driving in and around and whatnot. So I thought, oh, well, maybe you guys have got some intel.
No, nothing. We've all been doing. We've all come from different places today, so we're all in our own cars. Normally we just have one car.
Yeah, one
and then
van.
you'd normally then people can just walk to and from the station.
Yes.
No, we only really put.
Yeah, because you've got one here on the park.
We only really put maybe like 2 officers out because there's no need to have those officers out as well.
No, well, I mean, if people are being decent with each other, then there's no reason for that. I am just, by the way, someone who accepts that in our society, I'm not like one of those anti-policing, but like I tell people that when I was 19 years old, I was sent to a war in a country called Angola. I was involved in the biggest tank battles in Africa since World War II. Being denied by my country, South Africa at the time, denied by the Americans who were supporting us. We had CIA guys on the ground with us. Denied by them. But I was put in a situation in which I was defending them. So, I can kind of feel fairly, although I'm not trying to make a good light of it, once you're on the front line and the bombs are landing and things are shooting at you and the AKs and everything else is popping off, then of course you're going to respond with that. So I'm not really looking to point fingers, but I know that the propaganda that I received had me against my brother. And maybe Angolan, maybe black in skin, but still my brother. And so what I was disappointed with, and I don't I'm not trying to be unkind, but what I was disappointed with was that when people were locked down in 2020 in this country, I saw the police in the course of about 6 months go from, oh, we're on your side, to you can't stay out, you have to go home. And if you don't go home, I'm going to lock you up. I had friends locked up because they were saying, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be forced into these things. So I think most people go into policing because they want to do the right thing and they want to help people from, and prevent crime and, and mafia and whatever, or, ne'er-do-well. There's all sorts of things that are going on. So I accept that. I recognize that. But also, I recognize the potential for you to be used against your fellow man. Because if I was the chief London, whatever, police dude, and I said, from tomorrow, we're going to do this. Palestine Action is probably a good example and very contemporary. But from tomorrow, we've been told that we can do this. And the policemen are not writing the rules, it's the government that's writing the rules, so you're just exercising that. Well, I come from South Africa, in which the government wrote rules that said the black people can't do this and the white people can do that. And the policemen exercise those. They simply exercise those. And when we look back, we go, whoa, how dare they? How wrong of them to have done that. And so when I look back on 2021 and I see all of those, police being brought into squashing their fellow man from saying, hey, I do not agree with what you're doing. I find that to be the unfortunate side of what you guys do. Because I'm sure you got into it with this great intention of trying to look after old ladies or whatever, keep crime off the streets. And I watch true crime programs, so I'm aware of how much strange and dark stuff happens just in London, let alone elsewhere. So I'm aware, and so I'm like, it's fine. However, it's when you get turned on me for simply being here and kindly expressing my view and saying, without any cussing or any sort of force, saying that I do not agree with that. By the time your commander has said, listen, you've got to turn up and you've got to shut them down, you guys are you have no choice. You have to follow those orders. And that's the kind of unfortunate element of it. Because particularly for me, as a guy who talks about the Earth being flat and not a globe, then I know that all our governments are corrupt at the very top table. That doesn't mean the chief of police is corrupt. It doesn't mean that a policeman is corrupt. It doesn't mean a NASA astronaut is corrupt. An astronaut is corrupt, but a NASA engineer is corrupt. They're doing work for their part of the pie. And they don't know that the pie and I came from apartheid, so I know all about doing my work for my part of the pie. But they don't know what's outside and who's really running the show. So anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you because flat Earth is or the globe being a lie is my best evidence that Russia, China, America, when they go to war with each other, the people at the very top table are rubbing their hands together and saying, this is exactly how we planned it to work out. And my journey started by publishing a book about my time in the war, which I gave to Prince Harry. And a guy comes to me and says, your battles were being choreographed. Where they would happen, when they would happen, were being choreographed. That was hard for me to hear. Now, these years, 15 years down the line since that time, I'm like, okay, I can see how there was choreography going on with World War I, World War II, and with what's going on in Ukraine or Middle East. There's choreography happening. Good people are being put against each other. Because if I genuinely present your little village with a real threat, absolutely you are justified to go and say, stand up, we're going to stand here and create a wall, a barrier, we're going to protect our children, our wives, and so on. We're going to do that, right? And you have every reason to do that. But if you don't realize that it was me all along who funded those bad boys to come and attack your village so that you would then come back to me and say, we need more weapons, we need more police, we need more this and that. The taxpayer just has to cough up because it's like we must protect our border, we must protect our village. So we're all one in this game. There is no division between race and nationality and so on. These are all man-made divisions between us. We are one, and we should come together in love. But this world has us divided, and conquered. And it started when you were, in fact, when our parents were this young. I'll end it there, and I wish you both a very good day and a great career.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Well, this is my patch right now.
Okay.
So I'll be seeing you again. Donald Trump is fake, by the way. How are you doing? Guys, I have been really negligent today. I've got a battery issue. I think I'm going to solve it for now. My phone is almost dead, but this one has 50% on. Why has it only got 50%? Yeah, I just need to say sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Battery died. Too engaged in the conversations. Just having a quick smoke break, and I'll be back in the fray. So how are you guys doing? There's no one, or almost no one left. So do apologize for that. Yeah, thanks, Mark Swabrick, for your support. Appreciate it very much. Okay, so here we are. I'll put this up. This is what I plan to take with me to Spain, actually, both of these. So I'll put these up. I like this one, but I put too much real estate into this anahata and the heart and so on. And the ones before, they got crushed with the car. I've still got the original ones from the 2019 Globe Light Tours. How's my audio? Everything okay? I don't know if anyone's back in the room yet. Appreciate the thumbs up. Let's get into the crowd for a minute. Oh, did you not see this? Maybe. Hey, thanks, Nathan. Nice to see you, brother. Hope all is good. You got some really genius musings going on, bro. One day, the lion must roar. But I hope all is good in Thailand, bro, and all is good. We are about 3 weeks away from touching down in Spain, actually, and only 7 weeks away from what, in my opinion, might be the Flat Earth event of the year. So if you can come, please do. Can I give you a flyer, ma'am?
Habibi, which verse? Which verse? It's on the heart. And pray like I do. Yeah, Habibi, like I do. Chapter reverse. Chapter reverse. Why are you dancing in the church? You're going to become a Christian. Right, this I'm an orthodox. I don't want. You have only got time for disco dancing. That's all.
That's all he's asking.
Why? It's not that hard. I told you.
Why is that? Don't tell Dave Murphy, but I had my shirt off for a couple of hours. I put it back on now because I was in the shade of it, but it is actually quite hot. I'd be happy to take it off again. Dave was saying he might come down. But
all that call upon me.
Not sure whether it's viable. Yeah, all of this noise will go on.
Straight away.
Bro, you know the earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a ball. Can I offer you some information?
No, thank you.
You're interested in my banner over here. There's any questions you have on that, please let me know. Okay, we can't prove we live on a globe. Everything is belief. We can prove Earth is not moving.
والله ما ادري هنا حط اوروبا.
You like my art? This is my art. Do you know that ancient cultures all drew the Earth to look like this? Ancient culture? They all drew the Earth like this. See, Suez Canal is here. Panama Canal is there. So we can sail around in a ship. No problem, no problem. No problem. You see, Arab here, here. Here. This is Saudi. Here, Yemen. It's here. Suez Canal. Here, Israel, Palestine, Russia.
This one.
North Pole.
This one, yeah.
North Pole. North Pole, south. When I travel west, or I travel east. The sun, it travels this way. From Japan, the sun travels once a day around here, but it is small and it can only light up half of the earth at any one time. So the sun, it travels around like once a day. The moon travels around once every 23 hours, 15 minutes. And the sun, every 28 days, it catches up to the moon. Like the Quran says, that the sun and the moon, they travel over the earth. Like the Bible says that the sun and the moon, they are two lights. Two lights. You guys have got a question. I can tell. You're itching to ask me a question. I can see. I can see. I used to believe all of the mainstream stuff. I loved the Challenger missions to International Space Station. I believed all of it. And then I discovered there was a formula for the curvature of water on a globe.
So was it really disappointing?
No, actually it was quite reaffirming. As a youngster, I said to my science teacher, you can't spin a bucket over your head with a string and say that's gravity, because you're using both a string and a bucket and centrifugal force. You know, if you've ever been to the fun fair and you've been on one of those rides where they spin the room around and they drop the floor away, and you don't need the floor anymore because your back is stuck to the wall, right? You know what I mean? A centrifuge thing, like a spinning tumble dryer type of thing.
What does the government achieve by keeping this away from
That's why I printed this flyer. You can take that away. I'll answer the question, but take that away to read. So the reason why is they want to control your soul. That's the headline. The headline. That you are actually in the expression of something higher. You have a higher self connected ultimately to a whatever they call God, right? You have a higher self. Now, higher self never dies, but it comes here in the form of you and you to learn something. But if I misteach you, if I miseducate you, then I can control perhaps your soul journey. I can certainly control your human journey, which is, you probably saw your adults, you're young enough that your parents locked themselves down in 2020, right? Yeah. That was crazy. No free person can come, I can't come to you and say, you can't do this, you can't wear black shirts no more. You tell me to fuck off. So I can't tell you to do that. I can't tell you what shirt to wear. I certainly can't tell you to cover your mouth with a cloth or take medicines that I insist that you take. But in the world of control, people have given up their own power And so when the TV tells them that they must do this, they do it. And they fall in line like good sheep, well-trained puppies. And that's what humans are, and this globe thing is just a part of the diminution of who you are, what we are. That's what it is. The evolution is this idea that you weren't created as you are. You have to wait for monkeys to evolve. I used to believe all that crap. Now I've looked at it, I'm like, okay, I can't prove evolution. And I'm much more comfortable with the idea that we were created on purpose. But I had a near-death experience 10 years ago. That really helped me see, because I was an atheist, see that there is something higher, that we don't die. We go back to something else. And that something else is love. That something else is magnificent. And something else is something you can look forward to. But we came here for a purpose. And if I've sent you guys off in the wrong direction and you discover that, you'll go, damn, this isn't where we're meant to be. We're meant to be somewhere else. So how do we backtrack and work out where he sent us off in the wrong direction? But if you don't do that, you will remain lost on my map, not your own. I've got no religion to offer you. I have this idea that we are, whatever God is, we are it, expressing itself in minuscule form, inside itself. Microcosm, macrocosm. In your body there are trees, at the micro level. If you had to, make your lungs a billion times bigger, you've got trees, forests growing in there, you've got creatures running around in there. Same is true with this earth. It's a living thing. We can't run out of oil. We can't run out of blood unless I drain all of it today. Your body will keep making blood. Earth will keep making oil.
But why focus so much on the globe part of it?
Well, because the globe is like this thing that all education systems in the world subscribe to, and that all governments push, really. When you were 6 years old or 5 years old, you would have said, if no one had ever mentioned it, you lived in Amazon or whatever, and no one's ever mentioned to you that you live on a globe or shown you a globe, you would be like, no, the earth is not moving. And the lake that I can look over, which is 5 miles, I can see the other side. So where's it bending?
What's going to happen to us if we try to get to the edge?
Well, the military will turn you away. The Antarctic Treaty forbids you from traveling beyond 70th South Parallel unless it's on an agreed, authorized, government-approved tour or expedition like a science mission or whatever. And when they do go there, they are only allowed in an area the size of London. So, if I said you can never leave London, never leave the M25, you'd have no idea what was outside of here. If I created a 5-mile buffer zone, you can hear, see, smell anything from outside of that. But I said, listen, there's this 5-mile buffer zone. We call it the Antarctic Treaty. You're not allowed to go there. We've got people patrolling that.
You just going.
Well, guys have tried actually. Guys with boats from Australia,
exactly.
a Dutch guy.
You can just take the boat and go there.
Yeah, you can. The videos of these people being turned around by the Navy is all over the place if you go and look for them. And a guy recently, a youngster, your similar age, he just got his Cessna license. He was a Cessna plane, and he tried to fly out there, and they stopped him. They turned him around. So the Antarctic Treaty forbids you from going there. You could be the richest guy on Earth, and no one has ever flown in one side of Antarctica and come out the other side. That would really prove that we were on a globe. Like if you left in South Africa and took a plane across Antarctica, across the center of Antarctica, and came out in Australia or New Zealand or whatever, or that. You'd be like, okay, that makes sense.
Why is it just this Earth flat? But when we look up, we can see
you can't see anything. You can't see anything other than stars. What NASA have taught you and what the school system taught you is you've seen rocks floating, but you've only ever seen stars. And when you take a powerful camera and you zoom in on them, like a super zoom camera, you see that they're just like a twinkling cymatic pattern, just flickering like this, all of them, and they all have their own signature. So they all have their own. Like Mars is red, so like a red light. Some are white, some are rainbow colors. Yeah. But actually, the idea that they're rocks and giant gas balls is against everything that we know in physics. Because if a rock is in the sky, it's going to fall down, and if a gas ball exists in the atmosphere, it's going to spread. That's what gas does. Gas will dissipate into the available environment. If you ever dropped your guts in a lift, right? Or anyone who's ever done it, you know what I mean? I had a fart in a lift. Immediately, it fills the whole lift. Yes, and when the doors open, it will start to fill the hallway as the doors open and allow it into that space. The same is true with the deodorant can. If you puncture it, immediately it's going to fill your whole bedroom or wherever you punctured it. It's going to go to that space.
But there's nothing, there's no air there, it's just empty, it's
Where?
void.
Where?
Outside the atmosphere.
Again, that's also what we've been told to believe. But if it were true that we had a void or a vacuum next to a gas...
Can I get a fire again? I think I lost mine.
That's cool. If we have a
Have a good one.
all the best.
God
Thanks.
bless.
Thank you. If we have a gas if you look at thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics, right? If you want to contain a gas, you have to put a cylinder around it. In an aeroplane, they contain that, they seal it off. A gas canister that you might have your fire, Cala gas for your fire, your barbecue, or whatever. It has to be sealed. Gas must be sealed against the atmosphere, otherwise it will spread into the atmosphere. But it's even worse when you have a vacuum. If you open a vacuum door, what's going to happen? If I've got a vacuum and I open the door, it'll rush in so fast. You can barely measure the speed at which the air will rush into that space and fill the
that's why
available space.
it doesn't go from it doesn't go from high pressure to low. It just gradually.
Yeah, well, I know. That's what we were taught. That's what I was taught. I believe it. I remember I was taught all the same stuff.
You can do the experiments.
You can't.
You can test it out yourself.
What you can do is you can get pressure gradients within a closed system. You have to close the system. If it's an open system, let's say we're doing a science experiment in your science lab, right? And we want to test how cooler gases are going to go up top, or lighter gases, freon and whatever will go up top. We have to hold them inside of that canister. But if I walk in and I smash the canister, then immediately those airs are going to resort themselves. The heliums will go up, and the xenons and freons, they will go the highest and the fastest up. And the heavier gases will stay sort of lower down, but they will absolutely spread. And then just the lightest gust of wind will upset that, in the same way as bombing into a swimming pool will upset the layers of things briefly that are in that pool. So you see this one here, this image on the right-hand side, we can displace various things at different levels based on the medium that we're displacing. So a football doesn't displace much air, so it falls to the floor, whilst it will float on water because it's displacing more water than it weighs. But if I fill that football with lead, then of course it's going to go to the floor, right, of the pool. So it's all about the density of the item and the medium that it's in. So they can take a mercury pool of mercury, right, and float an anvil on it. You might have seen that experiment. Right? You can take an iron anvil, weighs 25, 30 kilograms, and float it like a football, but on mercury. Why? Because the mercury is way more dense, so it's harder to displace that 25 kilograms. So everything in our world can work on the basis of it being enclosed, that the system is like a deodorant can, a large aeroplane if you like. You can't detect any movement. The pressure exists because of it being enclosed, not because of it being open. And just the idea that it can just get lighter and lighter and eventually it becomes a vacuum. No, a vacuum is a very powerful thing. In fact, NASA tried to test a man in a vacuum chamber, like with a spacesuit on back in the 1950s, and the man nearly died on the experiment, and they've never done another one since then. Because a vacuum is an extremely dangerous environment, and it's going to seek any way in, just in the same way as if you jumped into a swimming pool in a man-made submarine. It's going to try and find the water's going to try and find any way in to get into the lower pressure system. So all of these things can be explained to you on, in an enclosed system.
So what's outside it?
Well, I mean, if it's a no-go zone, if I've said to you, you can come around to my house, but you may not go down into the basement.
Yeah.
And then a friend says, so what you got in the basement? They're like, well, you never let me go in there, so how would I know? So if I've stopped you and I'm like, we're mates, we're good friends, and you go, well then why is he stopping me from going in his basement? We're good mates. Is he hiding something? Well, yeah, maybe they're hiding something. Why they shut all these big countries which shut the Antarctic down since 1950. This is a treaty they've never broken, by the way. They would shut it down and say, no, you can't. We've got oil there and coal and resources and gold and what have you, but you can't touch it. And none of these countries, even though they've been at war with each other, Cold War and all of that, they've never bothered, let's go in there and get some for ourselves. Who's going to stop us?
Wait, so if you're saying the vacuum is like a powerful thing, it's going to have to pull stuff towards it. How would this circle be intact?
Okay.
Here.
Good question.
Wouldn't it have to be in?
What if I suggested to you that nature abhors a vacuum? Nature will always seek to fill a vacuum. That's what nature does. You have to create, like NASA have done, an 8-foot thick wall if you want to create a vacuum chamber. And even that vacuum chamber cannot get to complete, absolute zero vacuum. So nature abhors a vacuum. So for us, in this conception, Earth is an enclosure. So it's like living inside of the fruit rather than on the outside of the skin. Yeah. So if I cut an orange through the equator of the orange and I open it up, then maybe I see something like this, where there's some seeds, which we call continents, there's some seas, there's some water that's around it, and then there's a pith, which we call the Antarctic ice wall, and then there's a skin which we cannot penetrate. And no man can penetrate that, or the dome, if you like, the roof that separates what we believe might be water above us. It might be, and I know it's kind of biblical, but the waters above, waters below kind of makes sense. And when you look at the star in a jar experiment, if you've seen that, star in a jar is where they take a vial of liquid and they fire a frequency into it and it cavitates and forms a star. Have you heard that? Have you seen that?
No.
You've not seen star in a jar?
I've not seen that one, no.
So they fire a frequency into a liquid in a
What,
test
sound
tube.
or what? Light?
Yeah, sound.
Sound.
And they create from that a cavitation or an implosion, as they describe it. And then it forms a star emits and it starts just pulsing. And
light?
Yeah, light. A starlight. So you can research it. It's called star in a jar.
Come on, bro, activate.
It's called star in a jar.
Okay.
And so that star in a jar, for me, is one of the indicators as to how, with a frequency in a liquid, you can create a star.
Yeah.
And so when we look
We
at
don't pay for your
cymatics,
education just
when
so
we
you
look
don't
at
heckle the
cymatics,
old flat earthers.
when we look at
to walk into the battle,
when we look
sir.
at when we look at cymatics, do you know what cymatics is?
Yeah.
The study of vibration. And how they can observe it is by putting a plate on a speaker and vibrating that speaker and at a certain frequency. And as the frequency changes, so the salt or the sand on the plate rearranges itself into these geometric patterns. Have you ever seen that? So this is called
I think that's what it's called.
this is called cymatics, really. So it's all about frequency and vibration in a medium. Everything in this world is electromagnetic. Everything is frequency. How are you doing?
Why would
Good. Good. Have you got a question today?
I just, with respect, wanted to get your take on the Coriolis effect.
Well, okay, so I went to war in a country called Angola in 1987, and as part of my training, because I was a tanker, I had to shoot targets at 2 kilometers. Never in my training did we ever have to account for Coriolis. 2 kilometers further than most snipers will ever shoot. Yeah, we never had to allow for Coriolis. Now, I wouldn't deny that there is a turning force that has been measured here, but that force is moving at, at 15 degrees an hour. It's not moving at 1,000 miles an hour, it's moving at 15 degrees an hour. And there's a very clear distinction because the globe is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, although it's only 15 degrees according to the size of the globe and so on.
Yeah.
I'm much more comfortable with the idea like Nikola Tesla was, is that there is an ether, a medium, a soup if you like. Tell a fish that they're in the water and they'll say, what water? Right? Well, we're in the same thing. We're in a medium that we cannot really discern. I can, with your Coke can there, I can kind of get a cold one out of the freezer, put it outside and watch moisture come from the ether. Yeah. So our environment is like a thin water, but we can't detect it. However, this whole system is moving at 15 degrees an hour and it drags along with it the constellations.
So when someone stands on what a lot of scientists would call north of the equator, and the water goes down one way and then goes to the south of the equator and the water goes down the other way, would you say that's genuine or fake?
I keep an open mind about that because people in Australia tell me that they can get it to go both ways depending on which tap it's coming from, perhaps even the configuration of the sink.
So could you get it to go the other way here?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, I've never really tested that one enough to say, that's it. But I say to people, if that was such a powerful force, then a long crane that was left over the weekend on a building site with a 20-meter long cable and a heavy weight at the bottom of it should detect some of that. Like they say the Foucault's pendulum does, is that it shows the Earth to be moving. Well, if that were true, then this object, which is only being held by a point, should also begin to detect some of that movement. But actually we find that we can't. So I would not disagree that storm formations tend, not always perhaps, but tend to form clockwise and anti-clockwise depending whether you're north or south of the equator. I wouldn't disagree with that. But to say that the only possible way that could be is because it's a spinning globe is to have limited the possibilities by the education that you receive. As I say to people, it's a sign of an agile mind to be able to say, oh, it could be this, but it could also be that. because we're both making the same observation. For example, I see the sun and I say it's kind of local and small. You see the sun, we're both seeing the same orb or disk of yellow in the sky. However, for you, it's 90 million miles away and very many times larger than what we observe.
So with your worldview then, you're saying, just to be clear, that it would be possible for the water in a bowl for you to make it go the other way around in the northern hemisphere?
I'm not necessarily, I think it could go, yes, I think it can go both ways, if that's what you're asking me. I think that you can get it to go both ways. I mean, it's 10 years since I started looking at flat Earth, and I know I tested this, years ago in my home, and it was inconclusive for me. I've also seen how these guys on the equator fleece tourists by saying, let me take you from this side to that, and then they show how they're pulling off this trick. So I'm not convinced, but however, for me, because the Coriolis is so low on the pecking order of what are the things that are wrong with the globe, or what do we need to support an Earth that's not moving, it's not really like a major thing. But a lot of people say Coriolis, sniper, Coriolis effect, blah, blah, blah.
Small things can be evidence of a wider reality. An atom can be evidence of matter.
Well, let's not get into atoms and so on, because for me, you see, the atom is a microcosm of the macro of the heliocentric. So the heliocentric is the sun in the middle, and then the electrons and protons all kind of going around it, like the atom in a way. We've never seen the atom. We've got a computer image of where, when you study quantum, they'll be like, well, with 97% accuracy, we can put it in this torus shape. Well, I say that everything is a torus. I studied 6 months of quantum physics, and I was like, if these professors understood that they could also look at the worldview or their quantum physics from a flat Earth perspective, it makes a lot more sense.
Could I ask you one more question?
You can help me too.
And I mean, with the greatest of respect, when William Shatner went up in Jeff Bezos' rocket and claimed he witnessed the globe, is he, from your perspective, a man in his 90s with nothing to prove, all the money in the world, is he a part of the conspiracy?
Possibly. Look, now, when a lot of people genuinely say to me that they have seen curvature from the aircraft, and I looked into how the windows work on the aircraft, and I find there's 3 skins, and one of them buckles when it's under 10,000 feet pressure. So you get this convexing effect, which can create that. And even though I tell people, listen, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a well-known theoretical physicist, he's come out and said that Felix Baumgartner, when he did Red Bull, wasn't high enough to see the curvature at 150,000, 200,000 feet. And the reason he came out of that was because although most of the footage looks like he's on a globe, there's one camera behind his head that when he jumps out, you see the horizon through the door perfectly level at that height, which is why they've had to come out and say, he's not high enough. So at 30,000 feet, we can't see it. At 50,000 feet, and then a guy called Auguste Piccard, a Frenchman whose name was stolen for a space program. You might remember Jean-Luc Picard.
Next generation.
Auguste Piccard comes out after he built a cupola that was pressurized, that would allow him to go up to 10 miles. And when asked by the newspapers, what is it you saw? And he said, well, the Earth looked flat with upturned edges from up there, 10 miles, which is almost double the height of a commercial aircraft. So, do I think Shatner could have been paid? Listen, come back and say that it was that. I think for sure that the character from Top Gear, who took a flight in James May, I think it was. He took a flight in a fighter jet to 50 or 60,000 feet, so this Concorde height. And he said, I can see the curvature from here. But I've also seen fighter jet pilots at 50,000 feet with a camera in their front, and all you see is flat as far as you can see from the cockpit window. Maybe in the plane, on the side windows, there is this rounding effect. I, as a child, went 10 years old, got to sit in the cockpit for about half an hour on the 12-hour flight or 11-hour flight from South Africa here. And in those days, it was much easier, right, against in the cockpit. I sat in the co-pilot's seat for nearly half an hour, and all I could see in front of me was a blanket of flat. If I could see 5 minutes of viewing, or 5 minutes flying time, if you like, flat, 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 flat. There's a pilot watching this, an international pilot watching at the moment. He's known for 10 years that he's not making any allowance for curvature. And if Coriolis was a thing, planes, when landing on a moving object, would have to account for that in some way. But they do not. what they like to tell us, they convince us, is that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but the atmosphere is, because of gravity, simply being dragged along with it. So you don't feel any air movement according to that. But if that was true, then when a plane left the surface and flew against that moving column of 1,000 mile an hour faster wind, there would be some accounting to be made. Either because the Earth is spinning away from you, it's going to be easier to get to Tokyo because you're flying with the spin, or you're flying to America and you're flying against the spin, and there's either the winds are going to have to push you along at 1,000 miles an hour to account for the 1,000 mile an hour spin, otherwise you're going to lose ground if your SP's 500.
I suppose the counter to that would be what Einstein used to talk about with his experiments when he was a boy. This is how it started. He was on a train, for instance. On the train, he was holding a ball. The train was going at, say, 70 miles an hour. He threw the ball up in the air. The ball did not go back.
Is that Einstein? Can you credit Einstein with that?
Well, Einstein was one of the people that first started to postulate the theory. There were lots of others around.
Because people often come and say that to me, but I've never heard anyone say Einstein. And what I'll say back to them is, yes, that works because you're in a sealed container.
Right.
Take the roof and the front of the car, the windshield, the front of the train, and the roof of the train. Try the same experiment.
So does that mean then, from your worldview, if I had the ability with bionic legs to be able to jump 100,000 foot in the air, if the Earth was spinning, because I'm not in a sealed container, if the world was spinning, when I come down, all of this would be over there?
A British lady in the late 1800s, very brave, I can't find the article anymore, but she was like, if the Earth is spinning, I'll take my hot air balloon up for an hour and land in Paris. Of course, that never happened. When the Red Bull jump went up, it took him almost 3 hours to get to his max altitude, and he landed 45 miles in the opposite direction of the Earth's spin when he came down. Now, for 3 hours of spinning, that's 3,000 miles. So the excuse for that is, like I said, that the column of air above your head is being motivated by an invisible force called gravity to move along. So there's no roof, there's no sides, there's no windshield, and yet the air is moving with me. That doesn't happen. When you drive your car, the air stays behind. If you don't attach your roof box to your car, it stays behind.
I guess physicists would say that above us is from their worldview, if above us is a vacuum, and here we have oxygen, that has the same effect as what you're saying is a sealed container.
Well, we've never been able to demonstrate how to seal gas off with gas. Yes, if I cool gas down, I can get some gases to settle and others to rise.
But if you surround gas with a vacuum, will you not get a sealing effect?
The gas should escape to the vacuum. You know what I mean? Like when you create a vacuum, it creates like a sucking force. And the idea, if it was, it would just and to fill that void. I think that's the point.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because just like your, I noticed your can when you walked up to me, and one of the things I like to say to people is that the pressure and the gas in that will remain until you break the seal. And the same is true with Earth. Is that if we didn't have a seal, and there was a vacuum, then we would have immediate explosion or moving from high pressure to low. And so if I open a vacuum chamber door, then we all understand that the air will rush in and equalize everything. And so to have, and I believed it until I was 47, to have just thinner and thinner and thinner, and eventually it becomes vacuum without any need for a fixed thing, is the same as saying, well, I can spin this Earth at 1,000 miles an hour and throw a ball without it, because a plane or a train, you can demonstrate that on a plane or a train. So no, the thermodynamics is if you want pressure, like your can had, you must contain it. If you break the pressure, you will lose break the seal, you will lose the pressure. And so what seal? When NASA make a vacuum chamber, they have to make 8-foot reinforced walls, blah, 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 steel even, in order for it not to crush in. So to say, well, what if we just created a vacuum and it will then be the inside of our vacuum chamber, we could have a bubble of gas. That wouldn't work. That gas would be ripped into available space and then pulled out into the sort of vacuum creating machine, you know? Even that can that you got, if you put that can into a vacuum chamber, it would explode. Like this Tesla guy, Musk, when he put a car, a roadster, in space, right? And people said, so what did you do to prepare it to be in the vacuum of space? He said, nothing, that's just a standard car. Well, we know that our tires depressured to 2 or 3 bar. Put them in a vacuum chamber, they are popping. They are bursting, and nothing bursts. Nothing, the heat of that's meant to be up there should melt the paintwork. Nothing should have survived the horrors of space. In fact, a man in a spacesuit should be one of the most frightful things. And if you were going to go into the vacuum of space, as we believe it is, where the space station is, then you would take your spacesuit and rigorously test it in NASA's space chamber. And yet they've never done that. In fact, the only footage we have is of one exercise in the 1950s, I think, late 1950s, maybe early 60s, where they put a man in a vacuum chamber and they got him to partial vacuum and his tongue started to boil. He keeled over, they quit the test. Doctors managed to revive him. He's still alive, or he was still alive, to tell the tale about it. But he's the only person ever been in a vacuum chamber. He's the only one who's ever been in a vacuum chamber. So your suit, for every person, every astronaut, should individually have their own unique suit because it needs to be perfectly fit to you and then tested in the vacuum before we took you to space.
I found of all the unanswered questions with regards to the alleged moon landing, I found Ron Howard, when he approached NASA and said that he wanted to make a movie and use all the original footage, their response was, "We lost it."
We lost?
Yeah, that's a bit suspect. Anyway, it's lovely talking to you, my friend.
And the telemetry, the telemetry data. They've lost all of that.
Yeah, and everything.
And the question is, how do you get that large spacesuit through the hatch that they had? How do you get a dune buggy up there? And how come you don't put like a video camera filming the Earth for the 12 hours that you're up there and see the Earth?
There are
turning?
a lot of unanswered questions.
All the best.
Lovely talking to you. God bless.
Likewise. Cheers.
Doesn't matter. I'll show you how both lead to God. Would you like to learn a little bit more about Jesus Christ?
I know about God, brother.
Excellent.
I know about God, but I also know that the Bible, in the Old Testament, Genesis says that God created the earth in 6 days, yes?
That's what it says.
And God separated the waters from the waters, yes?
Yep.
And he created a firmament.
He did.
And he created pillars so that the earth was fixed and unmoving.
I don't know about that bit. I think you're making that bit up. But
No.
God created the world. But why?
Yeah.
Why did God create the world? That's the
Because
real
he wanted
question.
a home for us to learn.
He
school.
Exactly. So
But
we can
the
become
devil-
like him.
But the
and that's
devil
the
runs the
purpose.
world now.
Sorry?
The devil runs the world, which is why people believe they come from monkeys. People believe they live on a spitting ball.
And that's why I'm here
insignificant.
to share about the restored gospel of Jesus Christ. See, all through history, people have rejected God.
Why did God need Joseph Smith to come and restore?
Why did God need Moses? Why did God need Moses? The people were bitten by snakes.
I can't. Let me say hello. Let me say hello. And let me say sorry to you guys for all the technicals today. Man. I did drop the ball a little bit. I had this morning when I woke up at 6 o'clock, my battery was 100% charged, and somewhere between then and me leaving the house, my little boy picked up the battery pack and charged something, so that when I left the house it was on 44%, which is less than half of the required charging. And then, hello guys, Earth is flat. Did you know that? Hey brother, you alright? Can I give you some flyer, some information? Earth is flat, not the globe. The globe is a lie. Don't throw it down, okay? Someone will have to come by and pick it up. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. You can't believe it. It's only a religion. Earth is flat. Yeah, research flat Earth, guys. The Quran says the sun and the moon are small lights. Why do you believe they're big? Do you also believe in evolution? It's all lies. You don't live on a globe. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. How are you guys doing?
Fine, how are you?
Do you believe you live on a globe? It says
Yeah.
Global Academy. What's your proof you live on a globe?
We are on globe?
Yeah, what's the proof?
Diarrhea. We are diarrhea.
Come on, I thought we are still sitting in a map. I didn't know that we are on a globe.
No, we're not on a globe. I'm asking, what's the proof that we live on a globe?
I think you have something to say.
Yeah. Well, I say that all the what the
Why do you
schooling-
think why do you think that the Earth is flat?
Well, because I can't measure it to be a globe.
Why not?
Can you
maybe it's
measure
a
it to
globe.
be a globe?
Maybe it's a globe.
How do you measure that? How do you know that? You see, in nature, nothing is on the outside of the skin.
Yeah.
The fruit is inside the skin, yes? No, it can't grow on the outside of the skin.
It can.
So that's the same with God's earth, is that we are inside the skin. That there is a roof above us, and that the earth is not moving. The floor is flat. We have mountains, yes,
Yeah.
but the sea is one level, sea level. The
Yeah,
Suez
but-
Canal, you know Suez Canal, is 100 miles, 120 miles long, and is level from one end to the other. But the globe formula is 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. There's no bending. Water cannot bend on the outside of something. Water must be in the cup.
Yeah, but like if you see in the sea,
Yeah.
and there was a ship.
Yes.
I was going forward.
Yes, going away.
Yeah. I give it to 1 hour and it will disappear.
Disappear, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's called perspective. You see, 1 hour, it's gone away. But now if you go into an aeroplane or a Burj Khalifa or a hot air balloon, you can see the ship.
How?
Because now that you get taller, you can see further. Yes? When you're on a mountain, you can see furthest. Top of the mountain, yes? When you're down at the bottom, you can't see so far. So when you're on the beach,
Let's say
you
one
can
of-
only
one
see
of
3
us
miles.
Have a point.
Pardon me?
Let's say one of us have a point. How it could be useful? How it's gonna make a difference?
Ah, okay. How's it going to make... actually, I print a flyer to tell people that.
And
Is
why-
that... Let me answer this man's question. The reason it makes a difference is because the globe is part of Big Bang. But globe is not God. Globe is assuming that billions of years have passed and God had nothing to do with it, and this thing smashed into this thing and this thing smashed into, and then the dinosaurs, after they became fish, they became dinosaurs, and then the dinosaurs went away because an asteroid came in and smashed them up and what have you. And now thankfully the monkeys became the man. That's all. I know Muslims don't believe in evolution, I know that, but I also know that if you believe in the globe is part of that, whereas God created a place for you to live. Let's say you had a turtle, you had a tortoise or whatever, and you want to create a place for it to live. You're going to put a roof, you're going to put some rocks, you're going to put some water. Fresh air, clean the water once a week, put some food in. Well, that's what God did for us, was to create a dome, a place for us to live in, where there would be air, water, food, all of this. So for me, flat Earth puts the universe, the center of the universe, right here. Not the center of the universe is billions and light years and la la la, and God is light years away or whatever. No, God is right here. And the universe's center is right here. And each of us is created in the image of God, and therefore we are the center of the universe. So for me, because I believed in the globe for 47 years, but for me now I know God is so close. Why? Because God created the flat Earth. God did not create the globe. Man created the globe. Now that you've heard me say that, this is man's invention. You might as well believe in evolution. The globe is man's invention. Just like evolution makes white people like me feel like we come from monkeys, because it's mostly the Europeans that believe that lie.
Why don't we just stay with a light bulb? Why is the sun? Why do we need the sun? If we are in a globe and it's closed with a dome, why do we need the sun?
We don't necessarily need the
Why,
sun.
why God didn't put a light bulb
Yeah.
as we do with the turtles?
Yeah, it's the same, right? The turtle has got a hot lamp. Yes. Now, what God has done is I can't leave the hot lamp right over the top of the turtle's house all night, all day. So I'll move it over here, and turtles over there, they'll have daytime. Now I move it back here, they'll have daytime. But now I want seasons, because I need there to be cold times and hot times. So for the hot times, I'm going to move it a little bit closer to his house, and for the cold times, I'm going to move it to Capricorn, further from his house. But the turtles here, they're like, oh, now it's summertime for us because it's warmer now, the lamp is closer to me. But now it's going away for 6 months, and it'll come back in 6 months' time. But it's going to make it warmer for you now in the north and colder for me in the south. So that's how it works. I've got a sketch here on the ground of how a flat Earth might look. That over there, that's how it looks. And we can show you how the seasons work, how both night and day work. But the sun is, I think, an important part of the life-giving system. In the Old Testament, it says that God created the sun and the moon as two lights, not one dead rock that's going to reflect the light. Two lights. One is blue and one is red or yellow. One is hot and one is cold. And we can take a laser pointer for the full moon and we can go around the shade of the moon and find that it's warmer in the shade, colder in the direct moon, warm in the shade, opposite to the sun.
But answer my question.
Yes, yes.
When the sun is going to go, it will go to the day.
Correct, yes.
And it's like smaller.
It goes away, yes, yes. And gets smaller, yeah.
So why I can't see the sun over there and the moon here? It's like the air in the night and there the sun.
So we can see the moon and the sun in the sky during the daytime. Yes. And that works perfectly on a flat Earth.
In the globe for 47 years, right?
Yeah.
Then you discovered the truth.
Well,
how does it change your life?
Because then I realized, like I said, I was an atheist, brother. I didn't think that there was any creator here. Because why? Humankind is at war with itself. We are fighting here, we are fighting there, we are taxed to death. You know, there's nothing great about what humankind is doing to itself at the moment, right? So I couldn't believe in him. Now I know that there is a deceiver who is trying to get me to war with you.
We agree.
Yeah. So for me, the flat Earth is a proof that all the governments of the world are controlled. All of them. Like if you own a McDonald's here in London, you're controlled by head office in America. Yes? If you own a McDonald's in Saudi Arabia, still the American ones will say that you can do a little bit different here for halal or whatever, but you're still going to do my colors, my thing, everything. Yeah? McDonald's way. So the same is true with the governments of the world. When they created Saudi Arabia, who created that? The British. Yes? So the British say to the Sauds, you guys can be in charge, but remember, it's me who made you in charge, so I'm your boss. You can be so rich you can buy a gold airplane, but I'm still your boss.
What? How the plane?
Ah, yes.
Look.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to finish my Why the plane? When he travel, he can. When we travel in Russia, we will go to America.
To Russia? Over America?
Russia,
yes.
America.
Yes.
We can go like east and
West.
We can travel east there, east travel, and we can go next west travel. Because look, when we how the Earth it's not global.
Yeah. Look here. Come look here. Just look here. This is the Middle East. Yes. This is America, and this is Russia.
How are you travel in the past by plane?
Plane.
Are you go to Russia or America? We can go from Russia to America like that. No, like this.
Yeah.
And we can take one lap. We can go there.
No. And come out the other side.
Yes.
To
because I'm travel.
Yeah.
We can go this.
No.
No, it's come. I am travel.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You been where?
Yes, where come.
Where did you go in?
I come. I travel by
From?
Russia like this. Go to America.
No, wait.
Yes.
So you're saying you flew this way under the globe and came?
Yes. Not the globe. It's like a ball. Right.
Ball, yeah.
Yes. I come like this and I come.
Yeah. Well, I would say that it's also possible to fly like this from Russia
but we
to
have
America.
transit. When we have
Antarctica.
Yes, when we have transit, we should take one lap.
I've never heard of that before. No one has ever told me that they've been under.
You should have a test and compilation. You can take along about this and come around. take look, go America and become like this.
Yeah, we
So
can't do that though.
When you see the عربي
انا بسالك انت ايش معنى هالكلام هذا؟
قاعد يقول لا، يقول الارض مسطحه مو كرويه.
هو يقولها.
ايه قلت انا اقدر اروح امريكا كذا واقدر
هذا لا يكون سوق.
قلت انا مسافر ما اقدر، انا راجل من صوب الشرق صعب لما تصير حرب راح يلقون صواريخ كذا.
كيف؟
الحين هذا يصير روسيا هنا، روسيا هنا، امريكا هنا.
Brother, take my flyer.
Oh, that's you?
You've been lied, yeah. You've been lied to about everything from school. Yeah, cool, man. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. Space travel is all fake. NASA is Disney for adults. Don't wear the face mask, it's bad for your health. Oh, that's a serious looking camera.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. Old school. Cool. What do you gain by having such a fancy looking device?
Things you can do after, I can do stuff pre-computer. With this lens.
How you doing, brother?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. I see the police are after someone's been putting a lot of graffiti around.
Oh, that's terrible.
I haven't got a clue who it is. They said they're going to give them a heavy fine.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Anyway, how are you?
Running now.
Was it you? Yeah. He couldn't be wound up. He's too solid. He's too grounded. He's been there and done it, mate. Take care.
Oh, thank you. All the best. Sorry?
I'm the one that believes in that. I don't know why, because I always put a chalk surface.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Take my flyer. You like my chalk? Take my flyer. Yeah, take a flyer. Free of mine. All right. How you doing? Good. I'll try and catch a few more people like that. It's all made up. That's what I went for. NASA is Disney. All made up. Dear friends, I want to thank you for your support and really, no card, but I t-shirts. I want to thank you for being supportive. It's been amazing. Hello, my sister. Patrol, to be fair. It's not guaranteed.
Read the gospel.
No, thanks, my man. No, thanks. These guys with our white helmets are the tips. Good day, gentlemen. All seems peaceful on the home front.
Wonderful.
Yeah? Not much going on today. But I am sorry if I may say that I see images of Palestine affair, and it's a really sad term.
I'm actually British.
See, I'm so polite.
Jewish people, they just go straight in. There's no discussion, and they'll go on just because throw a punch or take their flag or do something stupid. They're the ones that then causes a problem. Yeah, and this area then becomes a problem.
How are you, man?
Right. Very rarely. Very rarely. Yeah. Very rarely. You won't get like
I'm very much with you guys.
half a dozen throughout the day.
There's a much bigger play going on. As horrible as all of that is, there's a bigger story going on. So I would love for it all to stop, but until we understand what's really going on, it's never going to stop. All the wars that have gone on in the world, they just seem to ramp up. All the taxes, they just seem to ramp up. There's a big trick being played. This has got some of the information.
Okay, I'll give it a read. Thank you.
Yeah, and I admire your courage, given the current. I was just saying to those two policemen, I think it's really unfortunate with the prescription for Palestine action and all of that. I think it's a really sad state of events. I'm even willing to go as far as I wonder if that event. I wonder if that event of them spraying the planes was almost like set up to create the justification for prescribing Palestine action.
I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know you, and
Just
the
a
camera
thought.
and everything.
Okay, it's just a thought. I mean, I'm just a YouTuber, but that's fine. I totally respect that, and I wish you all the best. Careful times, careful times. People are being silenced. I know that. I myself am silent, so I'm not like, oh, well, I'm not silenced. Of course I am. You know. And I know that there's things that if words I say, it could land me in water that's warmer than a bath. But it is a lovely sunny day here, and as you can see, we are full of conversation. We are full of conversation here. All right.
Reading the Book of Mormon is like this because the Book of Mormon is the second witness of Jesus Christ. Like it says, you have two things to give.
So, my friends, Yahoo, all, Sandro, nice to see you. Hey, Mark, thanks. I haven't seen you while I was live. I saw you in chat earlier before I dropped that ball. Thanks for that, those coffees last week, my friend. I really do appreciate you, appreciate it. As I said earlier, I got quite a few coffees last week, so I'm very grateful for that. But, you know, every trip in does take cost, you know, various charges and so on. So if you're someone else who's been thinking about buying me a coffee, then feel free to do that if you can. I appreciate it. I've had some lovely conversations, and I will stick it out for another hour, I reckon. I'm not sure how my battery's doing. Let's have a look here. I think this is down to... I got about half a battery. So I will have to see how long I can go. Hey, Tony Whitcomb, nice to see you, man. I was thinking about you earlier when we were talking about a gimbal. You know, you can get a gimbal that has a battery built into it. You know, and I wanted to take you up on that offer. But I've got some people to talk to. My friend, how are you? I like your combination, if you don't mind me saying. The orange, I'm not trying to be funny with you, but that light blue and orange works really well, and it works well for you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Is your film running?
Yeah, yeah, it is. But you can stay behind me. Don't get too close. We are very cool. We are very cool. Yeah.
I heard someone say that I'm not into it. Round Earth, flat Earth, but there's another concept.
Yeah.
Is there another concept like it being like some sort of
Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
Hollow Earth. Where this is correct.
Anything's it's almost like anything's possible, isn't it?
Yes and no, because I think that we have to, for our physical world, we have to remain with what we can physically demonstrate. So if the concave Earth were true, which is why I don't accept it, or the hollow Earth, would be. It's assuming that we're arrayed, instead of being on the outside of a globe, we're on the inside of a globe, and everything's just working on the inside of a globe. Now, for me, again, it's like, but then I need magical forces to hold people on the top of the ball inside, and the water in lakes up there, and all of that sort of thing. So none of that works for me.
It's a combination of all.
So yeah, but it is for me it is a ball. It's just that we don't have to be on the wall of the ball. It would be like I say to people, if you cut the orange through the equator and you look at that star pattern on the inside of the orange, you've got the seeds in there. That would be where we are. And then above us is thin water, and below us is heavy water that we can swim in.
Would you say that you follow Gnosticism?
Yeah, quite closely. No, I mean, not rabidly or religiously or whatever, but there's Gnostic tenets that make a lot of sense.
Well, I sort of studied that kind of understanding many years ago,
Yeah.
and then I found out there was something called Gnosticism.
Yeah.
And I went, so it came first to me through all of the other rubbish that we get in our lives. Questioning the trauma, the difficulty, and the questioning of tactics, everything, and what my work is. And then I questioned it all, which is the most beautiful thing we can do. Instead of being angry with the system or angry with that person, it's to sort of trying to make some sort of resolve and come to peace with it, because you're not going to change it.
That's right.
When you're at peace with it, it takes away all that heavy feeling around it all.
Yes.
Because you can lead that life of love and beauty. And without having that. But Gnosticism is beautiful, I think.
I think so. I saw a video clip the other day. The headline was Jesus a Gnostic? And I think there's a lot of...
A mystic.
Yeah.
He was a mystic.
Yeah, and he understood, and I think that most people did. They understood the nature of things and our connection to the nature of things. And we've sort of lost our way with that. In fact, we had that beaten out of us centuries ago.
It takes a strong mind to step back and look at it and try to evaluate it in another way. Because there's still indoctrinations that are in my mind that I know are there. It's like, for example, I don't mind you.
I got your audio, but not.
And that's okay. But I know that if I think of money, bang, fear, and negativity. It's getting a lot better, but that shows how ingrained that energy power is. And although I know it, I want to get through it, not because I want to make loads of money to make me happy, because I feel content and happiness with that. But it's that issue that comes up, that why I'm gonna face it, and I'm gonna challenge it, no matter what it is. Even if I had an eating problem, I would be challenging it. But it's actually about the energy of fiat currency, and I know what it is, and I know how it is, and I know to hold it, but it's a powerful force. And I want to work through that issue. And not go, oh yeah, I've got loads of money. I'm happy. The more money I make, the more people I will help.
Yeah.
Like you make a lot of money. You could just travel everywhere.
And just keep doing this.
It wouldn't change you. I don't see you as going out and buying a watch.
No.
That's the
I have no need for those trinkets. Oh yeah, it gives you freedom to do things. And actually, what I say is, I think that we were meant to, aside from, from the overflow, helping those in your community, yes, but you should be, or we should be here to explore this world. And because of the cost of exploring this world,
when you explore the cell, you understand out here.
Yeah, but you have to go and, you should be allowed to, like if I said to my child, listen, never touch your feet. Never go near your feet. And if you want to go near your feet, you're going to have to ask me for permission. It's going to cost you £5,000, blah, blah, blah. You'd be like, oh, come on, Dad, let me go and check out this place. Well, God, or the Creator, created this world for us to explore. So the idea that we've been locked down in 15-minute cities and we have to ask permission once a year to take a small hop to Tenerife or whatever.
Can I give you a little bit of feedback on that? Because I've got to go in a minute. You were saying God put us here to explore. My friend, I explored nearly every sport, like climbing and mountaineering and cycling and long distance running and swimming and explored. I went all over the world.
Nice.
But I didn't explore
yourself.
who I am. Now that's the greatest journey. And you got children.
Yes.
They're your greatest teachers, my friend.
Yes,
and I always congratulate people that have got kids and children, because that is a journey and a half, my friend, and we shouldn't take it for granted.
You corrected yourself on kids. Well done. Yeah.
It still slips in.
Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. It is the journey within. I totally accept that. But we've been put in a prison, both in our hearts and in the world around us. But the journey within, I'll take that away.
I think we'll get a lot of answers when we leave the body, mate.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So to me,
absolutely.
It's kind of like a fascination.
It's a portal. It's a portal.
Yesterday was the Lions portal.
Yes, it was. 8,
with the full moon, and I went out to see the full
beautiful.
moon. And the night before, 8.
Yeah.
8 was the Lion Gates portal. Yes, not yesterday, the day before.
That's right.
And then I started creating. I won't go into what I started, but and then yesterday was the full moon. So what a powerful time! I had all these symptoms come up because I know it's my journey. I don't have to get involved with everyone else. I know what's going through me, and I got the answers to why my nose was running, and I felt tired, and I felt a bit upset, and then I woke up this morning with a beautiful energy. It's because I'm connected with source energy.
Yes.
That's all it is.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Always lovely. Yes, lovely. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Go well. He doesn't like being on camera, that guy. But that was pretty cool. Made me smile. That was pretty cool. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, that's interesting. Only flat Earth is hidden, not hollow Earth. Well, yeah.
I just wanted to
Hey, 4Jacks. Thanks for the putting the coffee link in there. You've certainly used that enough, so I appreciate you. Hey, hello, puppy. Hello. Oh, yeah. I'll give you a stroke. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have such a connection with dogs and cats, actually. I had a pussy on my lap this morning. Right? I can show you a picture of it. I took a photo. Hey, brother. Yeah, man. So are you, but you just don't know it.
Well, Earth is flat right here.
Yeah.
The thing is, but you don't look at so much evidence that the Earth is round.
Who's they? You or the government?
Well, the companies, NASA.
NASA's the government, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So NASA at the very top table is super government. It's all government. It was set up by the government, by a guy initially called Jack Parsons, who was a Satanist. And then Nazis through paperclip come and work for him. And one of the head Nazis, a guy called Werner von Braun, when he dies, he puts it on his tombstone, one Bible inscription, Psalms 19:1. Psalm 19:1 says there's a roof, and you can't get out. That's it. So the evidence that we have that we live on a globe comes to us from authority. the evidence that you had when you were a child before you were indoctrinated was that Earth is not moving. Don't tell me Earth is moving. I see the sun rise and the sun set, but this idea that the Earth is moving doesn't make sense because I can't feel it. And nor can science, actually. You can't feel it.
Thing is, because obviously, like we've got small, like we've got people now, obviously NASA's not, we've got independents that go into space.
Who?
Independent.
Oh, yeah, because he's government. And so is Bezos, by the way. And so is Branson. These people, they do. Yeah. Yeah. Only once have I seen a satisfactory like nose cone rocket. That was a Red Bull one where they called the Go Fast rocket, and they fired it up, and you just watch this nose cone go up and up and up. And actually, they're filming the Earth spinning as they go. The Earth isn't spinning, but the rocket is turning as it's going up. Yeah, and then it hits something at about 60 miles or something up. It just stops all of a sudden. So we think that that's when it hit the firmament. However, when we look at NASA's own and Russian space cosmonauts and whatever, if we look at all of their footage, we can find all sorts of cuts and edits in the film that takes you from the launching pad to up to outer space. There's never been an unbroken nose cone or tail cone footage to show us that. And now Musk is doing it with his SpaceX, but this could very easily be a part of the CGI. You know, the technology has moved on so much for CGI in this day and age, you can't tell the difference between real and fake, right? He says that himself. Musk, when he put a Tesla into space, he said, it looks so real. No, sorry, it looks so fake, it must be real. That's what those his words. It looks so fake, it must be real. And they said to him, did you adjust the car, alter the car for the vacuum in space? No, just a standard Tesla. Now, in a vacuum, anything that's sealed is likely to explode. Tires, pipes in the engine and so on, and that would all like pop out. Oil would be going everywhere. The heat of it would cause the paint to melt. All sorts of things. So no, that was all fake. And then so we can like the Bezos stuff and so on. I have no problem with them having devised a craft that can get us to maybe 200,000 feet. Something like that, because what we know for sure is that our civilian aircraft can't go over 45,000 feet because the air gets too thin. Concorde, 50, 60,000 feet, yes, because it was designed for that. And then spy planes can maybe do 80,000 feet, yeah? That's what spy planes. Balloons are almost unlimited. They do, you see the helium that takes them up there continues to expand in the balloon, and the ones that Google Loon use and the military use and what I believe satellites are balloons that are as big as a football stadium once fully inflated. They set them off, they're not that big, they've got a certain amount of helium in it. NASA's the biggest buyer of helium in the world. NASA owns 3 helium mines. And so that would make you think, oh, what are they using all that helium for? If not to kind of make craft look like they're flying. If I took a helium balloon and made it look like the space shuttle and then put like a big firecracker on it, do you think I couldn't get it to lift like 50 meters into the air just with about $100? I could probably do that. So all of these things can be and have been faked to make us believe that they're going up there. I take a fisheye lens, even, the Red Bull jump. You remember Red Bull jump? Yeah, so everybody talks about that like that's proof that we live on a globe, because that footage from the cameras on the outside of the cupola, they show you the curvature. But as he jumps out, there's a camera right behind his head, and you see outside of the cupola, and you're at 200,000 feet. So that bit outside of his cupola is 100 miles, and it's all perfectly level. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, a well-known astrophysicist, comes out and says he wasn't high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So the question is, when do you see the curvature of the Earth? If it's not a ship going over the horizon at 3 miles, like they say, is it possible? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's on the edges, yeah, but not in that way. But so when it could be on the edges, you think, okay, what other answers could be creating the sense of curvature? Because if Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Red Bull jump wasn't high enough at 200,000 feet to see curvature, perhaps we're not seeing it from the plane. Perhaps we're seeing the flexing of the plexiglass, because there's 3 layers of glass between you and the outside. So they're under pressure and they flexed, and they can create that roundness. Not only that, is that the higher you go, the more you realize that your line of sight is a circle. Yeah? If I'm standing on top of the Burj Khalifa and I'm looking around me 360 degrees, I'm describing a circle about 100 miles in radius. yeah, around me, because that's how, because someone has taken a photograph of the Burj from nearly 200 kilometers away. You know, you can see kind of all of the Burj. So the point is that we inscribe a circle with our eyesight. We actually see a circle. So we think, it's going round, that means infers the globe. But what we've done is we've taken lasers and fired them over like lakes, 20 mile, 30 mile, 40 mile lakes. And we can see the laser on the other side, beach. And they say that the curvature, if we live on a globe, is 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared, bro, is 80,000 inches at 100 miles. And the American military can shoot a ship at 100 miles with a laser pointer and a what do they call it, the rail gun, that electromagnetic rail gun. It has to be straight line. It has to be straight. And the laser has to be straight. It's not bending around the corner of the water. You know, and the world record photo, according to Guinness, is 275 miles. You know, and you're looking at the whole of an island silhouetted by the sun twice a year. So these things, when we start to break down how the globe is meant to work, we can find loads of holes in it. And this idea that we're spinning was inculcated in your mind. But the reality is that if I put you on the roof of a train and spun it along at 100 miles an hour, you'd blow off. Unless you were inside the train where it's all enclosed. So we say, yes, it's all enclosed.
The thing is, obviously, you've got to take the mass.
The hugeness of it, yeah. But so here, this image here, over here, is 1/8 of the globe. This is all of America. This is New York, Los Angeles. And you understand these are the Rocky Mountains, blah, 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 yeah? And we understand this. When we were in school, the teacher would have drawn a straight line and she would have said, the mountains go up and the mountains come down. And you get to sea level on both sides. So if that's 1/8 of the globe, if I took 1/8 of a cake, 1/8 of an orange, you would be able to see that bending of the orange peel for 1/8 of an orange. We can't see that. That's a straight line. And then, what's worse is that water levels. We say sea level because we have one level, and then I pulled this off AI. But we understand the abyssal plains. Most of our seabeds are flat. That's what it said. What does it say? An abyssal plain is a vast, flat, underwater plain located on the deep ocean floor. We don't know much about our world. You know, the deepest we've ever dug is 8 miles. 8 miles. So they claim they know what's 4,000 miles beneath your feet, but we haven't been 8 miles.
We don't really know what's in. We haven't really explored down
Yeah. That's like me getting to Calais and saying I understand France now. I've arrived in Calais. I've seen all of France. No.
You know, like the rest of the planets. Look at the moon.
Yeah.
Look at like all the other planets out there.
Well, I'd say that, without wanting to kind of say exactly what they are, I think we see a circle. Well. Yeah. So NASA and well, it actually doesn't spin around this way. It turns this way. You can watch the crescent moon do this. If you watch it all night long, you'll see it go through your sky and do this. And if you're in South Africa or in Australia, instead of doing that, it'll do this. It's going to go the opposite way. And then when I look at the moon, or crescent moon in the daytime, I see a blue sky in the missing part. I don't see a silhouette. But someone in the same time, the other day I took a photograph or some video of the moon at 10 o'clock in the morning, and a guy at the same time in Canada was looking at it and saying, well, the crescent moon for me is white and black, but for you it's white and blue. How? If it's not in the atmosphere, if it's in the vacuum of space, how am I seeing a very different looking thing? And if for the southern people, why is it rotating counterclockwise when it's rotating clockwise for me? And how come after 60 years of putting a man on the moon, we've never sent men around to the backside to take loads of pictures and say, well, this is the backside. Listen, if you believe what India are telling you, bro, you know what, if you saw their moon landing that Modi stood up and applauded for, you'd be like, that was 1980s, like Atari. It was so ridiculous. And so the idea, now I could claim if no one's ever been there, and I came back and said, I've been there, how would you know? Until you could go yourself. Of the moon, you mean? Yeah, you know what? So they brought back these samples from the moon, yeah? Then one of them was gifted eventually to a university in Holland. the university said, well, before we put it into our sort of a collection, we have to have it checked for insurance purposes. So the insurance had them check the material, and they found out that it was petrified wood. Hear that again. It was petrified wood. So what NASA had given the university, said, here's some moon rock, turned out to be petrified wood, announced by the BBC. Actually, the BBC, it was a piece on the BBC, so it wasn't even like, oh, some conspiracy. The BBC said it's been proven to be a petrified wood. Now, people will make all sorts of excuses about that. But what if all the moon rocks that they brought were some kind of rare thing that is hard to find here on Earth? Now, if you own all of everything and you've come across something, you'd be like, yeah, I'll use that sometime, and it'll be part of my...
There's a lot of ways you can phrase it, absolutely can. Certainly the moon landing.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they had the competition with Russia. I think definitely it might affect the moon landing. Definitely.
So if they faked the moon landing to beat the Russians, but as I say, they never went to the moon, then both Russia and America, Yuri Gagarin never went into the vacuum of space. Do you know that after Yuri Gagarin went into the vacuum of space, NASA tried to test a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber? The man nearly died, and it's the only time, they never got to a full vacuum, and it's the only time they've ever tested a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. So the Russia-America competition is just to give you a sense that they're against each other rather than working together. No, they're working together at the top table. They use the sense of competition, so your taxpayer and my Russian taxpayer will be happy to hand over the rubles so that we can fight the wars that we've got against our enemy. But actually, at the very top table, Putin is working together with Trump. Oh yeah. All the wars. It may be the case that all the wars, including Hitler, were puppets working towards someone else's agenda to get us to war with each other.
Yeah, 100%. The wars are being instigated. Like people don't really care. People are not against each other. It's the government's against each other. There's a lot of it's about money.
Yeah.
You want to make as much money, get as much power as possible, depopulate the world.
Now that's a different agenda. Depopulating is different to money, and I agree with you on both of those. However, I think there's a spiritual thing going on here. It's much more than just the money and physical control of your avatar here. Is that they want to mess with your spiritual transition, your spiritual evolution. And I think that by putting you into the mindset of the heliocentric, I live on an insignificant globe, there are Martians who are smarter than us, or aliens or whatever, all of that stuff, and that this place wasn't created by a benevolent entity that could protect us from rocks coming in from space and all this sort of stuff. No. It is all about demeaning you and demeaning our essence here and whatever our creator is. So
it's a crazy world, man.
It's a crazy world.
Right, what happens when they do commercial, space, like they say, right, you'll be able to go to the moon commercially, like an airplane. The cheapest going to Spain, right? When they get to that level of space travel, and we all can go in a space plane or something.
Can I give you a flyer?
Yes.
You're welcome.
How you doing, man? But what happens when we have to go to a space plane and it'd be cheap? And we have to go to the moon and then we can see the Earth is a globe.
I think you should take off your 3D goggles, bro. That immersive technology has got you thinking. When I was a youngster, right, in the 1970s, I was born in the 60s at the time of the moon landing. So growing up in the 70s, there was very much a sense of we'll go back to the moon soon, and by the time the year 2000 comes around, people will be traveling to the moon on holiday for the weekend. That's what we were told 50 years ago. So today we're still imagining that possibility, and I say we've never been out of this place. We cannot get out of this place. The moon and the sun are within the system, and they're untouchable. They're a plasma, and they move away from you like a rainbow moves away from you. As you move towards it, it will continue to move away from you. So you can't land on these things. You can't leave this place, but they will trick you. And in fact, they're going to get people to believe that Elon Musk is taking us to Mars. They truly are. And the guy who ran the rocket program for Apollo missions, the moon landing, a guy called Werner von Braun, who came under Paperclip. He was a Nazi, came under Operation Paperclip. He wrote a book in 1950 about a guy called Elon taking mankind to Mars. A guy called Elon takes mankind to Mars. You tell me how it's possible that he could call that 60 years, 70 years before that happened. I mean, he wasn't making a claim that this is a future prediction. He was just writing a fiction book. but he happens to use the name Elon. And the people who go to Mars are known as the Elons. And in this day and age, there are people who love Elon Musk so much, they will sign up for his space program, they will take an injection, and they may well be put into some kind of like a virtual reality that makes them believe that they did that in England. Actually, they put some people onto a simulator for a few weeks, and they had them believe that they were traveling to space. Most of them truly believed that. So I believe that they can do that, and then once they put that on TV, then the TV watchers will say, "I've seen it on TV. It must be real." And Elon Musk said this when he put a Tesla car into space. He said in the news, the press conference, he says, "It looks so fake, it must be real. It looks so fake, it must be real."
Like me and you, be able to go. Like obviously,
if you and me can go, you and me can go to Spain. You and me can go to Spain. So I've been to Spain and I know Spain is real. Yeah. If I can't do it,
like say in the future, like say like many
that's never going to happen. But you can keep dreaming that it's going to happen. Like I said, I'm nearly 60, and in all of my life they told me we were going to the moon. We've not gone to the moon. In all of my life they told me that the seas were going to rise and flood the cities. When I go back to the same beach that I swam at 50 odd years ago, sea level's the same.
What about these millionaires that buy tickets and go to space?
Millionaires going to space. That's just simply people going to what they call the edge of space. So a very high altitude launch, and then they come down slowly, or they come down and give themselves, like the vomit comet. They get the 45 seconds of weightlessness. Well, if I took you even higher and put you on a greater parabola, could I make it 5 minutes? And then get Katy Perry to say, "I've been to space, man. I had a 5-minute space program training. And then when I got down on the ground, well, heck, I just pulled the lever and opened the door." Now, if they were just spacecraft, right, just like a submarine, you are not going to have a lever that you can just open and the door opens in. No. That's not how vacuums and pressure work.
But what about that woman? What about the bunch of astronauts got stuck up in space?
Made up. Just because. Made up. That's all made up. When Tim Peake goes into the international space, wasting.
No, but yeah, but physically wasted.
What if they said, "Listen, for the last 2 weeks, you're not going to eat"? Do you know when that woman came back from 6 months in space, right? The whole time, her name's Sunita Williams. The whole time she's up there, you see these grey roots. The day she lands, she's got perfectly like black hair. It's all been down to the barber. What about that jaw? Yeah, but you know what? I mean, maybe she took Ozempic. Ozempic, it makes your face go freaky. It's the thinning drug that women take. Makes your face go freaky. Okay, here's one for you. Here's one for you that might be a little uncomfortable. 1986, the Challenger goes up. For the first time in history, there's a woman on the spacecraft. She's a teacher.
Is that one that got blown up?
That's the one that gets blown up. Now, because there's a teacher on board, every child in America has got a TV in their classroom so that they can watch that and be traumatized by that thing blowing up. What if I told you that 6 of the 7 astronauts have been proven to be alive today? If not them, then someone who looks exactly like them, aged on 30 odd years, with exactly the same name. And the 3 of them say, "Oh, it's not me, I was a twin." And then they say, "Well, why didn't your twin come to your funeral? Why have we never seen this person before?" It turns out Emmanuel Macron's wife is a man. Did you know that? Emmanuel Macron's wife is a man. And there's a court case going on in America right now because there's someone who's been trying to prove it.
What's that woman called? I forgot.
Yeah.
But she got kids though,
Who? Listen, because I turn up like Obama, because I turn up with kids, right? Me and Michael, we're never having children, right? If you refer to your wife as Michael once, that would be weird. But twice, once in front of Bear Grylls, he says, "Oh, me and Michael, we're going to do this." And then to military generals, he says, "Me and Michael want to say thank you." No, you never call Michelle Michael. Never. And then when people say, "Look, when she's dancing in this blue dress, you can see something moving in the front there." No. And she's got a back. When you see her walking next to little Obama, she's got this massive bloke back. But with Macron, there's no evidence of her life as a boy in the first 25 years of her life. And they claim that it's the brother, she's the brother, and the sister died. Anyway, that's all off in the weeds. But no, they've never been to the vacuum of space. They can get high and float down for a little while and pretend to be like in space, but we can't do space travel.
What about a space rover?
No. What do you mean? On like Mars? All made up. No. In fact, people have found that that is a place in Canada, like in the very far reaches of Canada. They've even seen Google images of the, like top-down images of the NASA vehicle testing the rover in the same kind of environment. What about them? They could say anything, man. They get something from the deep sea and so on. Do you know that NASA pay a guy in South Africa? He's a diver. I met his father. They pay him to go down every day into a black box at the bottom of a lake, plug in a piece of machine, and put in the data, send it back to NASA every day. He gets paid $45,000 a year to do that, right? A pretty good salary. Why has NASA got an interest in a lake in South Africa? Because if they've got satellites everywhere, and by the way, if you believe in satellites, you've got to go do some traveling. Because once you go traveling in the Welsh hills or in the English hills or whatever valleys or whatever, you find no signal, no signal. You know, on the smart highway, the M3 or whatever, they've got all these little receivers along there. Starlink is Google Loon, in my view. Starlink came out of nowhere. Everything that Musk does comes out of nowhere. Elon Musk sells PayPal and gets $300 million, right? $300 million is what NASA spend in 4 or 5 days. NASA gets $70 million per day. So how do I, if I use some of my money for Tesla, buying 11% of Tesla, as he's done, buying then the space program and what do they call it, SpaceX, now with a fragment of NASA's money, less than 2 days of NASA's money to spend, I am now doing what NASA cannot do.
NASA spends on loads of different things, like people diving in lakes.
Yeah.
Elon Musk only spending on people diving in lakes.
You're making excuses for Elon. That's okay. That's okay.
Elon can spend money on one thing and it will cost less than NASA spending money on things.
I wouldn't disagree with you. And when I used to believe in the possibility that there were, like, you know, SpaceX and so on, I would have said the same thing. Yeah, I would have said the same thing. But now I think that I think that the idea that, you know, NASA could put a man on the moon 60 years ago, put a man on the moon, which we've never done since then, right? But when someone gets stranded, Sunita Williams gets stranded on the International Space Station, they're absolutely flummoxed. And so what do we need? We need the savior, Elon, to come and save these people. Did you hear me tell this gentleman that the guy who ran the Apollo moon landing program, Werner von Braun, he wrote a book in 1950s about a guy called Elon taking mankind to Mars. So I don't think that that's a coincidence. I think that these things are happening by design, and that Elon is not that smart. He's not particularly smart. I think that he's paid, he's given the funds. I mean, even he would say that, even die-hard SpaceX fans will say that, well, yes, it's not all his money because he gets contracts from the government. So the NASA will pay him $1 billion, 10 billion or whatever to do a thing. So they would say, well, it's not using his own money. He's just cleverly gotten contracts from the government to do that. And in my view, it's because instead of having the contracts or the money in government departments, which has to be audited, if I give it to you and say, here's 10 billion, go ahead and do your thing, I can never audit you because you're a private firm. Now I've given you a contract and a little kind of agreement. We're going to, you know, say that all the books are fine. But now you can do what you want with that money, and the public can't really audit it because it's Elon. It's Elon, you know. So no, Elon is a fraud. He and Donald Trump and this whole Doge thing is all part of stealing people's freedom. Hey, Martin, how are you doing? Good, nice to see you.
You inspired me to go and take questions.
Good man, good man.
What's the purpose, like NASA? What's the purpose of NASA if they're not going to space?
NASA is part of the deception.
Propaganda.
NASA is part of the deception. NASA was designed to reinforce the globe. You know, if you go back and go back and ask people that are 100, 120 years old, what were you taught in school about the Earth? The idea that it was a globe was very much secondary. Primarily, they were taught that it was flat. In fact, there's a lady who came to see me last week I was here, and I saw her earlier. She said, when 50 years ago, in the 1950s, we were taught the Earth was flat. English school.
Poor education system.
Sorry? Well, you know what? This may be hard for you to swallow, but the biggest, most impressive, stunning buildings in the world were built 500, 700 years ago. Cathedrals, places that are magnificent to look at. Pyramids. These are things that we cannot recreate today. So to write, That's an answer I get from so many people. Do you have your own thoughts, or are you just going to keep repeating what everybody else has been indoctrinated to think? Let me tell you this, the Chinese tried to build a 1/6 scale pyramid, and they gave up because they couldn't get it right. 1/6.
It took like it took lifetimes to build.
Not true. Not true. Not true. So that's what we were taught, but that's not necessarily true. Anyway, the point is, and I don't want to get too lost in the Egyptian weeds here. The point is that there are great cultures that have gone before. Those great cultures have been written out of history. They are no longer here. So to snobbishly write them off and say they couldn't figure out that the Earth was a globe. They couldn't figure out that the Earth was a globe when they had all these grand buildings. We see buildings. Do you know? No, the Mayan cosmology is almost like the Hebrew cosmology, which is that it's like we've got a heavy rock beneath our feet, and we've got a roof over our head, and we've got atmosphere in the space in between, and then there's a sea level, and then water is either thin and it's air, or it's heavy and it's water and it's sea level. So no, that's what the Mayans, all right. That's what the Mayans say, actually, and the Incas are the same, and the Egyptians are the same. You know, the Egyptians might have called the sky goddess Nut, you know, the one that provides the covering in their description, in their drawings. But they describe it as a female with her hands and her feet touching the ground, and her back as the roof, as the arch, as the thing that protects everything. So no, ancient cultures who had the astrolabe, like the Sumerians. No, 2,000 years ago. No. Astrolabe is known as the oldest computer, and it is 2,000 years old.
There were devices for looking at stars.
Yeah, based on a... Okay. Well, there may only be a pattern in the modern times, but I think that it existed in the Sumerian version of it has been pulled out, and they say it's 2,000 years old, and it's considered to be the oldest computer because it could work out this astrological movement, but they did it all on a plate system, on a disk system, everything sort of moving on a fixed Earth, and then things are moving at different cycles and at different speeds in the sky. And that works absolutely fine. And when you plot that on a sort of flat Earth model like this, you see this flower of life, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, all the wandering stars. They're doing this kind of retrograding in and out, in and out, in and out. And they're creating this flower of life pattern. The others,
central point to describe the pattern from. I don't disagree.
But if you were on a roundabout, if you were on one of those children's roundabouts, yes, but it wasn't only on one axle, it had two other axles, you would never get the same pattern again. Everything is moving on these three different axes. Yeah.
If I'm on a roundabout, going around the middle.
Yeah.
So I'm going faster than the roundabout.
Yeah. Yep.
And I call myself at the middle rather than the centre of the roundabout. And I can.
No. You can only have one center of the roundabout. You would know. You would know if you were right on the center of the roundabout, you'd be barely moving. Yes, you'd be turning at the speed of the angular rotation, yes, but you would be barely moving. However, someone who was right on the outside of the roundabout, they would absolutely know that they were on the outside, and they would never think that it was still spinning around them. However, what we've got here is what they call the three-body problem in science, is that you're not just moving one thing on one axis. You know, the Earth itself is moving on four different vectors, right? You understand that? So it's spinning once a day, it's rotating at 66,000 miles around the sun, and the sun is moving through the galaxy at 600 million miles a day or whatever it is. And then the galaxy itself is moving through the solar system as part of the Big Bang explosion or expansion. So these four movements are all in play simultaneously, and they come to millions of miles a day in total. And so if that were true, then and my spinning is like this. It's not like a roundabout, which is in a fixed position. My spinning is kind of doing this, and then the whole sun is moving through that, and then I've got to keep following all of that, and our satellites have got to keep following all of that, and our moon has got to keep following all of that. That's an extremely difficult equation or thing to get your head around. In fact, when Galileo was coming up with gravity, they weren't thinking about it from that perspective. They were thinking about it still as a geocentric version of the world. And it was only later on, once they got into this heliocentric, and then they said, well, time and space, two man-made concepts, time and space, are being warped such that, you know, they probably showed you where they put a weight in a trampoline and they say, well, if we spin a ball around it, you'll see how it does this circle and goes around it.
That's not a useful experiment. That won't show us anything that's
No, but the bending and warping of time and space are not real. Time is man-made. What is time? How do you bend time?
Time is a construct in a way.
Yeah.
Because you can define, you need to define, time is relative. So you need to define time so that people, observers at different points can agree. And so in that sense, time is not real.
No.
Time is a quantity that we use so that we can make maths work.
How do you measure? I mean, we can measure the passage of time, but you can't grab time and you can't grab space. You know, I could bend a stick. Yes, we could say I could warp and bend a stick.
Bending is not, it's not necessarily a literal way to say it. So what's happening is, as light moves, depending on objects of mass, light behaves differently if it goes through a gravitational field. And so that's what they're saying by bending. They're defining the shape of space based on how light behaves.
Okay, so you've had a lot of science. You guys sound like you've had a lot of science, I can tell. Have you come across the interferometry experiments from the 1800s? Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale. Back for 30 years in the 1900s, the early 1900s, the best French and British scientists were trying to establish whether the Earth was flying through space at 30 miles a second. Because that's what they claim, is we're traveling through space at 30 miles per second. Well, the interferometry experiments at that time could not show that the Earth was moving. So they fiddled with it and came up with the Lorentz contraction after a number of years and said, oh, well, the device is obviously contracting in the direction of travel, which is why we can't discern any movement, or this movement that we're looking for, 30 meters per second. And then back in the 1800s, George Airy, the astronomer royal, comes up with this experiment that says, can we prove whether it's the stars moving or the Earth? Now they call it the Airy's failure because it proved that the stars were moving. So no, nothing that we can honestly, that you and I can test. You've got the theories down pat, it sounds to me, but nothing that you and I can test and measure can demonstrate that we live on a globe.
Claiming that we live on a globe is separate from claiming that we move through space.
We can definitely, yeah. No, no, I would disagree in that I think that movement can be measured. How are you doing, brother? I think that movement can be measured. Yes, I agree that if I was in a plane and it was already at its altitude and speed and what have you, I could not maybe detect that movement. But I know that there are devices that can be built to detect that movement. And then if we were on this thing that was spinning, like let's say it's spinning like this once a day, right? But it's also going around the sun once a year. It is not always, so let's just say I wake up this morning and I'm standing on this part of the globe and it's kind of moving in this vector, but it's going to keep turning so that eventually I feel like I've turned like this way. Now I'm actually moving backwards in the same direction. Do you get me? If I'm on a train ride, right, but I've got a seat that can swivel through 360 degrees, then you will notice that. You will say, oh wow, when you spun it around for my back to be facing the direction of travel, I felt the difference. I felt that pressure. And so we should be able to measure these sorts of things.
You can measure the centrifugal. You can. If you measure a weight at the North Pole, you measure the same weight on the same scale without calibrating it at the equator. You'll notice it's not technically, it's not a real force because it's the way we do maths on a plane with polar coordinates changes it, but you'll measure a perceived difference in the weight because of the centrifugal force. And you can also test it with Foucault's pendulum.
I would say this, that like if the Earth is spinning, because we understand centripetal force.
Yes.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and only 10 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour perhaps at the North Pole, because we don't have very far to travel when they're there, then the force of the Earth wanting to throw me off, which needs to be counteracted by gravity, should be greater at the equator than it is at the North Pole. We cannot measure that, but I can tell you what we can measure is that I can take a suitcase at sea level and put it on the South African, airport system scale, weigh it, and then arrive in from sea level to Johannesburg, which is a mile above sea level, and find that my suitcase is heavier in just that distance. Why? Can you tell me why?
Well, that could be a range of, that could be moisture, that could be air pressure, that could be ocean.
So when I was in school, because I grew up in Durban on the beach in sea level, my science teachers always used to say, if you go up to Johannesburg, you'll find yourself weighing more. And there is a scientific, plausible reason for that. And that is that the density of the air is less up there, and therefore the holding, if you like, the supporting, that which we understand when we jump in a swimming pool, how that density will support and buoyance my body, yes? Well, we're having the same effect by making the air thinner, or the inverse effect by making the air thinner, which means that things get heavier because they're not being buoyed or supported by as much dense air. And that's why we were explained that in school. And only years later, and I've only been to Flat Earth 10 years, but only years later I was like, oh yeah, we were taught that at school. Because that was a known fact. And so in 2021, I put my 20 kilogram suitcase in Cape Town on the scale, and in the same, South African airports, they all use exactly the same scales because your 20 kilos needs to weigh 20 kilos no matter where. However, that same bag had become 200 grams heavier by putting it on the plane and getting to Johannesburg. Yeah. So that's all about pressure. So if I take the pressure of the air and say, well, what if I change this whole park into a swimming pool? Things that are now sitting on the floor would naturally find buoyancy because the medium that they're displacing weighs less. They're displacing less than the medium that they're in, yeah? Which is why football will rise to the surface. Why an iron anvil will float on mercury. Yeah? These things do not need a gravitational magic. They are only expressions of buoyancy and density or displacement in a medium. And that's all it is. And because we're so much heavier than our medium, they've tricked us to say that, well, everything falls down because it's being pulled down. And I say, no, things come down because they've been pulled out of their equilibrium, their place of balance. I've inferred or imparted energy into it by lifting it 1 meter or 10 meters. And now if I've lifted it 10 meters, I've imparted more energy. So yes, it's going to hit the ground harder. But if I put a swimming pool in between, then it's going to reduce the speed at which it hits the floor. Or it may not even hit the floor if it's buoyant.
Have you heard of the Foucault's experiment?
Pendulum.
Yes,
yeah.
How do you explain that? Because that doesn't depend on, you could do that, you could perform
yeah. Well, you know what? Well, I don't know about that, but because the Foucault's pendulum.
There's a bell jar in a vacuum where they have a pendulum.
And it doesn't have to be pushed once a day?
No, you just let it go still, you wait maybe some time. And
oh, you touch it?
No, you don't wait any time. You put it in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And as the Earth rotates, the boiler floors.
Yeah. Well, look, there might be some. We see Nikola Tesla used to say that there was an ether, and Einstein got rid of the ether, right? Because he needed it. He couldn't make relativity theory work with ether. He couldn't make relativity work with the ether. So I believe that there is an ether, and that ether is turning, and it can have an effect on things. However, if Foucault's pendulum was real, then a crane operator should be able to leave his crane with a heavy, long weight on the bottom of a long thing. And on Monday, when he comes back after the weekend, that crane should be in movement. Or rather, that ball should have picked up some movement because of us being on Earth. If Foucault's pendulum were true.
If you have the instruments that are capable of detecting such a small movement, you would observe it.
I haven't heard of that, but would you like to take my flyer? Yes. It's got some reasons why I think we're being lied to and why they're tricking us about the nature of the world. It is your place to defend what you've been taught to believe. I absolutely respect that. It took me almost a year in 2015 to research all of the globe science and then say, okay, I can see how it's not a globe. Exactly how it works, I can't say. I'm not in a position to answer that. I have some speculation, but then I used to speculate about the vacuum of space, about what is out there, and Mars and life on Mars. I used to be looking forward for them to proving life. They'd come back with a little picture, look, there's a little worm or something we found on Mars. Now I know that that's all made up to control you, or us. All the best. Thank you. Well, my friends, we're still here. It is 4:45 South Africa English time. This is a bit of a stretch for me. A man dressed as a woman discussing reality. I mean, that's you know what I feel like? A bit sad, really. I mean, honestly, so in some senses, the ship may have sailed for that guy or girl, born guy. The ship may have sailed, but hey, man. But hey, how you doing? Good, mate. How are you?
Sorry, what are they going to know about?
This is Speaker's Corner, mate.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Commentary is there?
Yeah. It's the Arab versus Christian thing, or the Arab versus Arab thing. Religion is one of the. I'd say religion is the primary dog here, right? Wouldn't you say religion is the? Yeah.
My God's better than your God.
Sort of.
But I mean, sometimes it's interesting. I mean, sometimes it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's. But I don't know. I think they're Iranian and they're not speaking English, so I don't know what sort of debate they're actually having.
Book of Mormon. I did not realize.
But they're here quite regularly.
Is London the right place to do this? If you're in Iran, is London the right place to voice your concerns? Or is Iran the better place to voice your concerns?
For me, I'd say all debate, personally.
Okay.
I mean, you know, I'm a Londoner, born and bred, you know, lived here my whole life. This is a very special place, and you know, free speech is a really powerful thing. It's like, people come here. I mean, you know, I think we're told a lot of lies about Iran.
Yeah.
I think, nevertheless, there's probably less opportunity for free speech in Iran than there is here. Certainly in Speaker's Corner. But this is the thing. Somebody was speaking about America. They were saying they couldn't have this in America because the police would come and move you on.
Probably true.
So, you know, it's like, it's not just the mullahs or, you know, the Islamic State. It's the, and this place is very much under attack as well.
Yep.
No question.
Yep.
By who?
Well, you see what happened under COVID?
Yeah.
The lockdowns. I mean, they were arrested. I mean, Piers Corbyn and Hiker were arrested dozens of times. Well, Piers was nearly arrested back in 2020. Hiker was arrested.
You can't. You still haven't worked it out, have you? Yeah, you can't handle it, Piers. But you still haven't worked it out. What's that?
You want to go here? You want to go up Winchmore Hill?
Oh, you're going Winchmore Hill.
Well,
you'll see that
that's a hill. It's not flat, is it?
Yeah, no.
Because I have to walk up the hill to get there.
You've not researched this. Okay, I'll go and help you, bro. You asked me about water. Water will always run downhill and must be contained. You can't get water to run uphill unless you push it. So the idea that the globe has got a Nile running uphill up the side of the globe, absolutely bullshit. Water must be contained. In fact, if you take a plate of water and move it, it's going to spill off the side of the plate.
Well,
water is very
how fast you
sensitive.
move it.
What?
Depends how fast you move it.
It does depend on, yeah. Now the Earth is spinning how fast?
90 miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour. The Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. How are you doing, Piers?
Of course it is.
Yeah. Oh, we can tell. How do we measure that? How do we measure that spin?
Well, one day is 24 hours and it's 25,000 miles around the equator.
Just because we have days and nights, all the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat.
I'm not wasting my time.
Mr. Corbyn, please waste some time.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm not like him. I'm not like him, Piers Corbyn. You stand with the government and their lies, Piers. You stand with their lies.
Mr. Corbyn is anti-government.
These are the government's lies, Piers Corbyn, and you continue to support them.
And you're a third-rate
The
conspiracy theorist.
The globe is no better than the evolution. The globe is why people took the COVID vaccination.
I'd rather Mr. Corbyn than
There
you,
is not a
lightweight.
single flat earther who took the vaccination.
Why did
We didn't
your
need to be
parents
told.
drop you on your head regularly?
This man.
Did you know there's a club, a flat Earth club? It's called Globe.
Do flat earthers believe in gravity?
No, we're not into religion, mate. We'll leave that to you boys.
So when your parents were dropping you on your head, wasn't that gravity?
No, because I was in a swimming pool. What happens in a swimming pool?
And there's so much
Where's your
space.
gravity in a swimming pool?
And you've got so
Where's
much
your gravity
space
in a
between
swimming
your
pool,
ears,
ladies?
you're bound to float.
What happened to your gravity in a swimming pool? Where's your big gravity? Your God gravity. Where does it go in a swimming pool?
And if you
what
haven't-
about helium? Why does helium go up? Why does helium
Your
not
voice
get held
would
by
sound
your
so much
religion?
more attractive if you inhaled.
Piers
some-
Corbyn, you're in a religion called heliocentrism, son.
Your parents
It's a
didn't beat
religion.
you regularly enough.
You continue to believe in your globe lie. It is all part of the control.
I'll take
Piers
you more
Corbyn,
seriously
it
when
is
you've got
all
some
part of the
footwear.
control
supporting this globe, you are supporting the same agents of control that you would talk down on. Yes, Piers Corbyn, you are wasting your time with Palestine while you don't realize that the globe is a complete lie. You do not evolve from monkeys, people. You cannot evolve from a monkey.
No!
It's
Your
not
proof is the
spinning.
missing link.
Water is going to find level. Now here is proof of the missing link. Yes, this man
You're riding on my
wants
joke.
to be an ape. But let me tell you that the water is level, the sea is level. Ancient cultures knew this, but people today
Let's organise a
have been
GoFundMe
so
page
dumbed
to
down
get him a brain.
that they believe they are
Why are you
monkeys on
speaking
a
in the van?
spinning
Why are
ball.
you scared?
They believe they are monkeys on a spinning ball.
If we were more
The governments of
sophisticated,
the world
we'd believe
are
the
walking
fact
together. Russia, America, China, these countries are all working together. Saudi, they are all working together
Where's your
with
shoes,
the
by the way?
crowd.
Where's your shoes?
They are all working together with the crowd
Where is
to
your
control you. They are working together
Are you
to
hi-
control
are you from the
mankind. This man loves his slavery.
We're waiting
The
for the
man
ambulance to
loves
come.
his slavery.
I don't understand. Where's
This
your shoes?
man, God never gave me shoes. Have you
Sure,
ever heard of
give me
earthing?
shoes.
Have you ever heard of grounding? Have you never heard
Why
of
not?
grounding, my man? Have you become so unnatural? Are your feet so soft that you cannot go barefoot? Is that the case? This man has got such soft feet
Why
that
are you
he
so
cannot walk
frustrated?
barefoot. Let me assure you that this is the most
Why are
natural
you
way.
so frustrated?
Time a woman
Is your
spend
woman
time
give you
with
a
No
hard
one
time?
has ever been to the moon.
Is your woman give you a hard time?
If you land on the moon,
Why are you so
they
upset?
said in the past, it is light. The moon is plasma.
So what?
Like it says in Quran, the light in the moon is a light for the sun. The light for the moon is the sun. My friends, you have been lied to by all people.
Are you saying the moon does not exist?
The moon is there, but it's a
Moon is
light.
there, but where is
It's a
it?
light. It's a light.
This
It's
is
a
a
light.
sunny.
But you believe that the moon is 200,000 kilometers.
Jesus created the moon.
But you, Jesus created. Jesus walked on water. Apparently.
Jesus was the creator.
Yeah, this is what they tell me. And you can get sick from your neighbor. This is what people believe, that you can get sick from your neighbor. They are so dumbed down that they would put poison in their bodies. Have you never had they believe.
Have you never had flu?
Flu is good.
So how do
Flu
you
is
catch flu?
bleeding. You don't catch flu. You catch a cold. You never say catch flu.
And where did you catch your cold?
The flu is your body. The flu is your body looking to clean itself. If you stay out and you drink all night long, you will get flu. But not me.
This is why you should never take drugs. Oh my God! Yeah.
My friends, water will always find level. You cannot get water to form on the outside of a shape. You cannot get water to form on the outside of a shape. Water will run downhill, water will pool, and water will be parallel to the next lake. It will be parallel to the sea.
How do you
It
explain
will be
gravity?
parallel to everybody.
How do you explain
It will be
gravity?
parallel to the drink in your cup.
What about gravity? Is there no gravity?
Gravity, my friends, I'm sorry to break it to
Drop
you.
him on his head.
Gravity is a religion.
There's no gravity.
Gravity is the buoyancy effect. So if I let
It's
go,
not the buoyancy effect.
if I let go,
It's what keeps
if
us on the planet.
if we fill this place up with water, you would float.
I'll drown.
You would float. Well, because you can't swim is your problem, brother. But if you fill this place,
What is
if you
the
fill
question?
this place with water,
This
you will
is
float.
what happens.
Because we displace more water than we weigh.
How does that prove?
Why does the helium balloon go up?
Because it's got not used.
Why
Light air in
does
it.
the helium balloon go
Because
up?
the air in the balloon is lighter than oxygen.
That's right. But the body here is heavier than the air, so you are down.
That's why I don't
Yes.
float.
Why is the
Because
hot
of
air go up?
gravity. Because I'm
Why
not
does the football?
I'm a solid being.
So why does the
If I was-
football?
if
Why
I
does
was
the
air,
football?
it would go up.
Why does the football? When I push the football underwater, when I push the water, when I
Because it
when
has
I
air
it's
in
bad
it.
for you. Don't drink smart water. Smart water is not good. Smart water is not good.
Because it has air in it. That's why it comes up.
What?
The ball.
Yes, so it's buoyant.
Yes.
It's displacing less water than it weighs. But if I fill that ball with lead, it would go down, yes?
Yes.
But if I fill that ball with lead and then floated it on mercury, it would float.
Have you inhaled
It would float.
That's
Now I know how hard it is to have your religion challenge people, but your belief in gravity and your belief in relativity is nothing more
None
than
of your
belief.
points. None of your
Nothing
points.
more than religion. The fact is that no one can walk under a ball. No one can walk under a ball and not fall off. You have to believe that you can walk under a ball and not fall off.
I have balls. Your balls?
Yes.
What's your balls?
My point is that we've been lied to since cradle to grave. That our forefathers were lied to control you. Such that I want you to hear this, people at Speakers Corner today. I want you to know that you are the spark of God. Each of us is the spark of God.
Oh,
We
no,
are the
we're
spark of Creator. This is the temple of God. You are the temple of God. You are the temple of God.
Control us to do
You
what?
are the temple of God. To turn you into a slave, to turn you into a compliant servant, to get you to go to war with God. Because when you go to war with your brother, you are fighting God.
Wait. How
You don't understand that you are the expression of God.
Stop shouting. Stop shouting.
I have to shout because you monkeys are shouting at me.
Call me a monkey again, and
You believe in evolution.
And you're going to need the police.
You believe in evolution.
Yeah? You hear me?
Do you believe in evolution?
Okay, shush for a
Did you
second.
hear this man say? Did you hear this man say about evolution? If you believe in evolution, you believe that your great-grandparents were monkeys. These are not my words. I do not believe in evolution.
You might be.
I believe we were created like this, like you are. But you guys want to defend this idea that you come from slime, from fish, from monkeys. That is absolute poppycock and against our Creator. It is against our Creator. As is the idea that a Big Bang, which was invented by a Catholic priest by the name of George,
You're not debating nothing.
Big Bang is a
All you're doing
Catholic
is shouting.
invention.
You're just
The
shouting.
Big Bang is a Catholic
You
invention.
just came in to shout.
I'm only meeting you where you're at, brother.
No, I'm asking the
meeting you
question.
where you're
When
at.
did you first have a breakdown?
You're not
I
listening.
cannot have the entire farm of monkeys at the same time.
You're not listening. You're just shouting because you don't have any answers. All you have is bullshit.
I have the answer.
Were you
You
brought
don't
up
Is that
have
why
an
you
answer.
girls? Is that why you
what-
girls are calling me names like monkey and stuff like that?
I haven't called you
Is that
no
why
names.
you girls are pointing at my shoes? Is that why you girls are pointing at my shoes because you have fuck all?
First of
You
all-
have no fucking argument.
First of all-
you have to rely on authority. You have to rely on government, Big Daddy. Big Daddy tells you to take a vaccine, you take a vaccine. Big Daddy tells you to put a nappy on your face, you cover up and you stay home for 3
You're
years.
a very silly
Big Daddy
person.
tells you you live on a monkey ball spinning around in space. You believe it, and you don't want to hear anything different.
No, you don't want to hear
understand
anything.
that. I respect
don't-
where you are at,
you
brother.
don't want to hear anything.
You want to be
What?
with the
Oh,
flock,
wait.
with the sheep,
Is
with
it- is-
those
is it-
obedient
is the universe
servants
real?
of slave.
Does the universe exist?
Would you like some water?
What you can see.
Yo, well, simple question. Does the universe exist? When you look up, do you believe there's other planets?
No!
Yes or no?
Right, where's the monkey?
You're a monkey!
Show me one place that's flat. Is there any discs flying around in the universe?
Did
Have
you
seen
leave
any
South
discs
Africa
flying around
voluntarily?
in the
Walk around,
universe?
brother.
Yeah?
Walk along.
Is there a disc flying around? Is there any planets that are discs that you know of? So why would you think this is?
What you see in the
suffering
sky?
from
if every other
sunstroke.
What you see in the sky? This is a good question.
yeah.
Let me answer your question. The man is asking me an important question. What is it we see in the sky? Well, guess what? It's stars.
Tell us. What do
There's
you
stars in the sky. Your indoctrination makes you believe that they are rocks shining light, or they are balls of fire that are giving off light, or they are gas giants that are holding themselves together. When none of this works in reality, rocks don't float,
When was
rocks
the
will
last
fall to
time
the
you had a
floor,
girlfriend?
and gas giants will disseminate.
Space.
They will dissipate. There is no such thing as a vacuum in
So there's
space.
no space.
There is. The only
There's no
space we
space.
have is here. This is space.
This is it.
And maybe 100
So the whole universe is here.
Please, this is
And
the
it's like this.
center. No, it's all arrayed around us. The Hebrew cosmology says the same.
They're not
The Hebrew
listening,
cosmology
you're
says the
scaring
same.
the women and children.
We live inside an enclosed system. We live inside an enclosed system. If my semi-naked body is offensive to you, sir, there are plenty of gay websites.
Your body is not the problem, it's your mouth.
Now, the stars in the sky aren't just stars in the sky. They are lights in the sky. They are not wandering stars. They are wandering stars. They are fixed stars. And the idea that they are rocks, the idea that they are rocks is impossible.
Do you realize how backwards you are?
Clean yourself. This is a nice try, little girl. But let me tell you that your religion, the religion is a complete The stars, the lights, they move around our head for thousands of years.
What are they?
Same lights.
What are they?
Now we're getting into the deeper stuff. I'm not sure with your 5-year-old brain, which is all you brought here today, sir. Your 5-year-old brain is not willing to reach into new ideas. What you want to do is stay inside and be stuck paralyzed.
You are
You're myself, giving you the ideas that you're not ready to hear. That you're not ready to hear.
The man is open.
Don't learn. Don't do the class. In you go, fella.
You need to catch up. Yeah? We've known for hundreds and hundreds of years that we live on a ball. We've known this for thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
Except you didn't go to school. And you didn't learn this.
According to this 5-year-old, we have learned for thousands of years that we live on a globe.
Yes.
So please tell me, how old? Please tell me.
Just about.
How old is the oldest known globe?
Forget that. How old is he?
200.
No, I think he's mentally about 5. Because he hasn't evolved yet. You haven't evolved yet.
We're all gonna
You're stuck in the dark ages.
No, I've got to respect his personal space.
Oh, that's right.
But answer my question. The question is, you don't know the answer, I'm sure.
The question is,
Ask him a question.
do you sleep on?
You don't know this thing.
No, the question is why you don't have a shower. Why you don't have a shower. This is the question. This is the main question. You don't
Have you ever
disaster.
Have you ever studied the pyramids? Yes. Do you know the dimensions of the pyramids? Yeah. You know. Yeah. Right. So you know that. Right. You know that the dimensions of the pyramid represent the dimensions of the world. It shows you the equator. It shows you the circumference. Yeah. It shows there's more information in the design of the pyramid. Yeah. Right. So they knew this thousands of years ago. Because pyramids were not built yesterday.
He says
Right. So therefore,
This is the main point. Shut up. Clean yourself.
he can't hear me. I can't hear me.
The oldest globe in the world, you can Google this yourself, is 1493. Now tell me that if the Egyptians knew that it was a globe, why did they never build a globe?
What are you talking about?
You're trying to done now.
What do you mean, why did they never build a globe? What do you mean build a globe? What do you mean build a globe?
Well, if you believe that you live on a globe, right? You're going to say, let me construct that thing. Let me make that thing. That's what you're going to say. You're not going to wait 2,000 years for someone in 1500 to say, let me make a globe. And by the way, who owns that globe? The Vatican. Who holds that globe? The same thieves, criminals and crooks who seem to be running everything. The Vatican.
I agree with you in that.
The Vatican own the biggest telescope in the world, called Lucifer. The biggest telescope is owned by Lucifer, by them. They also invent the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory is George Lemaitre, a Catholic Jesuit priest. So if you continue to take your belief system
Okay,
from these
first of
people,
all,
shame on you.
first of all,
you insulted your own God.
first of all, science was heretic. Against heresy. Thank you. Yeah, and you get hung for having ideas like that. So, and then it took hundreds of years for the church to eventually say, okay, science might have a point.
He's right though.
Yeah. So don't start with your religion, because the religion started in the Dark Ages, and it had to be enlightened. It had to be taught science in order for it to fucking come up to scratch.
Oh, swearing, he's swearing, sir. He's swearing. No, he's a fucking. He's a fucking. He's a fucking. He's a fucking.
I said fucking.
He's a fucking. That's against the environment.
Listen, let me see if we can meet some agreement here. Common mind. In 2020, they locked us down for something that doctors have now said was a lie. They also made us, hold on, for the lie.
I know people who died from COVID, so I don't know about that.
Me too.
I had friends who were doctors who were helping people.
Yeah.
So what the fuck do you know?
Well, I know other doctors who said that the vaccination.
There's an alternative.
There's many a good doctor who told this is what we have to do. There is only one thing.
Shower.
What if there is a second answer? However, the doctors who said, listen, there's something wrong with this, the doctors who said there's something wrong with this, they were silenced or struck off. If they said, I'm seeing patients that are dying in my surgery minutes after I give them the vaccination, they were struck off. So the idea that science is untainted, the idea of science,
no vaccination.
The science create Detol. You know Detol? The science create Detol.
No vaccine is 100%. No vaccine, no medicine is 100%. Even an anodine can kill you. Yeah, I can take anodine, it's fine. You can take one, it can kill you. Shit happens.
The question again, I forgot. The question is, the main question is, why he didn't shave himself? Why he didn't go shampoo and shower and shave?
some information.
Bless you, that was funny. That was excellent.
Excellent.
There we go.
Yeah,
Can I have one?
You're by far one of the best speakers at the moment. You know that. It's excellent stuff.
Yeah, one thing. Find your shoes, where is it?
Well, I got you.
Where is it?
But with myself. But
No. Give me.
That's insulting. No. You're being insulting.
Don't do that.
Please stop.
You want to be insulting to me?
Come to Dubai, yeah.
We can argue but have respect.
Yeah, we can have respect.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand. There's a lot of emotion, and he's feeling that, and he feels that angry. But you see, it's me who's saying that the government and the people.
Brother, Habib,
no good.
Bring it back.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of weeks to argue with you some more.
I'll be back next week.
I got
2 weeks, you said.
I got a life.
You said in 2 weeks.
No, 1 week. I'll be back next
1
week.
week.
I've got one more week here, and then I've got to go to Spain.
Spain? Where you going? Spain? Which area?
Alhambra or
Lambro. There's no Lambro in Spain.
No, not we
Malaga.
call it Granada.
Granada is very nice.
There's the Alhambra is there, the big building.
You know when you go Granada,
Yeah.
there's a Muslim heritage.
Oh.
When the Muslims invaded Spain, go to Balad al-Walid.
Okay, where?
Balad al-Walid.
Oh yeah.
It's in Spain. You see mosques,
Yes.
heritage of Muslims. They used to occupy Spain.
I know.
When the Romans came, they took it.
See, now, you and I may not agree on a lot of things, but something that I agree on is that the Muslim culture, if you go back 500 or 1,000 years, very high, very strong.
Andalusia, you know Andalusia?
Something lost.
You know Andalusia?
Yes.
Andalusia in Spain, it was Muslim, Khalid ibn Walid or Salah ad-Din Ayyubi went there and they occupied all this land. Salah ad-Din, you know Salah ad-Din story?
Yes.
It's a history.
Yes, Saladin, yes, I know.
Salah ad-Din, you know?
I know, but I've been down there before and I see jewelry that is beautiful. And they said this is 1,000 or 800 years old.
You need to make video when you go Spain, go to Andalusia. Andalusia is a very nice area. You see mosque still exists there. Maybe 1,000 years.
And beautiful.
Beautiful. Yes. They keep it. Spain is. There's one thing good about Spain. they keep their own heritage in the history.
Yeah.
Like Italy. Italy. They keep their own.
Well, that's why I'm going as far down south as that, because I know the Moorish or the.
Because when you go to Madrid, you find nothing.
No.
But when you go up with Andalusia, you find all this, how these people, how the Muslims came to Europe and occupied all this land. Well, and they conquered all this area. Even Bordeaux, France, Bordeaux.
I know what happened to that.
Because when the Romans came, they pushed them out to North Africa. They pushed them out of North.
And the Romans brought Christianity.
And the Romans bring Christianity to the West, Western Europe.
And they beat
the Catholic.
They beat everybody. You have to join the club, yes?
That's the problem, man.
I'll see you again,
See you, man. Enjoy yourself.
Salam alaikum.
Fun thing. Did you guys enjoy that? Did you? Are you entertained? I was so like, my thing like just fucking like, I was writing my game there. Meeting it.
Well, you've got a good audience there.
So, PayPal me, I mean, whatever, coffee me, you must have got something from that. You can afford £5 for a coffee, or 2. You can do that for me, man. If you enjoyed what I just did there, give me some support, show me some love.
Earth is flat, friends. How are you doing? You don't speak English?
شوي little.
Where are you from? Earth is flat. South Africa. Where are you from?
South Africa.
Where are you from?
جاي هنا دي ما ندور مشاكل.
English only.
English only. Going.
Thank you. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a ball. Sometimes you get the sense that some of the Muslims that come through here are super rich, like Saudi types. You get that sense sometimes. And it's interesting, that man talking about pushing the Muslims out. See how we see Muslims in. I'm not arguing against anything. It is what it is. It's like there's a reverse going on. It's all changing. It's all going around the other way. Earth is flat, guys. Don't be wasting your time on all this mumbo jumbo. Earth is flat. I'm still on fire. But I had a group there. That's got to be played back, man. I got some shit. That's how you stand your ground. Yes, Marcus Aquarius, that's how you stand your ground. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, I don't know if you saw it on the camera, but, you know, it was a ring around me. A ring of fire, you know, all sorts of abuse and blah, blah, blah. So I was giving as good as I got there, man. I mean, it's hard to hold it up and shut up. I'm just trying to make my point in a very noisy room right now. Oh, that's very well done. I have some information. Or you can ignore me, like I'm not even here. Would you like some information, sir? So, you alright? I have David Bowie there. So, if you've only joined lately,
well done.
Thanks,
well
man.
done. That was amazing.
I love it.
Putting yourself out there.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. That actually is how it started for me back in 2018 in Oxford. I had this massive eruption in Oxford, and people like really picked up on that because some friends had been videoing the encounter. It all came unexpected, and it actually I think finally kicked off because of him, Piers Corbyn.
Right, you know, debating with him or something.
No, just now. It started with me sort of heckling him a little bit.
Okay.
Heckling him a little bit because it's
I saw that.
As amazing as he's been for the sort of COVID stuff, and maybe now it's more Palestine. I think I don't follow him, but you know, so he's been amazing in that way. And this is why people say, well, you think that people are lying to us? No, he genuinely believes that the Earth is spinning. He's not holding that on purpose for his brother or for some other claimant or whatever. And so it is with religions. And so it is when I meet people with spinning. I don't need to be paid. I'm a science teacher. I know where to go. I've been
you know, I've trained people on that, blah, blah, blah. So if I said to a preacher, your religion is bullshit, they'd be like, how dare you? You know, I've spent years in seminary. I've studied all these books.
And a proper open-minded one will say, well, I've got to say hands up.
Yeah, we can't be certain, yeah. Just let's take some information. Some information as to why they lie about the globe, to control us.
Tell me about it. Why do you think it's not globe? Why do you think it's flat?
For me, I had 47 years on the globe, and then 10 years ago I came across the formula for the curvature of the globe.
Yeah.
And the formula for the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay.
So that means that at 100 miles, you're talking about 80,000 inches of curvature, which is a lot of curvature.
Yeah.
And the American military, they're very proud of their rail gun, which can shoot from ship to ship 100 miles.
Yeah.
Straight line.
Yeah.
Where's the curve? Guinness World Record photograph is 70 miles over water. They can see the whole of an island twice a year when the sun sets right behind that island. So for me, having grown up by the sea, when I heard this formula for curvature, I was like, hang on a minute. I used to look up the coast and see street lights 10, 20 miles up the coast. Yeah. So how can I see those if there's any sort of curvature that's in the way of that?
Okay.
So what we're taught when we're young is that we can go down the beach, we can watch the ship go away, and you'll see it disappear hull first.
Yeah.
So we've been able to debunk that. If we understand how perspective and angle of resolution or angular resolution work, we understand that perspective makes the train go small as it goes away.
Yeah.
The train lines compress like this as they go away. So the compression is happening in both directions. Yes, the artist will tell you that. Now, not only that, because you're standing on the beach, you're at the very lowest part of that image that's in front of you. And so therefore the ground's ramping up more quickly, seemingly, than the sky. You can't see a little bit of lost sky there, but you can definitely see a little bit of lost boat as the sea ramps up away from you. So go to Google and ask it how far is the horizon. It will tell you 2.8 miles from if you're standing on the beach, 2.8 miles. So now we can watch a ship go away at about 2.8 or 3 or 4 miles, something like that, and then take a powerful camera, zoom camera, and find the ship is still there. In fact, not only is it there, but there's a ship further behind it that you couldn't see when you got to the beach. And in fact, if your mate is standing on a high-rise building on the beach right behind you, he will say the ship hasn't gone over no curve. It's still on a flat, as far as I can see.
So how do you? So you think if that's the case, logically, if it's not,
He's not saying that the Earth is round. Like
no, he's saying it's not. So the question I have logically is, if the Earth is flat, if it's not a globe, right? Yeah. Surely there should be an edge of the world.
Okay, that's what we're talking.
What about the satellites?
Let me see if I can answer those two questions. Firstly, nothing in nature lives without a skin or a bark or a peel, a shell. Yes?
Yeah.
So why Earth doesn't have a shell? So in my view, if you take the orange and you cut it through the equator of the orange, then you open it up. Yeah. Now you're looking down like God would look down on the Earth.
Yeah.
And above us, if you put the orange back together, you've got water in the form of atmosphere. And then above that is what the Bible says is a firmament, a roof, a dome, an enclosure. In fact, Werner von Braun, the rocket scientist who led the Apollo missions, the Nazi who came under Operation Paperclip, he put on his tombstone, or asked to have it put on his tombstone, one verse, Psalms 19:1. And Psalms 19:1 says there is a roof, and that God shows us his handiwork. The roof is his firmament. That's the only verse he puts on his tombstone. So there is no way of falling off the edge of the inside of an orange. The orange would never ask itself that question, how are we getting out of here? In fact, we're hoping that no one peels the orange, because whilst we stay contained, we'll be perfectly healthy. Yeah? But once you strip it, it'll die and dry. And the atmosphere would die and dry. Now I want to answer this gentleman, because I know you've got to keep bouncing. Even though I told you that water cannot be proven to be curving. The Suez Canal is 120 miles long and level. They've got lakes in Russia that freeze over in the winter, hundreds of miles long and thousands of square miles, all of it perfectly level ice skating. Water is level when at rest. That's a fact. So everything that you're asking me now is just trying to stay away from dealing with that fact and the fact that we cannot show that we're spinning. Yes, the lights are moving over our head and you can infer that we're spinning because of that. But if you enter the nightclub and say, oh, the lights are moving in the roof, it must be that the floor is moving. No, the floor is not moving.
So what about the satellites?
So back in the 1950s, they started doing satellites by using helium balloons, massive silver helium balloons. And so they were able to fly, they can fly 2-ton, 3-ton satellites on these helium balloons. They can float them up in the sky for weeks, if not months. Sweden is very proud of its relationship to NASA, where they launch every day. They launch these helium balloons. NASA is the biggest buyer of helium in the world by far. So all of the satellites that are in the sky are on helium balloons. Is the quick answer. We've never been out of this place, but we can float something. Even Google Loon was a project that started 15, 20 years ago, where they were going to fly all these over Africa. They were going to fly all these helium balloons with satellites on them so they could reach hard to reach places. But if satellites were real, you shouldn't be able to drive into the mountains and lose your phone signal. But the moment you go into the valley away from the tower, the ground tower, no signal. But if it's a satellite above your head, why no signal? But if it's a ground tower that's line of sight, now you're in the valley, of course you've got no signal. It's absolutely natural.
So you're assuming that that we don't have satellites in the atmosphere? That's
okay, so if you Google satellites in space, every single one of them is CGI. So man, no, you're assuming that we have them in space. I'm saying that while satellites exist, are being supported or tethered on helium balloons. We found people in jungles, they've fallen, they've got a puncture or whatever, and they've come down to the ground, and people walk up with their camera and go, oh look, this looks like a satellite. It's small, it's got a solar array, and it's got a big ass helium balloon or a balloon on the back of it. So yeah, all of satellites that we see on images are all pictures, they're all paintings, none of them are actually real. We've never seen one like physically, and no one in the space station has gone, watch, there comes one of our satellites past us or anything like that. In fact, if you look at your ground, the data industry tell us that 99% of all data traffic, and there's a lot of data traffic nowadays, 99% is undersea cable. Undersea cable. In South Africa, where I grew up, only 15 years ago, they got the undersea cables finally made it to South Africa, and all of a sudden they've got like unlimited broadband. But before that, very limited services. If these things were all being derived by satellite, it would be no
just
problem.
a confirmation of our kind of thing. So you think we never went to space, we've never stepped on the moon. Now, is that the case?
That's true. I used to believe in all of those things until 10 years ago. But then I used to believe that Osama bin Laden was responsible for 9/11.
Oh, that's not true. We don't know that. But
You know that's not true.
Of course I do.
So, and you know that we don't know the truth about JFK.
Oh, I think I kind of know the truth about JFK, but I don't think I'm supposed to say it.
Well, there's so many odd theories, different theories. Some say he cheated, some say he never died. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
No, he did die. He was killed, but he wasn't killed by. He was killed by Israel.
Yeah. Okay. So now that's an interesting thing. So when you look at the connection between Zionism and Israel and the British and the Empire and all of these sorts of things, all of our wars have been constructed with a purpose of control. Some of it might have been to create the state of Israel with the Balfour Declaration and blah blah blah. So I'm completely disinvested from the systems of control. And one of those systems of control is this idea that Earth is a rather insignificant planet in the great scheme of the universe. Rather than what the Quran says and what the Bible says is that God created the Earth for God's children.
Chosen people,
which is us.
Chosen living creatures, which is us. Yeah, everything's living, but we are the highest creatures, which is human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I even try and segregate myself from creatures. You see, because creatures also speak to me. I was an evolutionist. I was Darwinist. I believed in evolution.
Not Darwinist.
No, I was 10 years ago.
Right.
So I studied that stuff quite proficiently, and I was really good at making arguments in favor of evolution. So I come from that school. Now I say no, that God intended for you to come in this form.
Yes.
And that God created a habitat that was perfectly safe for us and perfectly abundant, such that we might always have what we needed. And yet we've been put into a sort of prison, dog-eat-dog, Hunger Games type environment that has us at each other's throats and fighting.
100%.
Now, once you realize, for me anyway, having come from the globe beneath, once you realize that this place is absolutely not moving, and it's got all the seas are on one sea level, and that yes, like Werner von Braun said, there's a firmament, and there's plenty of evidence of that, but I'll leave that to one side. That there is a firmament. That means that this place was a habitat that God created for us, for us to have.
It's been specially designed for us. As
so now, whether we blame the Zionists or the Satanists or whoever, there is someone. I'm not sure exactly who, and who's at the very toppest table. Is it the Catholic Church? The Vatican? Is it the Jewish something? Is it this or that? I don't know. But I do know that if this is true, that the Earth is not a spinning ball, all the big governments of the world are colluding as part of the power system. Now we know that the PNAC, Project for New American Century, which you may have come across, which was a paper written by the Americans just before 9/11, was a paper saying we want to take over these 7 countries because they are outside of the banking system.
Yes, I know that one. I'm familiar with that one.
Syria, all of these countries that they have messed up.
And they've been systematically bombed, and that's why the government, especially Syria, which was the epitome of how countries should be run, maybe not democratic, but it was done really well. No debt. People had, as soon as you get married, you had everything.
Yes.
No, everything was done beautifully. I'm not saying he was brilliant, but his system and the way he took care of his people was amazing. America goes in and bombs it, and look what happens to Syria now. So absolutely, but it was on the list along with all the others. And guess who the list came from? Israel.
Right. Well, because the Israel lobby in America is extremely powerful.
It is really powerful. But this, sorry. Yeah, we can
I love it. Well, you can check out my YouTube channel on there, but you're absolutely right. I think that there is a massive and significant agenda. Trinity 4 on YouTube. There's a massive and significant agenda on in the world to control us and to have
control the narrative, you control the world. Exactly. And the biggest way to control the narrative is to control the media. This is why the media is controlled by one particular company, which obviously is the parent company or everything else, of the mainstream media. Obviously, there's people like you who are individuals who come out and they're able to have independent versions of, they can actually tell independent journalists, so to speak. But that's coming out. But I agree with you, there is control. Now, I'm not so sure about this, but the other things you talked about, I've gone down that rabbit hole and researched, and I agree with. This was
okay. So this took me months and months and months,
even though I knew. This is the only thing that I've come across, which I'm not. I wouldn't say I won't say it's wrong. I just don't know much about it.
So
but the other thing they're talking about control, I agree with.
9/11. I knew all of these things. I believed in the moon landing, and then I had like a near-death experience in 2015. And so after that, I was like, I'm going to go back and look at this flat Earth stuff because nothing. When I was in that dead state for 7 minutes, nothing. All of my experience, all my atheism, all of that, God isn't real.
But that's another narrative to make sure you have control. If you take away God, you take away hope. That's it. There is no way for you to have hope if you take away God. So that is one of the biggest agendas. This is why it's easier to believe in aliens than it is to believe in God, right? So if you take that away, that's how it works. So if I believe, there's the green man in the sky who's going to come and protect me, do experiments on me, God, why would I want that? But that's easier to believe than to believe there's an entity out there who's looking over you, who has a plan for your life. But again, this is a big agenda. The way you dumb down people is first by impact the education system.
Education.
And with education, you take away history. You rewrite history. So if you go back to the book 1984 by George Orwell, everything we're experiencing was written in that book in 1948. Or I think it's 48.
48, I think,
That's what he was done. So if we look at life, what kind of narrative are we given? So that's interesting for me because I've grown up with that narrative. Now I'm a scientist at heart, but I'm a Muslim, so I believe in Islam. And everything they're saying follows through that all the way along. That's interesting because I have not thought about
Well,
it.
Shamsi, who's a preacher that comes through here, you might have heard of him, quite a well-known imam comes through here. He said it's confirmed for me that the Quran says that the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over the sky.
That was in the Quran, yes it is.
And that's what we observe in our reality, is that there are small lights. How we have to apply our science mind to establishing what electromagnetic or what system would allow for this small light to illuminate half of the Earth at any one time? Or how would it create seasons if it wasn't what we've been taught with the tilting and wobbling and all these sorts of things going on? So it does require a science mind, and I like to think that I have a science mind. And when I first discovered this formula for the curvature of water, because if we're on a ball, the water has to be curving at a certain amount. And when I saw those numbers, I was like, hold on, those numbers do not equate with my real world experience. Let me go and look at this. And it took me 6 months of really hard research to go, you know what, I don't think it's a globe anymore. And I'm willing to, by the next year, 2016, I was willing to stand up.
You give me another project. I'm going to go down the rabbit hole of this as well and go and look into it. It's lovely meeting you.
Likewise. Salam alaikum.
What's the name of your channel?
Trinity 4.
Trinity 4.
I've got a number 4. I'll give you a flyer. I think my channel is on here. At the bottom. I think it's on there. Yeah. Trinity 4 on YouTube.
So what sort of discussion do you have then?
Well, I mean, primarily it's about who we are and what is the purpose of life. However, if we do not know who we are and where we are, then how can we ever establish or begin to work towards
to stand up on our feet and then move on. Exactly. So you have to know yourself. It's very difficult. The subject is too difficult.
Yeah. So I say to people, like, if when you were born and you came out of the dry dock, someone banged your keel and put a little dent in your keel, you're always going to be sailing off course without realizing it. You go, oh, I'm on the right. No. You're sailing off course. Why? Because something was put in there at the beginning to send you off the wrong way. And so our education system is very much about... Thank you. The education system is very much about controlling how you think about yourself and the world out there. And as that lady was just saying, they control their education system. And if I'm the victor, I get to write the history about what happened 100 years ago. None of us can remember. In fact, those of us who are old enough to remember can't even read and write. If I took you back 100 years or so, there were a lot of people who would have walked through here, couldn't read or write. No. So it was only when their great-grandchildren got sent off to school and the school teacher said, right, here's the history class, and this is what you got to learn. It was too far gone for great-grandfather to say, no, that's not how it happened. That's not how I remember it. Or he was only one of a few people that were on the front line of that event, and no, that's not really what happened. If you and I saw a light aircraft crash into the park today, and then the BBC announced that an alien craft has been seen in Hyde Park, and they closed it all off. You and me would be telling our neighbours, going, it's not, it was a plane, I saw it. They'd be like, okay, old man, sit down, you've had too much to drink. That's not true. The BBC said it was an alien spacecraft, right?
Don't believe on BBC?
Yeah, no. British bullshit corporation. the BBC is an extension of the military-industrial complex. That's what it is. And I think that we are all the emissary or the product of or the spark of God. Whatever God is, God is too great for me to use language to express. But whatever that loving essence is that we come from, we are a fractal or a fragment or a part or a spark of that essence. And it breathed life into us, that gave us the spark of whatever that is. However, here, we're either in a test or we're in some kind of insane asylum that is being run by psychopaths. That's it. That's the only two ways of looking at it. Psychopaths who are really hungry for money and power have controlled all of the historical narrative. They've created the wars in India, in Africa, in Asia, in the Americas. They've created all of this and then implanted a belief system into all of us. And they're either doing it for psychopathic reasons or they're doing it because we are meant to be on a soul journey. And like I say to people, if you want to temper steel, you must go in the fire. If you want to become the captain of the ship, you have to leave the safe harbor and you have to be tested in the big sea. And so until you and I are tested as men, providers, comrades in a situation, until we're tested, we will never really know. And actually, the first time you do your driving thing, for example, as a driving test, well, you're as nervous as heck. Yeah. But driving 30 years, you haven't missed a day, you jump in the car, you don't even think about it, off you go, right? Yeah. Well, shouldn't that be the same with life? Is that perhaps you're meant to kind of get the book, read a book about how to behave and how to be good and how to, like a Bible or a Quran or whatever. Read something like that and take that and then use that to express yourself in the world. And then when you and I come into a situation where we're in disagreement, maybe tonight I'll go home and I'll think about that. How could I have met you in a way that wasn't disagreeable? How could I have met you with equanimity? How could I have met you in harmony such that we didn't fall, even though we may not agree on them?
But we still go nicely.
Yeah, because you are me. You are the expression of God. I am the expression of God. If I harm you, I harm me through God. I am doing harm on you. The golden rule of do no harm, whether you believe in Jesus or not, do no harm, I think applies. But, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That really applies. Even though your neighbor is telling you to put a mask on your face and take a vaccination, and he's telling you that because your skin's not as light as his, you're not as smart as him, or whatever such thing. And the British do it to the French, and the French do it to the Germans, and the Germans do it to others. Everybody's got their own, we're more special, the Jews, this and that.
You know, and all of that is the division and separation from the truth of us being all one. We are all one from the same source. Yes, you and I are, you know, we're maybe a different generation or different home, whatever, and we've got different careers and different minds and different skills and so on, but we are all from the same source. And that's what I think it's so important to me to tell people that this whole thing about the globe is a deception. That we live on a globe is a deception. That we're traveling to Mars is a deception. Why? Because they want us believing we're insignificant on an insignificant speck in the vastness of space, rather than the center and being the main show, Earth being the main show, and everything else being small and arrayed around you. They don't want you to know that. They want you, like I believe, that we come from monkeys, that we are insignificant, that we are unimportant, rather than God had a plan and said, listen, I'm going to create a habitat and I'm going to put you in it. How does that sound? And you're like, yeah, I'm up for that, I'll come in. But just beware, because there are tricks, there are, what do they call it, deadly sins. There are all sorts of things that are going to come in here to try and steal your energy from you, steal your lives, maybe even steal your soul. Maybe even steal your soul. I say the word soul dyer, and I was a soul dyer. I went to the Angolan War in 1987. Maybe it's the word is true there. It's a soul dyer. That actually we are giving away our soul. When I cause you harm, I'm retarding my soul development. Not to be sad about it, because I think there is an infinitely long story, and so maybe me or reincarnations will come back and learn those lessons again. So, you know, I don't want to put too much emphasis on it and say, well, if you don't work it out in this lifetime, that's all bad, blah, blah, blah. No. It's almost like one lifetime is 1 year at school.
And
yes,
I mean, I understand that your beliefs, and I agree that the government or some higher power of this world is trying to control us all. But I like your analogy with the ship. If somebody puts a dent in your keel, that would make the ship go off. Yeah. But why do you have to deconstruct science? That would, to me, feel like they're taking apart the ship's engine. You know, why do you believe that we need to? Why do you believe that the Earth or the moon landing is all fabrications? I mean, I agree. Somebody is trying to control us, but I don't feel that everything we've ever been told just because of that is false.
So in the 10 years that since I left the globe, I've met hundreds of people who believed in the globe, and now they don't believe in the globe. And for every single one of them, they all said, I don't see what difference it makes or why it would matter. Well, for me, it matters so much, because the difference, once you step through that, is you can see back and go, wow, you see what a difference it makes to my perception of who I am and who you are. So that is my quick answer, but you asked me something more about deconstructing science. Okay, so remember, for me, I think of myself as a science-minded guy. I love maths, I enjoy doing experiments, so I'm a kind of science-minded guy. And I studied a bit of quantum physics, but I'm not like I can teach quantum physics, but I have listened to many lectures on quantum physics. So the deconstruction of science, to use your very clever way of putting it, for me is about deconstructing the theoretical elements of science and saying, if it's theoretical, let me put it on the table over there and not assume it to be absolutely true. Gravity, relativity, evolution, these are theories, all of them are called theories. And so if I put them to one side, how could I construct a world that would work without the use of those theories?
Those things, yeah.
So I can now demonstrate, and of course all ancient people before Einstein and Galileo, or Newton, rather.
Newton, yeah.
Before them, everybody else thought that the Earth was flat, and then they were like, well, if it's not flat and it's bald, how could it possibly work? And then they came up with these ideas about an apple falling on the head and all of that kind of thing. So, you know, the original science was that water is level. We say sea level, yes.
Yes.
So water is level, but what we were taught was water is not level, it's curving because we live on a ball. So I used to believe that till age 47.
Yeah, well, it is due to the scales. I mean, if I fill my bathtub with water, it is level for all intents and purposes, but only on a much grander scale, like on a universal scale, does it curve.
You see, you just use word magic there. When you say on a universal scale, you and I can't test that. See, science, proper science, needs to be scalable.
measurable, testable, and scalable.
Yeah.
So if I can scale you a little globe like this and make it spin around and water and so on, because it's too big to make in my bedroom. But if I can make one for you, you'd say, see, you've got a small working globe.
Yes.
It's not even got a stand. It's just floating on its own.
Yeah.
That's very amazing, right? I could take the bath that you've got, and then scale it up to a lake that's 1 mile, or 10 miles, or 100 miles, and I can still find exactly the same answers of levelness where I can test it. Because, for example, the 100 miles, the Americans use a weapon called the railgun. It shoots a ship at 100 miles.
Yeah.
One ship, which is 30 meters off the water, to another ship, which is 30 meters off the water, over flat water for 100 miles, and their laser can see the ship, and a Mark 15 weapon can go and hit that ship, right? So they say the formula for curvature, this is the globe math, says 8 inches per mile squared.
So that
of curvature.
So if I'm standing a mile away from you on the North Pole, I would be 8 inches higher, if I'm getting it correct. Okay.
I don't agree with the maths, but this is what the globe math says. So at 100 miles, 8 times 100 times 100, right? So it's 80,000 inches.
Yeah.
There's 80,000 inches according to the globe maths, Pythagorean globe maths. That's deconstructing the science for real and saying, hang on a minute. If there's 80,000 inches of curvature in 100 miles, how is the Guinness World Record 275 miles of a photograph of an island 275 miles away?
But is the photograph from the sea level?
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
It should. Because
well, to a point, but when you're talking about 250 miles, now we're talking about hundreds of thousands of inches. In fact, in the case of this example I've got here, we've worked out that it should be 3 miles of curvature. So if a guy is standing on a mountain at 100 meters high, and he's seeing over 3 miles of curvature to see that island down there, and then you have to start asking the question, well, what if the sea is truly level? You know, what if, you know that in England, in fact, I can show you on that map there on the left-hand side, I've got a cross-section of North America.
Yeah.
And it'll show you from New York to Los Angeles, where you go up the hills and down the hills and the Rockies eventually, and you come to the other side. But if you go up 3,000, you come down 3,000 meters, yes? Yeah. And the sea level on the east coast and the west coast is 9 inches difference. 9 inches. 9 inches. According to the US government survey, there is a 9-inch difference.
Yeah, but not only the sea curves, the land also curves. So, I mean, if I'm at sea level on the east coast of the US, and I don't go up not an inch to the west coast, travel through mountains or whatever.
Yeah, drill a hole, yeah.
Yeah, I would also, the hole would curve. I couldn't see from one end to the other.
No. You know that the English Channel, you know they've got a tunnel underground, perfectly level. There's no allowing for curvature, but according to the curvature formula, you can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France, which is 22 miles away, and it's 300 feet of curvature, and the White Cliffs of Dover are 300 feet. So there's so many examples. People have taken photographs of over Lake Michigan, of Chicago, 60 miles away, and they can see all the buildings at 60 miles, and 60 miles times 60 times 8 is thousands of inches of curvature. We should lose most, if not all, of those buildings in Chicago. So no, there's too many examples of us being able to see over ranges that do not fit with the idea that water is curving. And the idea that the ship, because you see people start with, and we end up all the way in space, well we start with, I can stand on the beach and watch a ship go over the horizon. That's what people will tell me. And yet when we go up by 50 meters, we can still see the ship. And when we get a powerful camera, while we're still on the beach, we can still see the ship, even though it's gone away from my eyesight. Because my eyesight is squeezing everything down like this. Everything is getting compressed, like the train in the distance. Yeah? And it's got to do this. Everything is going to squash in. But if I go higher, I can see more of the bottom. The bottom is disappearing from the ship because you are right on the bottom like this. If you take a long field that is provably level, you can take a spirit level, you can take a digital, whatever, and it's 400, 500 meters long, you can put your head on the floor, get your friend to walk away from you, and guess what? Their ankles disappear first, and then their knees, and then their hips, and then their head. They haven't walked over a curve. It is just because your angle of resolution is so low, you are going to lose the bottom up first. That's it. That's it. Yes, yes.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
You're saying they don't want they are controlling us and they want us to believe we're insignificant. So who's they? Why?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
Who are
this
they?
to you. I've discovered a murder.
A murder.
You know what I mean? We've walked around an alley, and you and me, we've discovered a body lying on the floor. There's blood, right? There's a knife in his back, and the guy's dead. We try to see, yeah, he's dead, yeah? But we go to the police, and we say, we found his dead body. Are they going to say, why did he get killed? Are they going to say, who did it? And you go, well, we arrived, there was no one else around, that's all we know. But they're like, no, you found the body, so you have to tell me who did it. So are you asking me who is doing it? I'm like, okay, I saw some guys coming here, it could have been them, it could have been them. You know, I see the control of the Catholic Church, I see the control of the Zionists in the world.
Making the whole world believe that it's a globe, which it's not apparently. That's a huge task. Like it should take a lot of very smart people.
Yeah.
Like, who are they? They must be somewhere.
Well, some people would suggest that there are other worlds. Like on a flat Earth, there are other
layers.
All right. Yeah, well, certainly in the electromagnetic world, there are other layers. We know that right now in this space, there are frequencies running through here that we cannot read. But if you pull the TV out and tune it into the right frequency, now you've got a picture, right? So you know that there are things here that we cannot see. Our eyesight has got a very limited in the entire spectrum of electromagnetism. We only see this much of a mile-wide thing, right? So there's a lot of things that we cannot see that could exist in the world. And some say these Satanists, when you look at the people who ran NASA in the early days, if you look at Walt Disney, if you look at Ron Hubbard from Scientology, if you look at these people and you look at who they're connected to, Anton LaVey and all these other dark names, you go, wow, is it possible that there is some satanic engagement with otherworldly entities that is somehow being used to control us?
It's not necessarily companies or governments or church.
Not necessarily. However, when it comes to like the COVID thing, it's such a good example of how all of the governments pretty much in the world work together at the same time to do the same thing. We've never done this before. We've never reacted in all the history of humankind. We've never reacted before, and yet 190 countries who don't even like each other all locked themselves down at exactly the same time and all said exactly the same words: safe, effective, stay at home, save lives, blah, blah, blah. And all of this stuff we now discover was, maybe there was just a central control at the World Health Organization that was telling these countries what to do. And therefore those governments are really not as powerful in the world scale as we think. There were three, you can ask your question, but there were three presidents who said, Tanzania was one of them, who said, I'm not having the vaccine in my country. Three. All three of them died within 3 months of saying that. So you got to be a bit of a coincidence theorist.
Yeah, but why would they remove lockdown? Isn't it in their interest to keep us locked down? I do not understand. And also, if they can't control if they suddenly could say, okay, we need to make this up for whatever reason. Why did it become possible only in 2020? Why couldn't they get together before that to screw us over?
Well, they have been. Have you heard of World War II?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, you know how many people are not alive today because of World War II?
Yeah,
there are, in my estimation, young man, there are almost 100 million Europeans, if not 300 million Europeans, not alive today because their great-grandfather was sent to a war that was a complete lie. Now, the Europeans aren't the first people to be genocided in this way, but I can assure you that what happened in COVID is not the first effort to poison mankind. I know this might be hard for you to hear, but the people who run the world actually won. Bill Gates is on record saying if our vaccine program is good, we'll reduce the population by 15%. He's on record saying that. So there is an absolute intention to reduce the population. There is an absolute intention to rewrite history. You can ask people in this place here whether everything that the British schools teach about history is correct. And the Indians will say, no. Let me tell you what really happened in India.
The Asians will say, no, let me tell you what happened.
Yeah, I agree.
We know about the opium wars.
The Victor tells the
Sorry,
Yeah,
the
but-
opium wars to
Yes, I've
kill,
heard of them.
the Boer wars to kill the
Obviously,
Boers,
yes,
all of these
horrible.
things that have been done. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even picking out on these things. I think it's happening everywhere.
And I would just like to go back on World War II. You said that it was manufactured, the whole war, but wouldn't that would obviously remove the Jews as the masterminds, because obviously they were genocided. That
Why
is
would it
factual.
remove
I don't
them as
think
the
we can.
mastermind? I'll tell you a different way of thinking about the whole Jewish thing.
What?
They kill their own people.
Yeah. No, let me tell you, because if you're the psychopath in charge, and you say, listen, that part of London is we want to redevelop it for some expensive homes or some cheap homes, whatever. It doesn't matter. What we're going to do is we're going to drop something in that area to destroy East London, and then we can rebuild it. We don't care that a few people will die along the way. That's part of the business, yeah. But if your intention as a Zionist was to create the state of Israel, in the Middle East, and you couldn't get Jews to go there for love nor money because they loved living in Germany, they loved living in Poland, they loved living in France. But until they got the Germans so much so to hate on the Jews that they would round them up and send them off to these concentration camps. And guess what they were offered after the concentration camps? A free pass to Israel. They were offered a free pass to Israel. So one of the best ways that I can destabilize you is to kick you out of your house, and when you guys are all gathered, like let's say there's been a flood here, and when you guys are all gathered around going, where the heck are we going to live tonight? I'll say, sorry, I've got some tents for you, but they're all the way in Cornwall, or they're all the way over there. But if you go there, I'll give you some land, I'll give you some money. And you're like, okay, I've lost everything. I had to hand in all my gold to the Germans. They stole my house, blah, 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 all my clothes, all my goods have gone. So now I'm getting a free ticket and some money to go to Israel. You think I'm not going to take that? So for me, the destabilizing of the Jewish people, I'm sorry for that, but it could easily have been done by the Jews themselves. The Zionists themselves.
That's okay. I have to go actually. I'm sorry. Maybe a personal question, but so you found out all of this like 10 years ago, you say, and before that, I think you believe you were maybe dumber than like the rest of the world. You believed in stuff that you don't believe in now. Do you ever wish to believe all that stuff again, just to be a part, just to be dumb, just to be a part of everything?
Yeah, over the last 10 years, because I've been without a home for 6 of the last 10 years, I have at times been at a low ebb. Funds are short and blah, 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 and there have been times that I thought,
that must be
sometimes,
tough.
I wish I'd never known this. But, my people die for lack of knowledge is a phrase that's well known. And I think that we are empowered by knowledge. In the age of Aquarius, they say, and this is meant to be the age of knowledge, the age of knowing who we are and that kind of thing. So even though my family, because most of my dad's in shipping, so when I told him it's not a globe, he also rejected that, right, very hard. I would love to get on so much better and just be part of the thing. But if you realize that all of these people are being shepherded, towards misinformation and possibly the edge of the cliff, you will realize that, or not for everyone, I don't think it's for everyone, but you will realize that, this path is meant to be lonely, this path is meant to be hard, because if you want to truly be the master, you have to have been standing in the fire like I did earlier on and handle that, and be willing to kind of accept the rejection. The Jesus story that people talk about. Jesus, that guy was rejected. Let's assume it was real.
So you're glad you know all this.
Absolutely. And I actually, when I first said I did this, what I call a near-death experience, but it was ayahuasca, 2015. And when I came back from the ayahuasca, the first words were, it's true, there's a God, because I was native. And the second words were like, everything I've learned up until this point is wrong. I have to go back and study everything again. I hadn't thought about flat Earth at that point, but I was willing to go and study everything again under the lens of, this is not a material world, this is an electromagnetic world. Everything that you see around you, trees, leaves, me, it's all light, it's all frequency, it's all vibration, as Nikola Tesla said. Our brains, our eyes, are a decoder, just like a TV is a decoder for the box that sends in the signal with the football on or whatever. Well, your brain is exactly that. It's getting zeros and ones from the tree, from the ground, from the heat, from whatever, and it's encoding that through your fingers, through your eyes, through your auditory, all of these sort of things. So the world is nothing like, this material rock
and whatnot. It's amazing, and we are the center of it. We are the reason for it. We are the reason for it, and we will never know that. Trust me, brother. I raised children to university level on the globe, so I gave them all of that and said, this is where you come from. You come from monkeys and all of that. So I know what I had before. And until you've stepped over the other side, you can never really know that and go, oh wow, I see the difference in how it makes me feel about who I am and who you are. Who you are to me, who I am to you.
Do you feel happier than 10 years ago?
I feel like I'm in a psychology class now, or whatever, physiotherapy, psychotherapy. Do I feel happier? I think in my truth I do feel happier. However, I am working through the journey of. My nose is true. I'm working through the journey of coming to terms with the fact that I lie next to my brother and sister who sit next to me on the bus or on the train or whatever, are unwittingly contributing to a system that is slaughtering mankind.
And that must be a really frustrating realization.
Yeah, but now I've been coming to Speakers Corner since 2018. And so I have dealt with every kind of abuse that people can throw at me. They'll be like, you're an idiot, you're a fool, you're this, you're that, what a load of shit. So I've dealt with all of that and learned to be stronger from that, you know? So it's not so much that, it's more, I come more to a place now of compassion, where I'm like, I more understand that. And I say, and I don't mean this to be demeaning, but I say it like this, like if I was to finish a university degree in quantum physics or in calculus, yeah, and now I'll go and meet my little nephew. He's 8 years old and he's doing like 4 times 7 equals 28 kind of thing. And now am I going to laugh at him for going, is that all you can do with your math? You know, it's like he's still learning that stuff. So I'm not going to load him with calculus now. I'm going to say, that's great. What about 5 times 7? Can you give me a 1 level up, you know? And that's all I'm asking for right now. You do not need to go to calculus. And I think that, and I don't mean that to be like, oh, I know some, you know, but the truth is that
if you're right, you obviously do.
Yeah, if this is right, and we are who I think we are the expression of God, then we have been put in the sort of devil's schoolyard, and he has tried to keep us all at grade 1 and never let you progress. That's what I think.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Cool. Did you get my flyer?
No, it's good. Thanks. Nice day.
Can I have a flyer? Thank you.
All right.
Nice
Take
one.
my hand, young man. Oh well, all the best. Well, we still here. I've done well on reviews today, so it's been cooking today.
Yeah, I haven't noticed.
Yeah, I had a good week last week actually. It was my best week in years. So I was planning to come back today, next week.
Did I take it before?
No, I don't know. Well, if you did, I wasn't aware of it.
No, I don't say. I always ask.
Oh, well, yeah, you did say you might, but we never got there. I can put my t-shirt on.
It's up to you.
I'm very keen on, passionate about, as you know, trying to get people to realise that the whole game is a big old scam, what we're doing here. So I do like to talk about the flat earth as much as I possibly can, because it is, for me, a foundational gateway to realising who we are and what's going on here. Sure.
I'm just going to do something.
All right. Appreciate that. You had a good session. I actually had fun actually.
Biggest corner. No, it's not for us.
If you want to, you can video me taking pictures.
Right.
If you want to, that is. I can understand you don't want to.
I don't, well, whatever. This is my day.
The thing is, right, it's that circle there.
All right.
How are you? All right. Go focus, set the camera up, okay? All right. Then I do it. So, all right. Chill.
I'll give you a minute.
Chill.
Hello, sister. Some information for you today. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a globe. You know that? Well, yeah, Earth is flat, sister. You know what? Its water is level. In the bath, in the swimming pool, in the lake. When it's settled, it's going to be level. And if you come down the mountain, every lake is parallel to the lake above. Parallel, 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 all the way down to what we call sea level, which is horizontal, and parallel with the lake. So if we have one sea, the Earth is made up of one sea, 70% water, they say, then how is it curving around a ball? But for gravity. They tell you when you're 7 years old, gravity. You see the pencil, teacher drops pencil on floor and says, gravity. Now, because gravity attracts water to a ball. Turns out that that's all. The teacher didn't believe. See, the teacher was taught that when she was young, she believed it like a preacher, and she went on and taught it to her students, truly believing that to be true. That's her belief. No disrespect to that. Same with religion. No disrespect. However, if I've got your mind when you're this age, I can get you to believe things about yourself which are completely not true, and I can get you to believe things about the world that are completely not true. Now, if it's true that the globe is a complete lie, we never landed on the moon, it means that this world was created. There is a creator. And if there's a creator, the creator infused its essence in you. And you know, each of us. So we are all carrying the light of God, or the light, the spark of the Creator. And that this world was created specifically and only for us to come and have abundance. I'll put trees and plants and food and animals. And and water in there. That'll be your habitat I've created for you. So come down and enjoy it. Well, what if I was the first guy here, and I'm like, oh, I'm the first guy here. I'm going to tell the next lot who come along that actually it's not what you think. It's not what God told you, it's this thing. And you have to pay me every week for a little bit of this. And now I'm going to say that those people over there, they're your enemy. So now what you need to do is pay me so I can get weapons to protect you from your enemy. So they have us all at war with each other in all sorts of different ways. And so for me, all the horrors that are going on in the world, if you filter or distill everything through the idea that the Earth is flat, stationary, we've got, like the Bible says, we've got a roof over the top of firmament. If this is all true, then this entire game, all the governments are designed to hold your mind, control you, so that you never rise. That the spark or the light of God, or light of Christ, if you like, is never allowed to flourish. That's what the trick is. And if we realize that, we would stop voting, we would stop playing their games, we would stop paying their taxes, and we would stop working for the dead of the corporations, corpse oration. We would go back onto the land like our original people did, and we would work with each other in our communities to raise young, naturally, teach them, yes, but raise them in a village, not in the corporate system that only wants them to be good sausages and come out there and wear the suit and tie and propagate this globe lie and wars and all these other sorts of things. So that's my theory. Take my flyer. I just want a bit crumpy.
You put that very well, by the way. You tied it all together beautifully.
Thank you. It's good. I think it's a spiritual journey we're on here. We're on a spiritual journey, and they want to control or curtail your soul evolution. If there's evolution, it exists for the soul. We were made like we are, but the soul, I think, is trying to rise itself. Now, the soul has been thrown into a pit of fire, or the devil's lair, if you like, and the soul needs to be strong, because the devil is going to tempt you in all sorts of different ways, mislead you in all sorts of different ways. Hence, my people die for lack of knowledge.
Right.
And so we are to become informed so that we can walk our truest path in righteousness, not left wing, not right wing, not too much like in the lower energies of war or the higher energies, all I am is Jesus. I think we need to come into harmony, balance, which is the green chakra. The green chakra is the heart. And what do we stand on? The earth. The earth is green, and if you invert the words for earth, you get heart. Earth and heart are the same word, the same letters. True, eh? So we live on the heart of God's creation. This is the center plane. What's beneath our feet, hard to know. 8 miles below is as far as we've ever been. The drill is, we've only ever been 7.5, 8 miles. And it gets hotter and hotter, colder and colder as we go up. That's what we know. But the perfect Goldilocks zone that they talk about in space, like Earth happens to be in the Goldilocks zone around the sun. No, this is the Goldilocks zone. And the Creator put the light there at the perfect distance for your skin tone, for whatever, for your environment, so that you could flourish.
That's good.
I've enjoyed talking to you.
It's really nice to hear that. I love
Good
that.
luck, young man. Good luck. I wish you well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, by the way. It's really good to hear. We have similar beliefs, so it's good to hear.
Cool, brother.
Good, keep doing it, man.
Thanks. You take care.
Right, we're going to do this
All
now.
right,
It's You know the score. Right, you see the camera there. I've got to go underneath the cloth. Just to make sure the focus is sharp on you.
All right, how long do you need? About 30 seconds?
Well, it takes about 2 minutes in total. Okay.
I'll try not to talk to you.
That's my main worry. It's when I hold the cable. You know the cable release. When I hold that, it's when I would just like I have to wait and make sure it's clear of people.
Yes.
But I like the fact there is people around here. It's a bit of a pain in the arse, but it's what I want.
The movement is good.
The movement's good. It shows that speaker's corner. It's soft both sides. You're sharp. Okay, I understand. Right, I'm gonna have a go. Okay.
Salam alaikum. How are you doing? Take my flyer. You know they lied about the Earth. We don't live on a globe. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. You have to have authority, a government.
Wait, I have one question. Did you fly in a plane before?
Many times, brother. You know what? One time I was in Dubai and the sun set while I was in the airport building, and then we got in the airplane and we got up above the clouds and there was the sun again. How's that possible on the moon? What this? Okay. Excuse me. Yes. Okay, so let me tell you that. Let me tell you something. Don't go away.
I have no money. No money. That's why it's all.
Why did you choose? Because it meant to Earth.
I have to do it again. Guys, put the film in.
Sorry.
Take his picture. Oh, sorry.
The reason I don't mention is that sometimes we're meant to touch the ground because we are electric. You see, like in the plug, it's got the earthing. We're meant to be the same. We've got the red and the blue and the earth. We're meant to touch the ground.
You mean stroke, huh?
Earthing is good for you.
Huh? This is like stroke. You mean like stroke? Electric.
Oh, yes.
It's good for...
Whoa!
So that's why you...
What's this? I just want to take a picture. I'm just getting a picture taken. Wait. No! Yes! Yes! I didn't see it white out like the time before. Is that because you didn't have a screen in it?
No, I thought it's a bit the sliding. I thought it's film, it's not digital. I forgot to put the slide. It's plate film.
Yeah, plate. I saw that. Yeah. That's very cool.
And but what I do, because I use a camera like this for a reason. Two reasons. One, because film's been around since about the same amount of time as this corner, right? And the other reason is, from that film, is that you don't need a bloody computer to look at the images. Do you understand? Once I've processed it, it'd be around for however long. You can damage a negative. It's really hard to destroy a negative.
Yeah.
Completely. You can damage it. You can put scratches on it. Whereas a digital picture, you use that hard drive. All those ones that not go, you've got no picture. And if someone finds your hard drive, if say some alien species finds your hard drive, they're not going to make much sense of ones and noughts, maybe. I don't know, maybe not. But there's nothing here, the negative. It's actually the image is physically imprinted through basically what I consider nature, chemical process. And that's something quite, you can go to the V&A museum over there and you see negatives, which are 150 plus years old. And they've lasted. So the idea is, archives, your imprint, it might get damaged, but you'll still be there. You know what I mean? Do you understand that idea?
My grandfather had a Photoshop. I used to go into his darkroom and help him process the negatives and stuff back in the day. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate.
If I see you again,
I appreciate you taking photos.
I'll print it off.
Yeah.
I'll carry it round in there.
Are you back next week? by any chance?
No, it won't be next week. It'll be the week after.
Okay. I may be able to come back.
Look, it takes time.
Yeah, and
I don't do it straight because it takes time to process.
Yeah, and I've got to travel to South Africa.
Give me your
soon.
leaflet. Are you from South Africa, are you?
Well, I was born in England, but raised there, yes. Although I've lived here, back here.
What about
30
in South
years.
Africa, not Durban?
Yeah, Durban.
Really? You're not Scottish by any chance?
So?
I used to work with a Scottish guy from Durban.
Oh.
And he was born in Scotland, but he
Yeah, I had
in
loads of Scottish
Australia,
friends, or a few
McAllister,
Scottish friends.
you see, and he. Well, you see this. I've made. Have you got any address on here?
Oh yeah, that's my email and my web YouTube.
I try and email because I appreciate the time you've just given me. Even though it's short, it means a lot.
Thank you. What's your name?
Alistair.
Dave.
Okay, Dave. Okay.
How are you?
Yeah, I heard you for a while. You was denying the evolution.
Denying.
But last time we haven't spoken about this, and you said, "I believe in evolution."
No, you misunderstood me. Not for 10 years have I believed in evolution. Not for 10 years. Not 10 years. You must understood me. You see, for me, we are directly created by God. We are not from monkeys. But if you asked me 15 years ago or 12 years ago, I would have said yes, evolution. But in the time that I've known you, I've never said evolution, other than maybe you misheard me and misunderstood me. Because I'm against evolution. I think evolution is demeaning to you, it's demeaning to God. It makes less of you. To say that you come from monkey is to make you less. It's an insult.
But the evolution doesn't say we come from monkey.
Yeah. Ape, like an ape. And if you go back before the ape, what was before the ape? They say if you go back far enough, there were no apes, there were only fish.
Yeah.
And then a fish got some arms, and he came on the land, and he started walking around on the land. I tell you what's more like that story is when your father meets your mother to make you. When they do that, a little fish called sperm goes into your mother's egg, and that jelly breaks up into little, starts, what they call it, breaking up into cells, and there's a word for it, but they start breaking up and splitting, 4 cells, 8 cells, 16, 32, 64. That process is inflation. That process is evolution. The process of going from something in the water to your mother's waters being parted and then you being birthed is actually the evolution of new life and a new creation or a new universe, in my opinion. But the idea that we had to wait 4 billion years for water, slime, fish, monkey, dinosaurs to die, and then for little creatures to eventually become like you and me? No, brother. That's not true.
You believe in God, yes?
Yes.
You believe in a religion?
No, I don't believe in a religion. I think religions are good. You know, I think that Christianity, Islam, Judaism, these are good. However, within them are some poison. Each of them has poison.
Yeah, but let me tell you one thing about the religion as well. Religion makes people against each other.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the religion.
Yeah. But that's, you know what? That's your ego. Because when you're a child and you're a Jewish boy, and your mother says to you, you are the chosen one, you are a special one, you are the most amazing, right? Your mother says that to you, then you grow up and you're an adult who really believes that. Or if you're a Seventh-day Adventist or a Mormon or a Sunni or whatever, they're going to say that you are the special one, your religion is the special one.
Yes.
And that messes with your ego. Because now I meet you and I think, I like you, you're a nice guy, but my belief is stronger than yours. My religion is better than yours. My Jesus is better than your Muhammad or whatever. You know, now my ego is at war with your ego.
I don't believe in any religion.
I think I remember that, but I don't. You see, a lot of goodness, men and women, a lot of goodness comes from them within Islam. Islamic people often do really nice things. They might feed the homeless. They might Sikhs here will do the same thing.
And there is a lot of things bad in Islam as well.
Yes. Oh yes.
A lot.
Oh yes.
A lot.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And in Christianity, there are a lot of things that are harmful to mankind. They are harmful to the individual. So no, I can't get behind them. I don't need one. And in fact, if I chose a religion and you chose a different religion, we couldn't sit together anymore.
Yes.
Once I choose that,
that's the problem. So
now that's why I don't choose one. Because if I choose one, you lose, we lose. And so whilst I accept God, none of these people can argue with me because I do not choose the other one's religion over theirs. I do not choose that one over theirs. I say none of them. What about none of them? You guys are okay, you can have your religion, but what about none of them? What about if God and me are having direct communication?
So, can I ask you one question? The question is the problem of evil. Why there is evil? Why
evil?
Yes.
There's two answers, my friend. Two answers for that. Evil is either the devil doing bad things, or evil is just merely man has got greed in his heart, and he will do. Once you're so greedy that you will starve a child so that you can eat, or have more cars, you will go to war with another people so that you can control their wealth, their gold, whatever. You know, there's in each of us is the potential for great love and great evil. And so if I teach you badly, if I treat you badly, I might be able to get you to do evil things on my behalf because I mistaught you. And even in religion, you know, the people in Christianity will go, yes, we had to go to the Crusades, we had to go to war because the church told us we had to go to war. So good men can be brought to doing bad things. So that's the one thing. And the other thing is that maybe there is a devil that runs as well. And this is the devil's world. And he is trying to mess with God and mess with you, which is God's creation.
Still, like,
you don't have
I had asked you last time about national disaster and all this stuff. About national disaster, like earthquake and all this.
Oh, I remember that question.
Yes.
I've been thinking about it since then.
Okay.
I also think it's possible. I didn't get to say this to you. I also think it's possible that man can build machines that can create.
Leave them now. Leave them. I'm talking about the God.
Oh, you were saying, okay, I remember now. Last week, and you were angry. It's like, you know, why would God have a world in which these things happen, tsunamis that kill lots of people?
If he's full of mercy or full of peace or full of...
Well, I can assure you, I was thinking about you this week, and you know, because I go home and I think about some of the conversations I've had, and this week I did think about this conversation with you, that you know, it's not a slam dunk to say that, well, God intended for there to be tsunamis or volcanoes and all these. Maybe that was never the intention. Maybe that was never. But I also said to you, in your body, there are processes that are happening, like a pimple, that if you had to make your body the size of the earth, then the pimple would be as large as Kilimanjaro or Mount Everest, and it could erupt, and millions could die. In that case, you know, so it could be a natural expression because we have like an oven underneath us. We have heat, we have hot energy, the magma, all that boiling stuff underneath it, and that stuff is moving all the time and rising and creating various things. So
God can avoid this.
I don't blame. Oh, okay. I won't disagree with you. I like you very much. I really don't want to disagree with you. However, and maybe that's true. But if I created an environment for my child in which he could never hurt himself or no bad things ever happen, how would he ever learn?
But this is not how the question. If let's say it's happened like earthquake here, earthquake in London, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say as well, I have a child or I have children, for example, okay? What the children have done to like suffering in this natural disaster or this earthquake, why they gonna suffer and die for? What's the reason? So if we says about the God he's full of mercy, full of peace, full of everything good in this earth or in this universe,
why
how he made something bad like that?
Okay. Do
This
you know what happens? What do you think happens after you die?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
So I used
Where
to
have you been? Where have you been before we born? Can you answer
I
my
can't
question?
answer that. However, I had an experience. So 10 years ago, I took something called ayahuasca, which is it's a plant medicine with something called dimethyltryptamine, which is DMT. DMT is in your brain. Now, if you flood your brain with DMT, you have like a near-death experience. This is 10 years ago. I was an atheist, bro. I was a total atheist, right? 10 years ago. I had this DMT experience. It lasts 6 minutes, 7 minutes. And in that time, I'm left my body. I'm now connected to my higher self. And I have the most incredible, frightening initially, but the most incredible learning. And I came out 6 minutes, 47 by the way, I'm 47 years old. And in 6 minutes, I turned my whole world view on its head. I came back and the first thing I said, it's true, there is a God. And we come from a place of immense love. And so I believe, I lost all fear of death at that day, at that moment. And I know that when we leave this body, we return to the higher self. How connected that is to God, I don't know. How connected it is to what you've learned in this lifetime, I don't know. But I know that I leave this body and I go on somewhere else. I will, with all these memories, all these experiences that you're having, I promise you, my brother, even if you never believe what I tell you, the day and the moment you die, it'll be like, oh, that guy was right. I promise you that's what's coming. I rejected any idea that there was anything wrong. My dying mother in 2011 could not get me to accept that she was going anywhere other than dying. Now I know, and I just want to share that with you. I do not expect you to believe me, but I just want you to hear that, because when I came back, this is 2015, I had to go and research near-death experiences to try and understand what it is I had encountered, because I didn't believe any of this stuff before. Now I'm willing to listen to people. Like, I drowned. I was clinically dead for 7 minutes. Let me tell you what happened to me. I was in a car crash and they revived me 4 days later. Let me tell you what I experienced and you listen to any stories and like, damn, there's so much commonality. These people don't know each other. There's so much common thread in that, and it matches with what I experienced. I know, that's why I asked you the question, because I didn't think you would. But I think, so I asked you that question because we put so much emphasis on this life. Now, I love life and I would protect your child. I would protect your child. If a situation arose where I could protect your child, I promise you I would step into that, and I have done that in my lifetime. I have done that. I would do that. So I do not care for war. I do not care for the killing. I do not care for the poisoning. I do not care for any of these things. However, I also know that when I die, I don't die. I go back to this most beautiful place. So know that this is not
how do you find out this is gonna happen?
The only way, DMT, remember this, DMT, research DMT. They call it the God particle, or the spirit God molecule. Because it is like, because a scientist in America, a doctor in America in 1997, he got permission to test 100 patients with this DMT. And they all come back from the experience. They do it in a clinical hospital situation. And they all come back and talk about the exact same thing and going, wow, I've just been on the other side. I've just been on the other side, you know? And it's a beautiful place. I can assure you that. But it's research that you're maybe not willing to do until, like for me, I had to have my ass kicked by God and go, you know, stop talking shit, because you don't know shit.
I still have same question to him from last time.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking
why
we are suffering.
Why the suffering, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's, you know, obviously I'm not the one inflicting the suffering, so I don't know exactly why. But I have these theories about why. And some of it is about sharpening the steel, you know, and some of it is about there's a devil in the detail, and there's a something dark who wants to mess with God's intention.
God, he cannot saving us from the devil.
So
if the God is full of power, okay, he cannot saving us.
This is an ancient statement. So God is either omnipotent, all powerful,
yes,
and all knowing. If he is not omnipotent, then
he's not God.
He's not God.
That's it.
And if he's all knowing, is he good?
Okay. So let me ask you this.
That's an ancient question.
Well, let me ask you this one, and I'll say this: that if I have a child, I say to my child, listen, in your body, in your potential, you can make 100 babies. You could break into
way more than that. One man can impregnate probably the whole of Europe.
Yes. Well, they would need to turn up. The ladies would, unless you would.
It would be hard work.
Yeah, that would
it's
be.
It's a terrible job, but I would volunteer.
You're sticking your hand up for it.
I'm sticking something else up. Yes.
So the point is that that your child that you raise, you could either raise a terrorist or a beautiful, intellectual.
Okay.
Yes.
You've got no choice in that, by the way.
And so
you've got no say in that.
What? Oh, because you.
How your child turns out. They are not your children. They
belong to the state.
No, they don't belong to the state, but they don't belong to you either. And you've got no say about their outcome.
Well,
you
I
never
say
know.
This, I say that there's a phrase: the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Far from the tree. Now, if I raise my children in a super tidy household, there's a very good chance that my children will have a similar. Always want to tidy everything, or they'll be super messy. Yes, do you understand that?
They'll be the opposite.
Yeah,
The
so
opposite.
what we've been given by our Creator is the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, the hot and the cold, the angry and the lover, or the fearful and the lover, or loving. And so, if I can tweak you in little ways, you could either become. I know I'm with you on this sort of the nature thing, that there is an element of the nature. But if I beat my child every day versus you love on your child every day, we know that my child is going to have different psychology to deal with than your child. And in fact, there's a better chance that my child is going to end up in the clink, in jail, because of the way that I treated my child. So it is the case.
It's not the case.
I mean, it may not be. It may not be. Let's not get into the specifics.
You're
I'm
saying
going
too
to make
much
a generalized point
to make too
about-
little a point.
Okay, fair enough.
You should listen a bit, Dave, as well.
The point is.
I love you, man, but
listen.
Listen a bit more.
All right.
Ask
So the
this
point
man
is-
a few things because he's got. I can tell there's a fucking whole world behind the question he's asking.
Well,
and it's a really powerful question.
But I've thought about.
It's like God given to you that He's here asking this,
And
but
you.
not just
And you, by
once.
the way.
And yes, and you to me. So it's like this is a God-given question. This is like sent here to educate. He's got a word. I want to know where this question came from because that was. I'd like to ask some more questions about you.
Ask him.
Where's that? Yes.
You can ask it. I don't mind. You know where I think I know it, but I'll let you.
Give up knowing. Give up knowing.
Give him my question. Could I ask a question off topic?
Well, so long as my friend here feels, because I was just wanting to offer the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, that there is the potential for greatness and the potential for evil. Yeah, and we can choose that. I can choose to go around and hit people today, and it'll cost me something, but I can choose to do that, or I can go and choose to be embracing and care and compassion. That's a choice that I made based on experience, based on my life, blah blah blah. Your question.
What do you think of Galileo Galileo?
Not a lot. I mean, I'm
you know who he
willing
is?
to accept that he existed, but when history is that old, it's like there's a lot of question marks.
So this is about the flat Earth. So he challenged the Catholic Church about the flat Earth. So he said the Earth was
That was the start of the Jesuit psyop.
Okay, yeah. All right,
I've got something to say about that,
Right,
right?
explain that one. Was he a Jesuit?
Really interesting. It's really interesting.
Well, Martin can go first, and I'll see if there's anything I want to add.
It's just a different perspective because we're sort of led to believe that it's like Galileo Galilei came up with real science, and like he observed. So this is, I'm a member of the Hampstead Scientific Society, so it's like we learned that he ground his own lens. He got one from Holland, but he ground it and made it slightly better. But it's still a minuscule fraction of it. He couldn't see the whole of the moon, for example, with his telescope. But he turned it onto Jupiter, and he saw the 4 Galilean moons. Okay, which you can still see if you get a basic telescope, a basic set of binoculars. You can see that today really clearly. Yeah, in the evening when Jupiter's up. But now he was put under house arrest, and we're told that he was like imprisoned and like charged with heresy for the church. What I'm hearing more now, actually, that's just a psyop. He actually said that he would agree with everything and anything that the church said was true, and that whole thing was just a kind of thing to introduce the idea of a globe Earth. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's a double bluff, and it kind of holds. I mean, I don't know enough about it for me to say it's true either way. But it's wow, wow, it blew my understanding apart as certain. It's not certain. I think there's a lot. And he was a Jesuit, and the Jesuits are at the core of a lot of the shit going on.
Well, that's a really good answer, and not too many words, actually, to make a very important point. I kind of agree with him on pretty much all of that. I'd kind of come to this without having had that level of insight, that if I was looking to con the world, but I didn't want them to know that it was me, I'd get you to put out this thing and say, and we'd agree that I'd be like, listen, I'm going to make out like you're the bad guy. I'm going to tell them that you're in prison in the Vatican, where in fact you've got lovely rooms and we'll look after you in the last few years of your life and all of that kind of thing. But history will say that you were against the church. So for me, it's interesting that the Big Bang Theory also comes from the Catholic Church. Did you know that? George Lemaitre, a Catholic Church. He may be Jesuit as well, if my memory serves me. So they've also given us this kind of thing that when I was in Bible study, and I learned a lot of Bible study as a youngster, I'd say to my preachers, like, why is the Bible full of all these references to like an unmoving earth and small lights in the sky and separation, how you doing? Separation of the this and the that. You know, these things do not fit with what my science teacher is telling me about gravity and relativity and all these sorts of things. So I can never understand why the church was never outraged that science was still teaching this complete abomination against what the church is teaching. I mean, of course, we saw in COVID, the churches were one of the first to lock down. And you would have thought they would be the last people to lock down. You leave them open, let people come and worship, pray, do what they need to, gather, whatever, 6 feet. Worship. They were the first people to lock themselves down. And you know, so if you need proof positive, and even I think if my memory serves me, the old Pope, he said, put your mask on. He might have even told people to take the needle, but he certainly said, put your mask on. And go along with what they're telling you to do. Now we know that those things are true. Why would we believe anything that they tell us? And if they say the history, the victor writes the history, and if they're telling you that's the history, you've got to question it. The Vatican owned the world's largest telescope.
Yeah, it was Lucifer.
They've changed it now from Lucifer, but it came out as Lucifer originally. And they got that snake room in there. And when you look into the Vatican, there is so much skullduggery.
So they control the world.
They may be the controllers of the world. They may have had Hitler do his thing. They may have the Jews do this. I've heard this. And that it was all a great big kind of con. So the best thing to do is to, I mean, like in COVID, like doctors who were speaking out, who had a platform, got very quickly shut down, right?
Some guys mysteriously passed away.
But what they will do is, and there's like the Tanzanian president, there were 3 presidents who said no vaccines, they all died of heart attacks and stuff. That was very clear. So no, the whole game is rigged, and therefore the history of that, the history of even Einstein stuff, that, you know, it turns out when you read into his stuff, there's a lot of uncertainty. But once he's gone, or once it's presented, it's like, there is no question, relativity, no problem. He's got rid of the ether, never speak about it again. All these sort of things, right? So it's very easy to control the narrative. When you hold the key to the university, because the university is the pinnacle of learning. At the pinnacle of learning, the best minds go there, and if the best professors teach the best minds that this is true, then they will teach it.
They started the printing press, didn't they? So they monopolized all the knowledge.
They control that, and of course we know, even with social media today, they can tweak the algorithms such that you only see what they want you to see.
Oh, thanks, man.
And you know, if you put that in a mirror, is this Evian?
Francis daughter. Francis daughter.
Evian backwards, naive. I don't drink. I used to.
So it's bottled water then, yeah?
Yeah, I distill my drinking water. Look into that.
So look at it.
Oh, you guys. Man, have you given me the thumbs up? Have you sent me some support? I do appreciate it.
Global ocean international dominance is a banner dominator. The United States and Soviet Union dominate the whole world together. Never war. That's why Cold War never fought Cold War. Because the United States
Learn from him. Oh, judging. Thank you. There's my wife telling you what's not. Stop judging. Judge me not, lest ye be judged yourself. When you look at most of the Andrew, if you didn't see it, I had an insane grip today. I topped last week. I had an insane grip, and I was giving them so much juice, gravy, and overspent.
I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't know. I can see it's beyond. I think it's I don't
Well, I think I turned the mic away from me at some point just to try and let somebody else in. So I can get the audio, and then I forget that. So this will sound really good. Hey, cheers, guys. Yeah, cheers, yeah. That'll sound really good. So, don't forget. I hope you enjoyed We Gather on Sunday. Friday. It was only me. But I'll see you again with Andrea on Friday this coming week. Hope you've enjoyed the session at the Speaker's Corner. But it's getting time to say goodbye. Yeah, it's 20 to 7. So it's definitely time to say goodbye. I think I started here about midday. Well, before midday, but I spent quite a lot of time, if you didn't see it, I spent quite a lot of time leaving some chalk. By the way, the chalk from last week, some of it was still here. I couldn't believe it. Sorry. Oh, there's a smell here that is really nice. There's a smell here that's really nice. Why are you wearing a face mask? Why are you wearing a face mask? Is there something wrong with your breath? Why are you wearing a face mask? Huh? You don't have your own brain. You don't have your own brain. Huh? You don't have your own brain. You can't think for yourself. This is an insult in the Muslim community. Say I smell because I'm not wearing shoes. So that's what I put up with every now and again. So these guys are pretty staunch. They're pretty hardcore. Oh, it's a mad world. It's a crazy world we live in. And it's only getting crazier. So that's all good. My friends. Yeah, this is all my artwork, of course. So this has got to go down. This has all got to go down. And I will be back here next Sunday. Yeah? I'll be back here next Sunday. For more. Hey, Bon. Thank you. Tony. A marathon, yeah. I didn't lose my voice. Well, wait till tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow it'll be like scratchy and scrapey. But yeah, thank you, fantastic. I had a brilliant session here today and some great conversations. And I do wonder where other London flat earthers are, really. Why they're not stretching their legs to come down here on a Sunday and say hello, stand by me, or whatever. Stand by me. Stand by me. Anyway, it is what it is.